It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. He won't be joining us today. That is the music of Professor Mike Steinel. Welcome to the mop-up for November 11th, 2021. It's Veterans Day. More on that later. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 58 degrees and cloudy. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Please join us. Go to my website. Sign up for office hours. A little later on the show, we're going to read the chat. We're going to talk to the people on YouTube in about 90 minutes. We're going to take calls. Dan in the newsroom and I, we're going to take calls from the people in our Zoom room starting in about, an hour. And then we will read the chat over at YouTube. I've been reading the chat. There's some funny people in there. We'll answer questions in the chat room on YouTube, take calls from our listeners in the Zoom room. If you would like to participate in this nonsense, go to my website and click Attend a Live Taping. You'll get an invite, or subscribe to us on YouTube. We have 6,000 subscribers now on YouTube. I find that stunning. I also find it stunning that Jeff Bezos was threatening Leonardo DiCaprio this week. I'm not making this up. They were walking the red carpet for some bullshit movie that Amazon was producing. And Lauren Sanchez, Jeff Bezos's soon-to-be wife, was flirting, or at least Jeff Bezos thought Lauren Sanchez, his girlfriend, was flirting with Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't understand why Jeff Bezos would be threatened by Leonardo DiCaprio. Jeff, look in the mirror, Jeff Bezos. Every woman wants to be with a guy like you who has the face of a hardened dingleberry. Every woman wants to kiss a dingleberry face. Meanwhile, Alec Baldwin is back in New York City, wandering around the streets. I ran into him in Soho, and he walked up to me and said, "Stop saying I was canceled. I wasn't canceled. I didn't say anything racist or misogynistic. All I did was kill someone. Stop saying I was canceled." Okay, Alec, you weren't canceled. You can still work in Hollywood because you didn't say anything racist or misogynistic. And our good friend, Brian Williams, is giving up his $200 million salary at MSNBC to call it quits. And I always felt it was grossly unfair that just because Brian Williams was a television journalist, he was held to a higher standard when it came to making shit up. So maybe the $200 trillion that they can pay this empty suit, not Alec Baldwin, who's Brian Williams. Thank you for the coffee, Leslie. I asked for a coffee enema, but this will suffice. Maybe the $200 quadrillion a year that they pay Brian Williams to read the teleprompter, maybe MSNBC could find it in their budget to open up some bureaus in, say, London, Los Angeles, Paris, Germany. Maybe they would actually want to cover the news. Just an idea. And this is the week vaccine mandates started to go into effect. And sure, vaccine mandates are great because they keep us safe. But what I really appreciate more about the vaccine mandates is watching all those crypto fascists like Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan on the right bemoan authoritarianism. I love it. All the crypto fascists in the world claim that the vaccine mandate is the slippery slope to fascism. Well, have you been watching this? I hope you have. I hope you watched a little bit of Kyle Rittenhouse. Speaking of crypto fascists, he's an anti-vaxxer. Kyle Rittenhouse, and of course the judge, he's a piece of, well, let's just say work. He's a piece of work. Like all of you who saw Kyle Rittenhouse break down on the stand this week, like all of you, the very first thing I thought was, how do we make it easier to get more AR-15s into the hands of guys like this? This is who we should be giving AR-15s to. I mean, he's well-adjusted. He wants to be a pediatric nurse. I mean, I would want him to, provide medical care to my child. This is Kyle Rittenhouse. He's now 18. He couldn't buy the AR-15 that he used to kill the two protesters last year in Kenosha. Somebody had to buy the AR-15s because he wasn't old enough, too young. Why is it called an AR-15 if a 15-year-old can't buy one? Seems awfully cruel to teenagers. Look at him. Look at him. Give this man a gun. Let him patrol the streets. Give this man a gun. No psychiatric evaluation before somebody gives you an AR-15. Here's an AR-15. Yes. Well, it's Veterans Day. Thank you for your service, Kyle Rittenhouse. Police are prepping for an acquittal because, and I'm not making this up, the judge, his ringtone, his phone went off during the trial. I'm not making this up. And his ringtone is Lee Greenwood's "I'm proud to be an American." And that's the truth. He's also giving prosecutors a hard time because Judge Bruce Schroeder obviously has another robe that's white. So he has no problem with Kyle Rittenhouse keeping the streets clear from Black Lives Matter protesters. Well, I'm going to keep looking at this, if you don't mind. The big climate summit is wrapping up in Glasgow, and a very special thanks to the sponsors. COP26 had sponsors, so thank you Jaguar, Unilever, Microsoft, and Scottish Power for making this climate summit possible, as well as climate change. They gave us climate change and the climate summit. They give so much. You know who, let me bring up the face of a great woman who's there right now over in Glasgow. Where is she? There she is, Nancy Pelosi. That's Nancy Pelosi. She finally showed up. She's there right now. This is the truth. I'm not Brian Williams. As much as I would like to make $200 gazillion a year, I don't make shit up. This is the truth. Speaker Nancy Pelosi finally arrived in Glasgow for the climate summit. She would have come earlier, but she had important business back home to attend to. No, not that massive infrastructure bill that will only make climate change worse. No, she couldn't come to Glasgow because she had other priorities more important than climate change. Before going to Glasgow for the climate summit, our speaker, our Democratic speaker, chose instead to officiate the wedding of oil heiress and billionaire Ivy Getty, whose entire fortune, the entire Getty fortune, comes from destroying the planet, Getty Oil. Instead of going to the climate change summit, Nancy Pelosi went and officiated the San Francisco wedding of oil heiress Ivy Getty. You know, Nancy, nothing screams, I care about climate change more than flying back on a private jet to San Francisco so you could officiate billionaire oil heiress Ivy Getty's, let's call it what it is, a pre-divorce ceremony. Are they still married? It's been a couple of days. They're still married. Pelosi, by the way, is supposed to be our ally. You know, she's the one who claims to represent environmentalists, Democrat. Meanwhile, she's officiating Ivy Getty's wedding. And I certainly hope her husband, Paul Pelosi, who is an inside trader in another country, in another time in America, Paul Pelosi would be behind bars for insider trading. He is worth at least $200 million, Paul Pelosi. I sure hoped that he walked away from Ivy Getty's garish display of tacky opulence. I sure hope that he had the forethought to invest in guillotines. Go look at the Vogue spread of Ivy Getty and her wedding party, and you tell me if it isn't time to sharpen the guillotines. If you're going to throw a party like this, do it on, borrow Jeffrey Epstein's island. Do it in private. Don't throw this wedding, Actually, if I were Ivy Getty, the billionaire fossil fuel heiress, I would have gotten married in Glasgow, right in the middle of the climate change summit. That way my entire family could take an even bigger shit on the planet. Notably absent from Ivy Getty's wedding was her Italian grandmother, Spaghetti. Grandma Spaghetti could not make the trip. And yes, let's look at Ivy Getty. And this is the model, Ivy Getty, who just got married. Ivy Getty's parents named her Ivy because just like Ivy, she's fucking creepy. It was a creepy wedding, very creepy. Oddly enough, on her wedding night, the oil heiress, Ivy Getty, required plenty of lube. I won't show you the picture of her soon-to-be ex-husband. Now, I know people are saying, I know my mother watches this, and she's saying, why are you picking on this poor Ivy Getty? Have you no decency? Well, have they no decency? The climate? We've got 4 years left on the climate, and Nancy Pelosi is officiating the marriage for somebody who, we have people, the Getty family, we have people living on the streets of we have people defecating on the streets of San Francisco. We have homelessness in San Francisco, and they're throwing this kind of wedding in San Francisco. I've been told, my mother said, take it easy on Ivy Getty. There's so much tragedy in her family's life. Yes, because they're billionaires. That's what comes with $1 billion. It's child abuse. And because of the way they've rewritten the tax codes. Now it's grandchild abuse. Her family is cursed because of that money. It's a family curse. Her father, Ivy Getty's father, died last year. They think from the same thing Michael Jackson died from, a fentanyl overdose. Allegedly, Ivy Getty's billionaire dad died from a fentanyl overdose. Yes, it's sad. It's sad because it's not good for children to inherit vast sums of money. It's not good for anybody, especially these kids. Can anybody look at Ivy Getty? And I'm not being cruel, but, there's cruelty to throwing a wedding in San Francisco in the face of a chronic housing shortage that forces thousands upon thousands of homeless people to defecate in the streets. So, yes, maybe I'm being a little cruel to Ivy Getty, but can anybody look at this poor girl and not see tragedy down the line? And the tragedy only flows from that inheritance. The Gettys are very prominent in San Francisco. That's why Gavin Newsom showed up. He couldn't make it to the climate summit. California, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, California dictates whether or not a car is fuel efficient or not. That's baked into the Clean Air Act. The Environmental Protection Agency has to check with California because it is one of the biggest buyers of cars in the world. California is like the 5th largest economy in the world, hence one of the biggest polluters. But Gavin Newsom couldn't go to COP26. He did make it, though, to the Getty wedding, and because he and Kamala Harris are where they are because they had to kiss the ring of the Getty family in San Francisco, as does our speaker, Nancy Pelosi. She kisses the ring of the Getty family in San Francisco because you can't get elected in San Francisco without being approved by the Gettys. That's right. Look at her. Look at Nancy Pelosi. And look at the stature. You can't see it, but look how tiny she looks. That's not a Photoshop. That is actually the real size of our speaker, both figuratively, metaphorically. She has a little mind, and to do that, to think she could get away with officiating that wedding ceremony while winter is upon us and more Americans are getting evicted. This is who represents the middle class. You need to get rid of Nancy Pelosi and put her husband in prison. So, maybe I'm being cruel, but if Nancy Pelosi wanted to really honor the memory of the Getty family, she would have stayed back in Washington, D.C. to raise the estate tax all the way up to 100%. That would be a great way to honor the memory of the Getty family and how all the Getty children turned out. Raise the estate tax to 100%. What did Ivy Getty and that poor guy do to deserve these massive sums of wealth, other than not only being born well, but kissing their grandparents' ass and compromising their soul every step of the way? Leaving vast sums of money to your idiot kids creates the sloth that leads to fentanyl abuses, fentanyl overdoses. Ivy Getty's father would still be alive today if the estate tax were 100%. He would have had to find meaning in his life. Well, today is Veterans Day, and I can't think of a more fitting way to honor those who serve this country, those who were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. I can't think of any better way to honor future veterans than by demanding that America comes clean and admits Iraq and Afghanistan did not attack us on 9/11. Mueller, oh, they're coming for me. No, but, I love that when people think they're actually being edgy. They're not coming for me. The donuts are fresh. Oldest joke in stand-up, the donuts are fresh when you hear a police siren. I guess you could update it by saying an unarmed black man is walking around Park Avenue. That would probably be more appropriate. Mullah Omar, head of the Taliban, who's dead, but he was head of the Taliban in Afghanistan on 9/11. He did not attack us on 9/11. Saddam Hussein did not attack us on 9/11. It was all a lie. We're celebrating Veterans Day. We need to come clean and admit that Afghanistan was a 20-year lie. The Taliban did not attack us on 9/11. And our 20-year war in Afghanistan, we're just wrapping this up. The war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, both lies. Every soldier, I feel guilty saying this. This is the way we're brainwashed and controlled in America. I feel guilty telling the truth. Every soldier who was sent to Iraq and Afghanistan was lied to. And because I'm so conditioned by the media and the lies, I feel guilty saying that. I feel it's somehow hurtful to say every soldier in Iraq and Afghanistan who died over there was lied to. I'm the one who's made to feel bad for speaking the truth. They lock up Julian Assange for showing us the war crimes that are committed. Chelsea Manning locked up for showing us the carnage in Iraq. But, they're found guilty. I feel guilty for saying this as though I'm hurting somebody, like I'm hurting the feelings of our soldiers. But the truth is, every family who lost a loved one in Iraq and Afghanistan was lied to. Period. It was all a lie. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11. The Taliban had nothing to do with 9/11. The people of Afghanistan, the people of Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. The people of Saudi Arabia and Pakistan had something to do with 9/11. And this is the question I ask all the candidates who are stupid enough to come on this show. And I will ask every candidate this question. Some answer it truthfully, but a lot of them won't. This is the question you, as an American citizen, must ask of all your politicians, state, local, federal. This is the question. This is the litmus test. You ask the politician, did Afghanistan, did the Taliban attack us on 9/11? They will give you a detailed history of the war. If they're Democrats, they will blame George Bush and Dick Cheney. They will obfuscate, but very few, certainly not the ones who get elected, very few will admit that the Taliban did not attack us on 9/11. And that's how I take the measure of a politician. If a candidate tells you the Taliban was behind 9/11, if they're willing to tell you that, then they will be willing to lie to you on a limitless portfolio of other fabrications. Now, both my grandfathers fought in World War I. My dad fought in World War II. and I was too young, thankfully, for Vietnam. One thing I am certain of, the people who send kids off to war think human life is disposable. We are a nation, America is a nation all too willing to send somebody else's child to get killed and to kill. And this is a war economy where our Congress doesn't think twice about paying trillions to destroy things, but somehow the money is just never there to build things. We just don't have the money to build bridges and roads. But if you want to destroy bridges and roads overseas, here's another $200 billion off the books. So it's no coincidence that last Friday's infrastructure bill that got passed, it's no coincidence that that infrastructure bill got passed only a few months after the cessation of operations in Afghanistan. Let me repeat that. We haven't passed a major infrastructure bill in decades. It is no coincidence that the infrastructure bill that just got passed successfully only months after we ceased operations in Afghanistan. You see, the money in that infrastructure bill is the money that the military-industrial complex would have gotten if the war, and then some, actually, if the war was still going on. This money that we're spending on infrastructure here in the United States, this is to tie the military-industrial complex over until we give them another war. I know that sounds glib, trite, banal. Sounds easy to say that. It's true, though. If you listen to the earnings calls that the military contractors had after we pulled out of Afghanistan, you would have heard a lot of nervous CEOs. Shareholders were anxious. I'm talking about the bottom feeders of the military-industrial complex. Certainly Raytheon, Boeing, they're too slick. But there are a lot of bottom feeders in our military-industrial complex. The defense contractors hire contractors. There's a whole supply chain. Everybody gets a piece of the military-industrial complex. And a lot of those public companies that feed at the trough of the military-industrial complex build tanks, armored Humvees. Their earnings calls, they were answering questions from frightened investors as well as business insiders who want to know how pulling out of Afghanistan would affect their bottom line. And some of these CEOs said things are looking pretty good in China. Things are looking pretty good with Taiwan. Go read. This is why you should read the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, the business section. Go read about the bottom feeders in the military-industrial complex. And they're just out in the open about this. So we passed this infrastructure bill, first one in decades, and it's no coincidence that our loathsome Secretary of Transportation is Pete Buttigieg, who, by the way, went into Super Tuesday with more delegates than Joe Biden, but, he dropped out because he got the call. Pete Buttigieg, a repulsive human being. He's a former consultant for McKinsey, and he served in Afghanistan. It's no coincidence that a former consultant for McKinsey is now the Secretary of Transportation when we're passing these large infrastructure bills. He will oversee the approval. He gets to approve where all that money gets spent. Which bridges, who builds the bridges, who repairs the bridges, the roads, the airports, like we need to fix our airports, tunnels, railroads. That all goes through former loyal McKinsey consultant Pete Buttigieg, Secretary of Transportation. When the final story of this infrastructure bill is written, this massive transfer of wealth to the richest 1%, the contractors, we will discover that many of the same people who are paid to build the bridges, to repair the bridges and roads, many of the same people in America who will be building our bridges and roads are the very same people who get paid to destroy bridges and roads overseas. Because the military-industrial complex is complex, purposely so. It doesn't just make its money off of war. Its tentacles reach deep into our economy. Boeing. When Boeing sponsors Meet the Press, it presents itself as the maker of the jets we fly and the satellites that bring the world closer together. Boeing doesn't advertise the bombs they make, the missiles they make, the jet fighters they make for us and militaries all over the world, like Saudi Arabia, which, since 2015, Saudi Arabia has killed at least 250,000 people in Yemen, mostly women and children. The bombing, our bombs, we're selling bombs to Saudi Arabia. Our bombs have been so incessant in Yemen for the past 5 years. Yemen, thanks to the military-industrial complex here in America, Yemen is now going through one of the world's worst cholera outbreaks in recorded history. Since that war started about 5 years ago, 2015, 6 years ago, Saudi Arabia has purchased $65 billion worth of weapons from America's military-industrial complex. $65 billion. That's a lot of money. And that doesn't include, that $65 billion doesn't include the American companies paid billions to provide intelligence, satellite intelligence to the Saudis to fight those wars. We're not just selling bombs to Saudi Arabia, we're also selling cybersecurity and satellite technology to help them move the troops around. Now, those sales can only be approved by the president. And Obama, back in 2015, President Obama, he was told he could stop the killing of these innocent Yemenis simply by cutting off arms sales to Saudi Arabia. But there are military-industrial complex lobbyists, not just in the lobby of Congress, they are also in the lobby of the Pentagon and the lobby of the White House. See, we always think it's the lobbyists who are lobbying our senators and our congresspeople, but nobody ever tells you about the lobbyists working the halls of the Pentagon and the Oval Office. There are lobbyists lobbying the executive branch of the United States, because the executive branch oversees 3.2 million federal employees at all these cabinet-level agencies. We have lobbyists walking around the State Department, the Department of Interior, the Department of Energy. Remember, what's his name? The idiot governor of Texas, Perry? When he was Secretary of Energy, he was busy arranging oil deals in Ukraine for Texas oil companies. He's being lobbied because he's the head of the Department of Energy. It's gotten so bad. The current president, Joe Biden, his entire foreign policy is being made by lobbyists. West Exec, that's the lobbying firm. Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State founded West Exec. Jen Psaki, the press spokesman, comes from West Exec, which had a business model of hiring former government officials, specifically from the executive branch, from the White House, hiring former executive branch officials to lobby the executive branch on behalf of Boeing, drone manufacturers, the horrible Blackstone investment group, evil. They lobby on behalf of McKinsey, evil McKinsey, people who benefit by making war, or if you're Blackstone, investing in war. That's how West Exec made its money, lobbying on behalf of people whose best interest is served by America going to war on the taxpayer's dime. We're paying. This is a transfer of our wealth into the hands of lobbyists and defense contractors. So yes, Trump was dirty, but these people are dirtier because they make it look so clean. At least Rudy Giuliani was a slob. His hair dye ran all over his face. He was an idiot. This was the gang who couldn't shoot straight. They were a bunch of lovable, low-level mobsters. But these people, like Jen Psaki, Anthony Blinken, the director of national intelligence is Avril Haines. The deputy director of the CIA is David S. Cohen. The deputy attorney general right now is Lisa Monaco. The national cyber director is Chris Inglis. The assistant secretary of defense for Indo-Pacific security affairs is Eli Ratner. And like I said, Jen Psaki, she is the face of the Biden administration. All these people I just mentioned were senior level principals in West Exec, a lobbying firm that was lobbying the very offices they now hold. They were lobbying the White House. Now they are the White House. West Exec was lobbying the White House. Now they are the White House. They were lobbying the White House, the Pentagon procurement officers. Now they are the Pentagon procurement officers. Now they are the Pentagon. They are the State Department. They are the White House. And yes, I would vote for Biden again over Trump. I'm a Democrat. I'm not leaving the Democratic Party. You know who's leaving the Democratic Party? Jen Psaki, Blinken, Anthony Blinken, Avril Haines, David S. Cohen, Lisa Monaco, Chris Inglis, Eli Ratner, Biden, Kamala, Pelosi. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in the Democratic Party, and I'm kicking them out. Again, I would choose Biden over Trump. But I have to say, Trump and his people were stupid. They only stole for themselves. They were low-level mafia types. They were animals. They would see a pile of cash. They would just salivate over cash, and they'd try to take it all for themselves. When Chris Christie, speaking of animals, he was in charge of the transition team for Trump. So he went to Trump and he said, there's about $50 million for the transition, for me to orchestrate the transition. And Trump just said, that's my money. There's $50 million, that's my money. Craven idiots who should be locked up. Not slick, though, not slick like the Biden administration. The Biden administration is organized crime at its highest level. These are the Hyman Roths from Godfather 2. Hyman Roth lived to a ripe old age because he wasn't greedy. He made sure everybody got a slice of the cake in Cuba, spread it around, make sure everybody gets to dip their beak. That's how the Biden administration is run. Everybody gets rich. There's plenty for everybody. There's plenty for everybody, which is why America isn't a signatory to the International Criminal Court. Happy Veterans Day. America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court. Their trials, the International Criminal Court, they put a lot of African presidents and generals on trial at the ICC. But America, the force of good in this world, we can't seem to be a signatory to the ICC. Because if we were, John Kerry, our climate czar, former Secretary of State, Democrat, ran for president. John Kerry, if we were members, signatories of the International Criminal Court, John Kerry would have been arrested last week in Glasgow for authorizing those weapon sales to Saudi Arabia when he was President Obama's Secretary of State. See, if we were signatories to the ICC, the International Criminal Court, Barack Obama would also be arrested in Glasgow for authorizing those weapon sales to Saudi Arabia that went to killing 250,000 Yemenis and the largest outbreak of cholera in recorded history. That's what American bombs, that's what the $65 billion bombs that we sold to Saudi Arabia did. It's against the law to sell arms to countries engaged in an illegal war. I believe Barack Obama was a constitutional scholar. I believe John Kerry was a prosecutor. It is against the law to sell arms to countries engaged in an illegal war. And Saudi Arabia's war in Yemen is illegal. That's why we are not signatories to the International Criminal Court, because Barack Obama is a criminal. John Kerry is a criminal. Did you see Colin Powell's funeral? The only person missing from that funeral was a process server from the International Criminal Court, because Dick Cheney, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden should have been served because they are criminals on the world stage. Happy Veterans Day. America supplies, our military-industrial complex supplies arms to 96 countries around the world. And where they end up, nobody knows. They end up with Assad. They end up with the Taliban. The weapons we build, they end up in the hands of the Taliban. We're given 1.8 billion. We're selling 1.8 billion to Taiwan. America spends more on military hardware than the 9 countries below it combined, right? We also provide 37% of the world's weapons. So that's our business. That's our business. France, Germany, Israel, South Korea, Russia, and China make up the rest. But we're number one on providing weapons of mass destruction to the world. So back to the ICC. This Veterans Day, let's talk about why America is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court. Well, let's take the illegal invasion of Iraq off the table. That was an illegal war. So if we were signatories to, I'm taking this off the table, what's his name? Tony Blair would be brought before the International Criminal Court for the invasion of Iraq. Instead, he gets money from the Carlyle Group, David Rubenstein, who runs the Kennedy Center and has a show on the PBS. The Carlyle Group paid off Tony Blair as well as the Bush administration. They should all, if we were signatories to the International Criminal Court, they would be frog-marched. And forget our 20-year war on the people of Afghanistan. Let's take that off the table. Forget that hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans could be dragged before the International Criminal Court if we were signatories to that organization. Forget the torture. Forget the CIA, the waterboarding, and the dark sites. Forget all that. Just take Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, it's a write-off, okay? Forget that the Pentagon paid America's military-industrial complex $7 trillion for the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. It cost, this 20-year war on terror, cost us, the taxpayers, $7 trillion. Now, they say we should know what we got for our money. We don't even know if it was $7 trillion. It was probably more, $7 trillion for the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Where'd the money go? Where'd the money go? It went to the richest 1%. Look at the income inequality, how it grew over the past 20 years. Who got that $7 trillion? Certainly not the heroes. Certainly not our soldiers. Certainly not their families. According to Sludge, 18 members of Congress combined own as much as $760,000 worth of stock in Lockheed Martin. Ro Khanna, Bernie supporter, congressman, good guy, Ro Khanna, represents Silicon Valley, good guy. I'd like to have him on the show. Ro Khanna, Democratic congressman, seems to, vote the right way sometimes. His wife, Ritu Khanna, owns as much as $376,000 in defense stocks. He represents Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley can't exist without defense spending. In the Senate, nearly 1/3 of the members of the Defense Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, these are the senators who determine what the budget for the Pentagon should be, 1/3 of the members of that subcommittee own stocks in top defense contractors. Subcommittee member Republican Roy Blunt from Missouri owns $100,000 worth of stock in Lockheed Martin. I think they used to be headquartered in Missouri, and he was bringing the pork home to Missouri, Lockheed Martin, and, why not buy stock in the company I'm bringing the pork home to? Dianne Feinstein, California senator, Susan Collins from Maine, Republican, and Jerry Moran from Kansas, the three of them own a combined $750,000 in Boeing stock alone. They're on the Appropriations Committee. They're the ones who are determining which defense contractor should be paid what. Dianne Feinstein's husband, by himself, owns as much as $650,000 worth of Boeing stock. In 2018, happy Veterans Day, by the way. In 2018 alone, 380 high-ranking Department of Defense officials went to work for the military-industrial complex. They either went to work just for like Boeing, Raytheon, or they became lobbyists for them. This is according to the GAO, the General Accounting Office. This is a congressional agency, and their word is God. They are not wrong. The General Accounting Office says that in the past 5 years, about 1,800 former Pentagon employees, officials high up there, procurement officers for the military. 1,800 of them went to work for the military-industrial complex, either as a buyer or a lobbyist. This is some dirty, dirty stuff. This is dirty. So this is about arms sales, and it's big business because they don't care if your kid gets killed in a war, and they certainly don't care that those kids, remember those 7 kids who died from the drone strike, right, as we were leaving Afghanistan? And the Pentagon did a thorough investigation and concluded nobody was to blame. Nobody was to blame. The arms sales alone to places like Saudi Arabia. This is why we're not members of the International Criminal Court, because that drone strike on the 7 kids in Afghanistan and their parents, their 3 parents, that would drag us before the ICC. The arms sales alone to places like Saudi Arabia wouldn't just drag Barack Obama, who has a new book out. He's having conversations with Bruce Springsteen. Isn't that wonderful? And Michelle can't understand why she's depressed. They're being open about their emotions. Those arms sales to places like Saudi Arabia would drag Kerry and Obama before the ICC, but it would also drag the executives from Boeing and Raytheon before the International Criminal Court. It would also, if we were members of the ICC, the ex-generals who work for Boeing and Raytheon, they would be brought before the International Criminal Court, and they wouldn't be able to go on MSNBC. They wouldn't be able to go on CNN, these ex-generals, and opine on military action. And they're never introduced as lobbyists. The generals are just introduced as former generals. They're never introduced as lobbyists for military contractors. See, we're not signatories of the International Criminal Court because it would be bad for business. It's illegal. It's illegal what we're doing. It's illegal to sell $65 billion worth of arms to Saudi Arabia for them to engage in an illegal war in Yemen that killed 250,000 people that we know of and is responsible for the largest outbreak of cholera in recorded history. That's why somebody came up with the idea of an international criminal court. That's why they came up with the idea of The Hague. That's why the UN was invented by America. And it's in America. Interesting. Raytheon will advertise itself as the company that helps with aerospace. Boeing will advertise itself as the company that helps with aerospace, sending people into orbit, satellites, aircraft engines, and cybersecurity. Why cybersecurity? Doesn't that seem a little incongruous? Why would somebody who's making airplanes concern themselves with cybersecurity? Why would Raytheon and Boeing offer up their services to other countries in the private sector? Why are they suddenly experts on cybersecurity? Well, they make precision-guided missiles, and those are run by computers on the internet, off satellites. You have to have cybersecurity to make sure nobody hacks your precision weapon and points it back at us. Our precision drones that never kill wedding parties or 7 kids in Afghanistan. Despite the branding, despite the advertising, Boeing or Raytheon, their business model is to kill people. They surround themselves with other businesses so they can say they're not in the business. They are, their airline, they're Boeing, when they make an airline, that's like Genco. Don Corleone had an olive oil importing business called Genco, which was named after his first consigliere, by the way. It wasn't Gen Corporation, Genco. His first consigliere was named Genco. When you see the sign Genco in The Godfather, you think the co is for company. No, Genco was Don Corleone's first consigliere. That's what the airline business, the jet engine business, is for Boeing and Raytheon. That's Genco. It's a front for the real money, which is killing people, the missiles. And it all expands into other parts of our economy, therefore. And, what we think is the non-killing economy, they make us all complicit. When we get on a plane and it's made by Boeing, we become complicit in what's going on in Yemen. Every time you get on a flight, every time you use your cell phone, the cell phone requires a satellite. When you use the satellite technology, you're supporting the military-industrial complex. You're part of it. And if we're complicit, then we're part of the problem, and we know we're part of the problem, so we're more forgiving. See, when you say, I accuse, they can point back and say, no, you need those airlines, don't you? You like to use your cell phone. That's the military-industrial complex. They make us all complicit. That's the genius of the military-industrial complex, is they figured out how to diversify just enough so we're all sucked in and we're all complicit. I am an Apollo junkie. I love, like Neil, I'm ashamed to tell you the pictures I have hanging on my wall. The picture I have of Neil Armstrong in that bikini. I still have Neil Armstrong in that. No, that's Farrah Fawcett. But I love the space race. I'm complicit in the killing. By being a fan of Man on the Moon, that makes me complicit in the military-industrial complex. Man got to the moon because they built a Saturn, I think it was a Saturn V rocket, and on top of that Saturn V, they swapped out a nuclear bomb and put instead Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins on the tip. That was what the entire space race was. The military-industrial complex had to build faster, stronger, more accurate nuclear-tipped missiles, and they distracted us by occasionally putting men at the tip of those missiles instead of nuclear weapons. That's the truth about the moon mission, and that's the truth about going back to the moon. We're being told we must explore the moon. Man has an insatiable thirst for knowledge and exploration. That's the bullshit they're trafficking about the trillions that we're about to spend sending man into outer space. And Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, these are not billionaires who dream of space exploration because they finally have enough money to pursue their boyhood dreams. No. There's money to be made in space. Not from space tourism. That's a distraction. There is military money to be made from space. trillions so far have been spent on Ronald Reagan's 35-year-old fever dream of Star Wars defense system, where you could shoot missiles out of the sky. We're still, it doesn't work. We've never successfully shot a missile out of the sky without fixing the results. We're spending trillions on the ability to shoot missiles out of the sky. Doesn't work. The technology doesn't work. They tell us Iron Dome, which Raytheon has made a lot of money off. They tell us that Iron Dome in Israel is successful. Well, it's shooting these Neolithic missiles that the Palestinians are firing. They're able to shoot those out of the sky. We think, because we were sold this idea that 30 years ago the Israelis were able to shoot Scud missiles out of the sky, and that turned out to be a lie. Of course, you're not allowed to report on that. The New York Times, briefly, William Safire wrote about the lie that Israel used American technology to shoot Scud missiles out of the sky. Bill Safire, a Republican, reported after the first Gulf War that this was a lie. The missiles didn't shoot the Scud missiles out of the sky. We can't shoot these missiles out of the sky, but it doesn't matter because we're talking about trillions of dollars being wasted, given over to all these defense contractors. Musk and Bezos, you think they're interested in space tourism? Are you kidding me? There's military money to be made in outer space. This new Space Force that Trump, it was like a joke when he set it up. Big joke. I don't see it disappearing from the budget. And they need rockets and they need equipment. And who makes those rockets? Well, until Musk and Bezos came along, nobody was making those rockets. For nearly a decade, America could not launch a human into space without using Russian rockets. We just stopped making rockets. We forked over a 10-year period, we forked over about $4 billion to one Russian company for their rockets alone. So Bezos and Musk, they have lobbyists, and somebody who was working at the Pentagon or NASA went to work for Amazon and said, you know where the real money is? Rockets. We're buying rockets from Russia, Jeff Bezos. You should get in the rocket business. And Elon Musk stepped in, and Boeing stepped in because they have former procurement officers who now work at Boeing, and they said, you know where the money is going to be? Rockets, sending people into orbit. So this isn't about going to the moon. It's about launching secret satellites and whatever new space age war machinery we don't know about. Jeff Bezos is no stranger to military contracts. He's suing. Microsoft got this massive, like $12 billion contract from the Pentagon during the Trump administration, and Jeff Bezos is suing. He wants that military contract. He didn't get the contract to send rockets to the moon. He's suing. He's tying it up, and he wants that military money. This isn't about space, William Shatner going into space and space tourism. That's a front. That's Genco Oil. Jeff Bezos, who doesn't care if you live or die, he preferred if you died, as long as, he can sell you a coffin. This is about defense money. China's going to the moon. We're going back to the moon because China's going to the moon. For all we know, there's rare earth on the moon. And once they tell us that there's rare earth on the moon that is necessary for batteries or whatever, then the military is going to become even more important in space, because if the military has to protect the oil going through the Straits of Hormuz, the military has to protect the rare earth coming through our stratosphere. So the future isn't Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk happily sending us to the moon. The future is in militarizing space. It already was militarized when Ronald Reagan became president. Now it's big effing business. And Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos want their cut. They tell you we're going to explore Mars, and they'll spend a little money over at the Jet Propulsion Lab for, an explorer to look at. We're not going to Mars. We're militarizing space. We're militarizing space because the military is the point. The military is the point. It's not about safety. In the end, it's not about protecting the Straits of Hormuz. The same way Marshall McLuhan said the media is the message, in that when you watch MSNBC for news, the message is watch MSNBC. That's what Marshall McLuhan taught us, that when you watch Rachel Maddow or Brian Williams, it's about Brian Williams and Rachel Maddow and MSNBC. It's not about the news. The Defense Department isn't about defending the United States. The Defense Department is about the Defense Department. They will find reasons to militarize space. They'll convince us that death from above is imminent unless we spend trillions of dollars. They will militarize space for the sole purpose of spending the money to militarize space. We're not going to Mars. They haven't solved the radiation problem. You go into space, deep space, you're going to get cancer and die. We're not living on the moon. The radiation will kill us. We're militarizing space. And we're all complicit. We're all complicit, not just because so much of our federal budget goes towards military hardware that we don't need. Every time you make a purchase, every time you cheer Bill Shatner as he and his toupee are launched into space, every time you do that, you are supporting the military-industrial complex, because every single corporation uses the military-industrial complex's other products or their investments, or they're owned by the military-industrial complex. At one time, Brian Williams, when he was the anchor man for NBC News, he was working for the military-industrial complex. GE, General Electric, is part of the military-industrial complex. They sold off NBC. Satellites that you use, when you hire somebody for cybersecurity, when you fly in a private jet, and of course, building equipment, all part of the military-industrial complex. So much of the military-industrial complex is inside that infrastructure bill that got passed last Friday. So much of that infrastructure bill was a payout to the military-industrial complex, because the military-industrial complex, they build missiles, they build bombs, they build armored Humvees, but they also build roads, bridges, tractors. I think Martin Marietta builds Humvees and tractors. Eisenhower, even General Eisenhower, who was president in the 1950s, he built America's highway system back in the 1950s. And you know how he sold America's highway system to Congress? As a way, he said, this is a good investment. It's how we will protect ourselves from the Russians. He sold the highway system as like defense spending. General Eisenhower, who led the troops, the invasion, D-Day, he went to Congress and he said, you're going to have to pay for these highways, because we need highways to move troops and weapons around the country. We need to make sure that we don't have a disrupted supply chain during war or in the lead up to war. And Congress, the man who warned us against the military-industrial complex, Dwight David Eisenhower, when he built that highway system, he helped make us all complicit as the military contractors soon became suppliers of all the parts and heavy machinery that goes into building roads, bridges, and of course, railway cars. Railway cars, the people who make railroads are part of the military industrial complex. At one time, they were going to put the MX missile on, on a railway car. The monorail, that seemingly harmless monorail at Disneyland, built by a company called Bombardier. Bombardier, what a great name for a company. Well, some guy in Canada was actually born with the name Bombardier. And he grew Bombardier into a supplier of trains and planes. And that last name, Bombardier, it helped with the branding. And now they're providing Bombardier provides the military with trains and planes, and as well as the private sector. The bottom line on all this, the link between the military-industrial complex and the infrastructure bill, this transfer of wealth to the richest 1%, especially the military contractors. The bottom line is the businesses who build also destroy. People are in the, like import-export. Well, it's building and destruction. That's what the military-industrial complex does. That's why, Halliburton, it's like they help Halliburton got the military contracts in Iraq to assist in the destruction of Iraq, and then they bid on rebuilding Iraq. That was Dick Cheney's old company. The people who build also destroy. After Osama bin Laden destroyed the World Trade Center, we think Al-Qaeda. I will accept that Al-Qaeda was behind the World Trade Center. His father's company, the Saudi bin Laden Group, was entitled to put a bid in to rebuild the towers that his son destroyed. It would have been unseemly, but the Saudi bin Laden Group, that's where all of Osama bin Laden's money came from. The Saudi bin Laden Group, they're builders. They've built up all of Saudi Arabia. That's the father's company. And I can assure you of this, because it's all connected. I can assure you that some of the equipment used to clear the rubble at Ground Zero and build this monstrosity to take its place, I can assure you that some of that equipment used to build and clear Ground Zero, some of that equipment was owned or leased by and from somebody with ties to the Saudi bin Laden Group. The Saudi bin Laden Group had some financial stake in the clearing of the rubble somehow. And that's because if you know how to build, you also know how to destroy. And as I said, in America, the two are intertwined. So much of this new infrastructure bill will be going to companies that know how to build infrastructure and destroy infrastructure. This money is going to the military-industrial complex. So this Veterans Day, let's really honor our troops. not the defense contractors. Let's honor our future troops by finally admitting that Iraq and Afghanistan never attacked us on 9/11. The Taliban did not attack us on 9/11. Al-Qaeda did, we think, maybe. And Al-Qaeda was funded by Saudi Arabia. And Osama bin Laden was killed in Pakistan because Pakistan and Saudi Arabia had way more to do with 9/11 than Afghanistan and Iraq. In fact, Afghanistan and Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. The Taliban had some guests staying in the hills of Tora Bora, Al-Qaeda, and they were waltzing back and forth between Afghanistan and Pakistan, Al-Qaeda was. Mullah Omar did not want to get into a war. The Taliban did not want to get into a war with the United States. They're not going to attack the World Trade Center. And they offered up bin Laden to the United States, and we rejected that offer. What we're up against are people who are in charge, who believe that human life is disposable, ours, not theirs. They are willing to live with death, other people's death. Auto companies, they factor in when they find out that a certain car blows up, if you rear end it, they go, well, how many deaths? They literally crunch numbers. The auto companies. Okay, so to replace this part that doesn't kill somebody, how much will it cost versus the number of passengers who will die in the next 10 years and sue us? And they go, you know what? Don't replace the part. We estimate that only 50 people will die from this defect, and it will cost us $50 million in settlements. It's more expensive to retool the assembly line than it is to settle out of court with the 50 or so people who die from this defect, this auto defect. I'm not making this stuff up. There are people who are paid to do those kind of calculations. Auto company, big part of the military-industrial complex, could not win World War II without GM making our tanks. They factor in, when they make tanks, how many of our soldiers are going to be killed from defects and whether or not it's worth it. Whether or not it's worth it to bring the Humvees back and rearm them so that our soldiers don't die from IEDs. They crunch the numbers and try to determine whether or not it's cost effective to fix a defect. So next time somebody wants us to go to war, and in about a year, Happy Veterans Day, we will be somebody, they'll be selling us a war. Remember the Golden Gate Bridge. Just go keep a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge on your desk and just stare at it next time they try to declare war on a ham sandwich. They say prosecutors can indict a ham sandwich if they want. We could declare war on a ham sandwich, and this country, like a tuning fork, you just hit it and we would just vibrate for war against a ham sandwich. Remember the Golden Gate Bridge. 11 men died building the Golden Gate Bridge. But the original plans called for 35 men to die building the Golden Gate Bridge. Right? They had factored in the deaths of 35 men dying building the Golden Gate Bridge. And that's one of the most beautiful structures in the world. The men who financed, designed the Golden Gate Bridge expected 35 men to die building it. They were perfectly okay with that number. That's the cost of beauty. That's the cost of building something. That's the cost of getting America moving. When it comes to infrastructure, human life is disposable. When it comes to building things, human life is disposable. Robert Moses, who built the state of New York, who built New York City, he believed human life was disposable. This is not, he wasn't fighting a war. Well, he was, but he was building these great bridges and roadways. And he felt that if you build a highway or a hospital, if you're tearing down somebody's home for the greater good, we're going to move you. You might end up homeless, or you might end up in a public housing in the Bronx that could be mistaken for a prison. They pretty much took communities in New York City, in Manhattan, urban renewal. They tore down these beautiful Victorians, these Edwardian townhomes that were called tenements. They tore them down, built these horrific glass structures, and the people who lived in those homes, they said, oh, we have a place for you. It's that prison complex that we call public housing. I used to go to these my grandmother lived in one of in public housing because her tenement was torn down on Simpson Street, right next door to Fort Apache in the Bronx. They tore down the tenement she lived in, and they put her in public housing, and I would go visit her, and she might as well have been inside Rikers Island. It looked and smelled like a prison. Robert Moses, the guy who built New York City, her life was disposable. In the name of progress, in the name of these monstrosities, these Bauhaus glass prisons for workers, human life is disposable when we're building stuff. Imagine how disposable human life, American life, is when we're going to war. Do you really think Dick Cheney and George Bush are haunted by the American soldiers who died because of their lie? So money spent on roads, ports, bridges, tunnels, airports. This new infrastructure bill, it's money that props up the fossil fuel industry primarily. We need to be flying less. We don't need more airports. We need fewer planes. We need to be driving less. This infrastructure bill that they passed, that Manchin is crowing about, Manchin can't wait to tell the people of West Virginia what the pork that he delivered. We need fewer roads. We need fewer airports. We need fewer ports. A lot of that money is going towards ports. We need to be pouring billions into public transportation. Public transportation, more for railroads. Because thanks to the internet, we can live and work anywhere. And by the way, thanks to the military-industrial complex for the internet. Thanks to the internet, every time you use the internet, you're complicit in the military-industrial complex. DARPA gave us the internet. But thanks to the internet, we can live and work anywhere. Some of us, not everybody. So right now, America should be spreading out across the country. And we should be building small, sustainable communities with local farms that are not reliant on all the poison that comes from big agra. We should be getting our food locally sourced. There's no reason for us to live on top of one another when there are perfectly good places to live that are empty. We should be moving to Detroit. We should be moving to places where there's already an infrastructure It just needs people to go there and build it up. We don't need to live on top of one another anymore. We have the internet. We're already, look at my pallor and my vitamin D deficiency. I'm not seeing too many people, but nobody will leave me alone. And I'm not going outside. I could do this in the middle of nowhere. We should be spreading out and building small, sustainable communities with no box stores, with no Targets and Walmarts, local farms, local businesses, and you get your food locally and you live with what you got. In other words, if oranges aren't in season, you go without oranges for a couple of months. Our diets should adjust to the seasons. And thanks to the internet, we could spread out across America. We don't need to be concentrated in these soulless offices. A truly 21st century infrastructure bill and Build Back Better at $6 trillion recognizes this. A truly transformational infrastructure bill would combat climate change by making sure we travel only for pleasure and not for business. And if the airlines go under, so much the better. Airlines are the 5th largest cause of pollution in the world. We don't need all these airlines. 2/3 of our economy, of our gross national product, our gross domestic product, is what we purchase. That's our real vote. It's what we purchase. And it's what the federal government purchases. We don't need more ports. We don't need to be welcoming more shipping containers, wasting fossil fuel, bringing you crap you don't need, like Fiji water. Do you really need Fiji water brought to you all the way from Fiji? Do you have any idea what the carbon footprint is on Fiji water? We need an infrastructure bill that goes towards building local communities. We need a farm bill that encourages local farmers, not the myth of the family farm. That's bullshit. Real farmers, not big agra, real farmers. We need to start spending money on real infrastructure, things that make it less likely for us to get in our car, to fly somewhere. And this Veterans Day, I almost said Valentine's Day, this Veterans Day, we need to start being honest about how we spend our money. Stop this social welfare called the military-industrial complex. We are a welfare state. These Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed, they don't exist without welfare from the federal government. And it's time to cut them off. It's time, instead of building all these bombs we don't need, $7 trillion in the past 20 years were spent on Iraq and Afghanistan. That's Medicare for all. That's better schools. That's an investment in our local communities. And that's me paraphrasing Dwight David Eisenhower, who said, "Beware of the military-industrial complex." I'm just telling you what General Eisenhower said. On this Veterans Day, I'm telling you exactly what General Eisenhower, one of the great generals of all time, said. Nothing new. I didn't say anything new. I'm just telling you what a Republican President Dwight Eisenhower said. When we come back, I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, Dan and I are going to take calls from the people in the Zoom room. Raise your hand. I will talk about Dan and I in the newsroom. We'll talk about anything you want. And if there's anybody watching us on YouTube, I'm told we have 6,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I'm going to go check YouTube. And there's a chat room that I look at the next day on YouTube. So we'll answer your questions from the chat room if you have any questions. I'm pretty sure this is not going to work out the way Dan, are you there? Dan?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
This is going to be bad. I have a feeling. We had a big meeting yesterday, and we got talked into this. So this is coming up. Professor Ben Burgis. He'll be joining us in 30 minutes. Dan and I are going to squirm for 30 minutes. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back taking your calls and answering your questions in the chat room.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right.
All right. Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Coming up, we're just loading up some snark here. Coming up in the next half hour, Professor Ben Burgis, columnist for Jacobin and host of Give Them an Argument. His latest book is Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. He'll join us in 30 minutes. But here to engage in my latest suicide mission is our pretentious douchebag, Dan Frankenberger, in the newsroom.
Hello, JAG officer.
Hello, JAG officer. So, okay. So we had a meeting yesterday, Dan and I, and Professor Bick, and who else was there? Hannah, and is that it?
Invisible Ninja.
An Invisible Ninja showed his face, and I was going to make fun of. So Andy didn't make it, and Grace weren't there, and we were talking about ways to improve the show, and the number one way to improve the show I didn't agree to because I like hosting it. So I said, no, that's not the solution. How do we do the show with me? One of the suggestions was we spend some time interacting with people in the over at YouTube. So let me go to YouTube right now. This is going to be so bad. This is just going to be a nightmare. Is anybody watching us on YouTube? Let's see. Hang on. Okay. Yes, we're now on YouTube. Oh, we have 121 people watching us live right now on YouTube. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Dan, do you want to first talk about our community? That would kill a couple of minutes before this debacle starts.
Yeah, let's run through a community billboard.
And then we will say hello to the people watching us on YouTube. I won't say in real time. There's like a 20-second delay. So
they're sad, pathetic humps.
They are sad,
okay.
Pathetic humps, yes. Okay, but let's first do community billboard.
Okay, so I sent the pictures. You should have gotten them. I sent it at 5:45, so you should have them.
Why don't we do them without the pictures?
Want to do it without the pictures?
Yeah, just describe. I don't have the pictures. Let's see.
First, I got a coming up this Saturday, November 13th at 4:30 Eastern. Valley Vox Theater honors Gratitude Month by celebrating solidarity with a screening of the 1952 film Salt of the Earth.
Salt of the Earth.
Guest professor Marianne Cummings.
And how do people get tickets for that?
They do that by going to get their free Zoom link. You go to Twitter at Valley Vox. You can message them or email them at valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com.
And Professor Marianne Cummings will be on shortly, right? Yep, anything from the Almanac? Anything from the Community Almanac?
No, I've got nothing from the Almanac.
Oh, okay. What else is happening with our community?
Well, Glenn posted a picture of a pond in his backyard.
He's got a pond. Are you sure it's not a septic tank leak?
It could have been, but I wanted to talk to you about our plan. I was going to see if you know how to work a canoe in the dark, because he posted a picture of a pond pre-dawn.
Right.
On his Facebook.
I have an idea. Why don't we use this as our backup and just plunge into the cold water of the YouTube chat room and just take it? Let's just is anybody raising their hand in the Zoom room? Let's just do it. Let's meet the people who are watching us on YouTube. You want to read the first what do you see there? Somebody just sent us we just made $10. What is this?
Holy
Please
moly.
ask.
That's from. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to have people paid for me to ask questions. Please ask Mark Savesco what Ted Lieu got for his vote on. Oh, come on. Oh, my God. I can't read that question. So, yes, why don't you read the questions and we'll answer them.
So you can't read it, but I should.
You do.
Please ask.
Yeah.
Please ask Mark Savesco what Ted Lieu.
No.
Oh, not that one?
We need access. This is why I don't have Congress people on the show. Because I ask tough questions, but I do need access to certain people, and I won't. That's why you won't see celebrities on the show. That's why Dan is on the show, because I can ask Dan the tough questions, like, "Where's my third wife?"
Oh, yeah, I know where she is.
All right. So what are some of the questions?
It involves a map and an X.
This is going great, by the way.
Oh yeah. Fantastic.
All right. So what are they asking in the chat? In the YouTube chat, we have 130 people watching us right now.
Mist Siren says Feldo is stalling.
Yes.
So that's true. Love you, David, from Nathiest A. David, what books are you reading? That's from Anthony George.
Okay. Do I answer this seriously? How do we do this?
Do you know how to read?
Okay, so what books am I reading? I am in the middle of Pearlstein's book about, I believe it's about the transfer from Carter to Reagan. And it's really great. It's everything that happened between 1976 and 1980, how we ended up with Reagan. It's by a guy named Pearlstein, who's a great writer. That's the book that I'm reading right now. And, of course, this. Sourdough Culture by Professor Eric Pallant, A History of Bread Making from Ancient to Modern Bakers. This is the gift you will be giving your mother or your brother or your father, who's ever baking bread. This is the history of the world told through bread making. So he was a guest on the show. Next question. So far, it's going great.
So a book about the yeast, the first thing you think of is my mother. Awesome. All right.
Well, the first thing I think about are my panties, but go ahead. Next question.
This is from Joe Boris. do you really hate Jimmy Dore?
No, I hate anybody who hates me. And Jimmy Dore and I used to be very close. And, you know, I don't hate Jimmy Dore. As I said to Cenk, when he turned on Cenk and Anna, I thought, oh, now the world makes sense to me. He turns on everybody. Jimmy, there are certain people who are scorpions. They have to, if you get too close to them, they will attack you. And that's Jimmy, I first met Jimmy through the great comedian Todd Glass. I used to do they were the original podcasters. This was before everybody. And I used to it was called Comedy and Everything Else. And I used to have so much fun doing the podcast with them. I got really close to Jimmy and Todd Glass. But they, Todd Glass and Jimmy, not because of Todd Glass, but because Jimmy had to pick a fight with Todd Glass. Jimmy is constantly fighting with people. And so I don't hate him, but, he was a close friend of mine, and he has to fight with everybody. And now he's an anti-vaxxer. Now he's pulling something really dangerous where he's, I don't know what, I sometimes watch things or I get things sent to me where he's pushing ivermectin and, he's chasing numbers and money. I would still be his friend. I would tell him he's an a-hole, but I would still be his friend. He could benefit from somebody who's a lot smarter than he is. Next question.
There's a lot of great episodes from the archives with you and he.
Yes.
That stinks that I went down that way. From a culture sculptor, we have, who am I? Why am I here?
That would be Ross Perot's running mate, Admiral Stockdale or Stockwell? No, Dean Stockwell. Anyway.
Well, I kind of know why, because we saw him. He was walking around a bus depot serenading a beaver for a half hour.
Ross Perot had a running mate named Admiral Stockdale, who was in, I believe he was also in Quantum Leap. No, he served in the Vietnam War, and he was a little old, and people made fun of him because he had to adjust his hearing aid during the debate. And he asked, who am I and why am I here? I think he was debating Al Gore and the Dan Quayle. That's an answer to your question.
So we have Rip the Jacker. Will you get Andy Kindler on the show again to stir up some drama with his liberal sensibilities?
I would love to have Andy Kindler on the show. I'm mad at Andy and Frank Conniff because we used to do a segment on this show called Mystery Guest, where we had Andy Kindler would be the mystery guest, and I'd say, please welcome our mystery guest, Andy Kindler.
Andy Kindler.
Remember this?
Oh, yeah.
And then Frank Conniff, and we'd have some other comedians ask Andy questions to try to ascertain who Andy is. And I would drag this on for an hour. And it was the funniest hour I've ever done on this show. Everybody hated it. The audience hated it. Kindler hated it. Conniff hated it. Alex, who was producing the show at the time, hated it. And I thought it was the funniest thing to get 4 comedians playing mystery guest where they were asking Andy Kindler who he was. It was great. So Andy doesn't want to do it anymore. I was going to make him our permanent mystery guest. I thought it'd be great to do a show called Mystery Guest where each week it's Andy Kindler. And they won't do it. Craig Bierko said he would do it with Richard Kind.
Well, you could transfer it into the we're not recording show.
Yeah.
Also, we're not recording, right? Oh, good.
Yeah. I think Andy is the funniest person. I mean, who doesn't love Andy Kindler?
And his podcast with J. Elvis Weinstein is Thought Spiral.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. We have a question from Dave Amatrano. Soft or strong, your toilet paper preference.
What?
Soft or strong, your toilet paper preference.
Well, I was going to say I just put lanolin on my hand, so it's soft. I don't use toilet paper. Sarah Silverman tweeted out the other night, I wish Bounty made toilet paper because I like it rough. And I read that and I started laughing. I said, I wish I were Sarah Silverman. I'm a vegan. We require very little toilet paper. So my advice to you, wet ones. That's it's much cleaner.
So there's a joke here. If you use Bounty toilet paper, there's something about I tend to lumberjack, but yeah, it's not good.
People like Mike. I don't want to do toilet paper jokes. So let's come back in 4 hours.
Corvega Starkiller. Why do women reject me every time I tell them about the David Feldman show as an opener, and they don't want to talk to me anymore?
Women, well, I can't give advice about love on this show. Women are rejecting you? Well,
yeah,
that I can't help you with. It's, I don't have answers. My opener was always, will you marry me? And then we'd get married. And have you tried gifts? It's always good to have jewelry from joebritton.com. Give them gifts. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Next question.
That works.
We have 140 people watching this right now on YouTube.
Let's see, we have the next question.
Women are a women are a mystery. Yes.
Did Frank Conniff and the female comedian get a bit mysterious? I'm not sure. That's from Ricky. Maybe I'm not reading it.
Okay.
Right. Let's go to the next one.
Well, let's see if anybody this is going.
There's a couple questions going on in Zoom. You could
okay. Next question from Zoom in the Q&A. Ethan Hirschenfeld is asking, any idea where my car keys could be? Well, when I was married to my third wife, I always know that your car keys are always in the last place you would look. So I would check her vagina. I don't want to do that.
The last time we saw Ethan Hirschenfeld, this might give him a clue.
Yes.
He was sitting in a Tuscaloosa church pew hiding razors for half an hour. So maybe go check the church.
Okay.
That's my advice.
Somebody wants to know how snakes pee. I would think with the toilet seat down. Right? That's and
that makes sense.
Laura Martin asks, where's Jim Earl? I don't know. Do you like Rittenhouse's suits? I think I'd like to see him in a striped suit and some ankle bracelets. Which comedy shows am I watching, David? Soccer Pizza asks. What was I laughing at the other day? Oh, the Hindenburg landing. No, what was I? I was watching something. There was something I was watching the other night. You know who I like is Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah is great. The Daily Show, really great. Favorite cartoon? Well, Family Guy. There's nothing like, what's the point of watching anything other than Family Guy? Family Guy is the greatest show in the history of television. It really is. It's just perfect. It makes me laugh really hard.
I love Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry is fantastic in my book. I like when he smashes his own hand with a hammer and it gets real big.
Are you being serious?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have 3 questions in the Zoom as well. If you
okay.
Want. Oh, now 4. In case we run out here.
I think considering this is the first time we've done this, it's not bad.
Yeah,
We should do this we should do this more often.
Sure.
Yeah. Get to meet our listeners. Get to meet our people. We have 140 people watching us on YouTube right now. Is that good?
It's fantastic.
Okay. When is Ethan coming to DC? Ethan, well, he's going to be on the show in 40 minutes with his dad. We'll ask him. Rick and Morty is hilarious. You know, Dave Cyrus thinks it's the best show on television. I just don't have time to commit to, always have one. I have The Crown, The Sopranos, and Mad Men on permanent rotation. So I go, I don't have time to add, which subway line do I prefer? I like the Q. I like the Q train. I find that's the best place to pee. For taking a dump, I like the 6 train, not the number 2, surprisingly enough, but the Q train is good for if you're pee shy like I am. Speaking of pee, here's take our next question. I'll show you. I've been doing Photoshops. Do I have mansion? All right, I won't. What's our next question?
Did you not hear what Michael said about Noah? I'm not exactly sure what that's referring to.
I don't know what he's saying. 42 or 142? I don't know what that means. Columbo I watched. Somebody said Sopranos is amazing. Try Columbo, Feldo. That was one of the shows when I started doing stand-up. I completely stopped watching television. But Columbo was on A&E, and I became addicted to Columbo. And if you're a fan of Columbo, go on YouTube and watch Peter Falk on Inside the Actors Studio. It's really inspirational. He's really, really great.
From the Zoom room, John Hayes asks, how many comedians does it take to change a light bulb at the Improv?
How many comedians does it take? I don't know. But you know that I used to work in the red light district in Krakow, Poland, right?
No, I did not know that.
I used to change they needed me to change the lights in the red light district in Poland.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. I'm under 30 and I love Andy Kindler. Okay. Why, when I was under 30, back when everything was in black and white, I liked older comedians. I'm always stunned that people who are the gatekeepers think that if you're under 30, you only want to watch somebody who's your age. I always was looking up to people. The Wire and Homeland are good. Yeah, The Wire, I keep getting, I start it, and it's overwhelming. I'm going to say something real. Anyway, I'm not going to. Homeland, I have to get to. And I saw something. Anyway, yeah. Next question, Dan.
Murder, She Wrote. Feldman doesn't watch chick shows.
Murder, She Wrote. I'm really enjoying the new one entitled Rust. I think Rust is one of the best Murder, She Wrote ever done, starring Alec Baldwin. Next question. Ba-dum bum.
I'm waiting for more questions to roll in. I'm not seeing too many more. We got a few more minutes.
And of course, I'm not going to admit it, but MacGyver is my favorite show. I don't know how he does it. What do I think of Howard Stern? Well, I think, I don't want to make enemies. I think he put people on his show who should have been saved from themselves. I think a lot of people are exhibitionists and don't mind being laughed at as opposed to laughed with. And I thought he coarsened our culture. And I think he's redeemed himself a little, but, I used to find him compelling, and then I found him to be a waste of my time. So, have you seen the movie Sorry to Bother You? No. Where's the capital of Malawi? I have no idea. Bring back Todd Glass. Yes, I reach out to him. Hey, Felder, do you recommend Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, the Shire book? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's pretty great. There's another one I can't remember the name of. Shit. There's Shire's book, and then there's a new one. Not a new. Well, I can't remember the name of the book. On the last show, you talked about throwing your panties at the audience. You bring 6 pairs. Is that 2 for each audience member? What? So that means...
Who is that?
Who would write that? Yes, I throw my panties at the audience.
Did you use a T-shirt cannon?
There's a T-shirt cannon, but I just drop my pants and fire a rocket. Is Ben Burgess here yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Keep going.
We could play some music from, it's kind of interesting taking these calls and sweating this hard. Let anybody raising their hand in our Zoom room. Oh, here we go. Yes. Let's go to Warren, who's in our Zoom room. And if you're watching us on YouTube or listening to us as a podcast and you would like to join the animals in our Zoom room, go to my website and hit attend a live taping. What is on your mind, Warren?
David, I'm sorry to do this, but I really want my question answered or asked. I know that you need access. I understand this completely, but if you're not going to ask the hard questions, what's the point? The Earth does not have the time. Our species does not have the time if we don't ask the hard questions. In the words of FDR, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Right.
So this is the problem. You need to ask the hard questions. I'll ask it. If you call on me when he's on, and I'll.
What is your question? What is your question? This is a question from. We're having Mark Savasco on the show. He is chief of staff to Congressman Ted Lieu, who is one of the best congressmen in Washington. You have a question that you want to ask. I'm uncomfortable asking the question, Warren, because I like access to Mark Savasco because he gives us a civics class. This, Warren, is why I don't try to have famous people on the show, because when you ask questions that are uncomfortable, they don't come back. So I'm not trying to build this show around having Bernie on the show, because I will ask rude questions of Bernie. I can't help myself. I figure it's better to have people like you and Professor Mary, people who are brilliant and read and educate, so you don't need to have access to these celebrities. I don't think having a congressperson on or a senator or a movie star is entertaining because they don't answer your questions. And the reason I have Mark Savasco on is he has a lot to offer in terms of how bills become law and what's going on. So that it's
the last time you had him on, he was laughing at you. He was like saying, "You guys are pitching me softballs." Ask him a hard one.
But what's the point of asking him a hard one?
The point is you'll see how he reacts to it. You'll catch him off guard. It's what Russert would do on Meet the Press. Back in the day, he'd ask the hard questions.
Yes, he did.
He did. So be like him. Show some balls.
I do, and I mean, did you watch the first 90 minutes of the show?
Yes, I've been here since the very beginning.
Right. So I mean, I would, to me, it's not. I would ask Ted Lieu that question, but I'm not going to ask Mark that question because he's between a rock and a hard place. He has to.
Yeah, that's you have access to him. I understand that. I guess I'm just frustrated.
You're angry. So am I.
It's no. I'm just saying that the world does not have the time. Like COP26 was a joke.
Right.
So you saw Abby Martin get up there and ask Pelosi a hard question. She has the balls.
What did she ask?
She was saying, why is the military exempt from the fossil fuel regulations? They use more fossil fuels than 140 countries on the planet. They are the largest user of fossil fuels on our planet.
Now, was this at a press conference or did Abby do a one-on-one with her?
It was at the press conference, and the guy, you showed the clip. He played the clip that she did. And she asked the hard question.
Right.
You got when you have the access, like, trust me, I realize what the implications are. But I'm just trying to help. Like, these are the hard questions.
But okay, point taken. I'm going to get the last word on this because other people, and I appreciate it. This show doesn't have power brokers on. I'm not interested in talking to powerful people because anybody who has power is suspect. Anybody who is at the top is compromised. And so getting them on the show and then trying to humiliate them is a waste of my time. I rather research these topics and present the news as, in a easy to digest way that's fun and informative, rather than gaining access to famous, powerful people, because they're not going to give you a straight answer. They're all sociopaths. You can't embarrass them. They're shameless. So, yes, Tim Russert used to ask tough questions, but that's not, you have to do Meet the Press. It's your subpoena. It's like a subpoena. You have to show up. This show, I'm trying to pass information, not catch somebody in a lie or expose.
Understood.
Huh?
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I
appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your anger. I'm trying to inform, and I find, I ask the candidates tough questions. They're never going to come back on my show once they get elected. Katie Porter did my show when she was running. She's not going to come on my show now when they get elected. Robert, I appreciate what you're saying, Warren. I do. I appreciate what you're saying. Robert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I highly recommend the movie Sorry to Bother You. It's by Boots Riley. It's a good movie about union organizing, racism, and it's got a little military-industrial complex stuff.
We should show at office hours, we should show more documentaries about the labor movement. We had Tom Morello on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. We have him on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour this week, and Tom Morello talked about Joe Hill, and I'm going, I don't know the first thing about Joe Hill. I mean, and then I looked him up and go, my God, why aren't we showing documentaries about him at office hours? Hey, let me ask you a question while I have you here. We were having a big meeting on yesterday, and we were talking about possibly putting the first hour of office hours on YouTube on Friday night from 8 to 9 when I answer questions from the Zoom room and hear people. And I was wondering, and you can discuss it in the chat room, would that be an invasion of anybody's privacy if it wouldn't be I would occasionally use a gallery view, but mostly it would be the speaker view. And I thought office hours occasionally on Friday night, the first hour on YouTube might be interesting to get more people to come to office hours, perhaps, and join us. But we'll discuss it at office hours Friday night at
8 o'clock.
Yeah. Yes, this is pre-recorded. We're doing this live. Hello. Let me take one more question. We have. I'll make a deal with you, Rodrigo. Are you there, Rodrigo? I will give you as much time as you want at the end of the show.
Okay.
Is that good? Do you know Ben Burgess, Professor Ben Burgess?
I know him, yes.
Professor Ben Burgess joins us. I just want to introduce you to Professor Ben Burgess because he'll get a kick out of you. It's kind of funny. Professor Ben Burgess is the host of Give Them an Argument. He's also author of a new book about Christopher Hitchens, as well as Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. This is Rodrigo, Professor Burgess. This is so funny. He's not an American. How many languages do you have to speak because you're not an American?
4.
4, yes, because he's not an American. I just have, that's the great thing about being an American. I just speak English. This guy, what are the languages you have to speak because you're not an American? Hello?
Español.
You speak
Inglés,
Spanish? What else?
Japonés.
Japanese? What are the other two? French?
English and Spanish.
God. Thank you, Rodrigo. We'll talk to you at the end of the show. Thank you. And thank you, Dan Frankenberger. If people want to contact you, what do they do?
Send me an email to denfeldman@gmail.com. And Dave, this episode, please take it easy on Professor Burgess.
Can I ask a question of Professor Ben Burgess?
Yes, go ahead very quickly.
Yeah, what is postmodernism, and why should I care? Or if I do need to care, why should I care?
Postmodernism is, I think it means different things if you're talking about like culture, literature, even like architecture that I could not explain well. But in terms of philosophy, it's a kind of view that has to do with skepticism about certain kinds of claims to knowledge and grand narratives about history. And a lot of the, so people like Foucault and Derrida who were kind of reacting against Marxism and other things. I don't know. You shouldn't actually care that much. Don't worry about
it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let me just mute everybody here. And there we go. I want to thank Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. We took questions from our YouTube viewers. We hadn't met the YouTube viewers yet, and I find them just like the. No, I was not going to turn on the people. Professor Ben Burgess joins us. Can you imagine having to learn another language other than English? I mean, that's sad, isn't it?
I've tried, but it's definitely not something I have a flair for. Like I could, I could speak like a tiny amount of German based on what I could remember from classes that I took like decades ago.
Just enough to turn me on sexually, right?
That's right. That was the original goal, and mission accomplished. Mission
accomplished, if you know what I mean. There's something. Anyway, Professor Ben Burgess, I haven't seen you in 2 weeks.
That's right. Yep.
And I called you. I watched your debate with Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
And so I called you first to tell you how brilliant you are. You were really amazing.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
But he is not as bad as I thought he would be in terms of where does he get his information from? Because it's like he's learned his talking points, literally. He's memorized I mean, were you impressed by him? What was your tell everybody who he is first, please.
Sure. Charlie Kirk is the founder and head of an organization called Turning Points USA, which is basically, to put it a little unkindly, raises money from old conservatives to organize young conservatives on college campuses, and
Coke money. I mean, it's oil money.
Yeah, I'm not sure about all of it. I know Kurt comes from like the northern suburbs of Chicago, and my impression is that there's that there are rich people from that area that he probably gets a lot of money from.
But there's like revenue of $30 million like annually. There,
I mean, I could believe it. I mean,
there's like $30 million passing through Turning Points USA. Where does that money go? I mean, like, what is it spent on? Because he seemed to have it was pretty impressive studio he had. You look good, right?
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, it was surreal, right? Like, especially because a couple weeks before I did that, few weeks, I was in New York, and while I was there, I went to go see the offices where Jacobin is, which I'd never actually seen before. Been writing for them for a while, and it's like the Jacobin's like most of one floor of a pretty nondescript building, nothing to identify it as such, and I think Bhaskar Sankara, the editor, I think was like using like a broom to like prop up the door to the hallway while I was there. He was nice enough to like get together like a party for me on the like roof of the building, but like the total financial outlay for that was like ordering a pizza.
Right.
And then like a few weeks later, go to Phoenix, and the Turning Points USA studio. I mean, it's in this building that is all to their cells. It has Turning Points USA in giant letters on the outside. You go through sliding glass doors. They're like Turning Points USA floor mats. The bathrooms have the Turning Points USA logo on them.
Right.
There's a green room, the studio.
And who runs it? Who's really in charge of it?
Who's really in charge? I couldn't really tell you. I mean,
is like Charlie? Is he the front man for it, or is
I would expect that he's more of a front man, but I certainly couldn't tell you. Based on like spending a couple hours in the building that were mostly taken up with the debate. And
how does this work? How does Turning Points work in terms? It's a nonprofit. It's a 501c4 or 501c3.
I'm not sure about that. Like I said, I couldn't tell you the legal details. I sort of doubt it is because, it might be, but but I think that, given that they do, pretty openly express preferences about elections and things like that, I suspect they might not be. Charlie was actually, he spoke at the Republican convention last year. Donald Trump has, I think, been in that building. Like I saw that interview, and like the background looked very different, but Kirk started the interview with "Welcome to Arizona," so I suspect it might have been that same building. At any rate, like
it has revenue of $40 million a year.
I certainly got the impression that it was like absurdly well funded. That that this it's like, okay, this must be nice to do this stuff. Not in the way it's done in left media, but with like rich people clearly driving dump trucks of money up to your door, all day, every day. Might be a little bit of exaggeration, but they're manifestly extremely well funded. Now, earlier you said, you talked about memorized talking points. There's some of that. I will say that in this actual debate, and I've looked at, the one he did before me, and I saw the same thing there. A lot of it was not memorized. Like he had this binder on his lap that, gotta say, kind of screamed prepared by staff. Like it, has the Turning Points USA logo,
Right.
On the, or no, it doesn't even have the Turning Points USA logo. It's like nicely printed up graphics that say Debate Night with Charlie Kirk on the binder.
Right.
And he was kind of flipping through it throughout the debate,
Yes.
So I think he had a lot of like kind of gotchas and, quotes and figures and did you know that even FDR said this, or
And Norway's
this
money. But
percentage
there was one thing where he asked you about Norway and their fossil fuels. Like he presented it as an example of why Norway doing so well as an example of why we should be drilling for oil as opposed to providing a safety net for. Does anything register with him?
With him, probably not, right? I mean, like in the moment, there were a few times when he was like, okay, yeah, good point, whatever. But like, is he going to retain that? 2 days later, who knows, right? Like that's, to my mind, that's not really the point. That the purpose of doing a public debate is never really, certainly not about convincing the other person on the stage with you, because that's realistically extraordinarily unlikely to happen. And I mean, even if you make generous assumptions that they're doing this in totally good faith and all of that stuff, it's still, I mean, when somebody's entire personal and professional identity is bound up with their political position,
right.
It's going to be psychologically very difficult for them to break from that, even if they're 100% sincere and et cetera. So to my mind, that's not really the point. And the point isn't even, his most hardcore fans, right? Because, the most hardcore fans, they'll, whatever happens, right, they'll find something to tell themselves about it. The point is that, these people have giant audiences, like many, many times the size of ours, right? I mean, I am not going to be invited to the next Democratic convention. That's,
right.
Charlie spoke the last Republican one. And all of these audiences, like almost by definition, are not monolithic, right? I mean, this is the mistake that people always make when they say this is pointless. They say, well, they sort of start from the true premise that the most hardcore fans aren't going to be convinced by anything, and then they go to the obviously false conclusion that nobody's going to be, which of course anybody who does this regularly has regularly gotten testimonials from people who say that, oh yeah, I saw such and such, that actually did help, that was part of what brought me around. We can argue about how many, but I mean, the goal is always to talk to whoever's persuadable in the audience, either people who are maybe, slightly sympathetic, who are like sympathetic enough to give him a hearing, but, aren't necessarily married to his views yet, or people who maybe even used to be hardcore fans, but for whatever reason, at this particular point in their lives, they're open to something different. And I guess the fact that that's, the point, to my mind, is to talk to those groups within the audience is exactly why I'm not really interested in doing some of the stuff that, I mean, whatever. I mean, I got overwhelmingly positive feedback from leftists.
Oh, it was unbelievable. The frustration with Charlie Kirk is...
In this case, it's good, but I was just going to say, right, but it is also why I'm not interested in doing some of the stuff that I think people in my camp would be most satisfied by, which is like basically like yelling at him, denouncing him,
right.
or, having like snappy, funny, clapbacks or whatever. Because all of that stuff gives us something to cheer. And, I enjoy watching it as much as anybody does, but it's actually actively counterproductive if the goal is to reach whoever can be reached in that audience, right? I mean, like the more it's just about like you two personally butting heads, the more that kind of misses the point, and the easier it is for them to tell themselves that you're just a triggered leftist or whatever. Right. Whereas if you could just sort of like in a calm, friendly way say, this is what everything this guy is saying is bullshit, right. I think that's more likely to have some kind of impact.
The debate, there were one of the key components of the debate that I really enjoyed was faux populism. Mm-hmm. There's a slipperiness on the right. Tucker Carlson is onto this, where they say, I hate Jeff Bezos. I hate too much power concentrated in the hands of the few. Were you able to discuss unions with him? Did you get him to say whether or not he thinks unions and enforcement of antitrust legislation is the answer?
So we did get into the union stuff a little bit. I mean, basically, so the debate had two halves. There was like the first hour, which was aired as an episode of his new show, Debate Night with Charlie Kirk, and then there was kind of a post game hour, and which we aired the whole thing when we got it, and I think he aired the whole thing on his personal channel. Only the first hour went out on the TPUSA channel, but the second hour was a lot more all over the place, in terms of topics. But the first hour was purely about the faux populism, and this is one of the things that even before, because there was this like 2.5 weeks before.
I mean, does he support the Voting Rights Act, at least the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? Does he support? If he's a populist, what does he support?
Yeah, I mean, clearly not, right? But what I was focused on in the initial thing was, okay, I hear you say that you're not a corporate Republican, you're a populist, which of course is what Tucker Carlson says. It's what Josh Hawley says, J.D. Vance, Donald Trump. Bizarrely, even Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio have started saying stuff like that lately. Mm-hmm. But here's what confuses me about that, right? That like, how could you say that you're a populist if you don't support, raising the minimum wage? So, for the working poor, or raising taxes on rich people to, fund programs that would help people at the bottom of society, or making it easier for ordinary people to organize unions. And what, even before anybody watched it, when I had no idea like what anybody would think of the sort of specifics, right, of what happened. One thing I was really happy about was just that, like, if nothing else, he had to spend an hour giving me like Wall Street Journal editorial pages arguments against raising the minimum wage, against unions, against raising taxes, even on Jeff Bezos, who he says he hates.
Oh, he wasn't for raising taxes on Jeff Bezos. He's not for.
So I asked. This was like the very end of that first hour. I asked him about this because I'd seen him say in 2019 he was given this really good question by Kyle Kulinski about, okay, would you be willing to raise Jeff Bezos' taxes by 1% if that could be used to house every single homeless veteran? And in 2019, his response was, well, I hope he would do it voluntarily. And
like self-deporting.
Yeah. And I pointed out that, well, it's been 2 years. He's clearly not going to do it voluntarily. It seems like he would rather buy a spaceship. So now would you support raising Jeff Bezos' taxes? And he spent like 2 minutes essentially arguing with himself about it, sort of hemming and hawing and going back and forth and maybe, but I don't know. Like the fact that this is such a hard question for him, whether he would raise the taxes on either the wealthiest or second wealthiest, depending on which rank you're looking at, man in the world, who he says he hates. He repeatedly said that. That like that guy, whether you'd be willing to deprive him of another 1% of his wealth, if doing so.
All right, so let me go over the format with you, because we're talking with Ben Burgis. He's the host of Give Them an Argument, as well as author of Give Them an Argument, Logic for the Left, and he's a columnist for Jacobin. We've talked about this in the past. So I found the format with you and Charlie Kirk. I found it satisfying in that there was a clock ticking and nobody could filibuster. You had 2 minutes. Was there a 2-minute clock? Is that how it worked?
Yes, there were 2-minute opening statements and then 1 minute responses, and then after that it was open.
If it were give them an inquisition, because I'm being serious here. How do you think it? Were you frustrated if you and I were co-hosting Give Them an Inquisition?
Yeah.
And he was in the hot seat and he just had to answer the questions, and how do you square this with that, and just has to agree to our line of questioning. Would he have agreed to that? Would he agree to an inquisition?
No, he wouldn't have. But of course, since I was literally in his studio, if it was organized as an inquisition, it would have been the other way around. And I probably would have been much more frustrated by that because, of course, the problem as I see it with inquisitions is that ultimately any kind of inquisition is going to be based on how, your underlying assumptions, right? So like, sure, if I could somehow convince him, which I couldn't, to be subject to my inquisition, that'd be fun for me. But if he could subject me to his inquisition, he would ask a lot of questions that I would think were ultimately based on nonsense premises, and I would just reject the fundamental assumptions behind the question. But of course, the second you start to reject the assumption, it's not an inquisition anymore. It's you're back to having.
Well, okay, so you be Charlie Kirk in 3. We have 4 minutes left. You be Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think Jeff Bezos is a bad guy?
Oh yes.
Why is he bad?
Jeff Bezos is a bad guy because he doesn't have proper American values, and
is he destructive?
Yes, he's destructive.
Who's he hurting? Who does he hurt? Does he hurt his employees?
I'm going to step out of character here. I think Charlie would say yes, although in fact I'm pretty sure he would say yes, although probably also part of why he would why he thinks Jeff Bezos is destructive is that he owns the Washington Post, and and since
so he does, and is he too big? Is it too big?
I think he would say yes, although there's a fascinating question here about how if the Inquisition could goes on to ask him what a solution is.
Well, I mean, I would ask I would say, Charlie, there are laws on the book. There's the Sherman antitrust laws. There's various laws on the books as recently as the 60s. Should they be used to rein in businesses that are anti-competitive? Do you believe those laws that are already on the book should be used? Mm-hmm. What would he say?
He might say yes to that. I don't think that's impossible that he might say yes. Right. It's because he is, I guess to be fair, he will sometimes say things that aren't quite free market fundamentalists that are gesturing just a little bit in the direction of, we could have a little bit of a safety net. Although one of his lines that he likes, he used it with me, and I've seen him use it other places, is that we should have a safety net, not a hammock, which is funny because just visually, I'm pretty sure safety nets are much bigger than hammocks. Mm-hmm. But he'll say things like that. I think the most actually redistributive thing I've ever seen him say is that he'd support basically paying people to have children, which of course obviously fits into
now Turning Points is not a recipient of the free market. In other words, it's not a beneficiary of this mythical free market, is it?
I mean, it's a beneficiary of donations from people who have probably, according to them, benefited from the free market. So they would say that since they're voluntarily spending their money how they want, it's all consistent.
I mean, could you question him on this building and his salary and say it's the free market, that his product is, that his fortune is the result of his product, or his product is the result of other people's fortune who are trying to brainwash millions of people?
So I've seen, I think, if I'm remembering right, I watched 4 of his previous debates before I did this, and I think in the one with Hassan Piker, Piker did bring up some of the donors and, kind of push that point a little bit. And Kirk's response, if I remember correctly, is to start indignantly talking about how Turning Points USA's money came from, thousands of, small donors all around the country, blah, blah, blah. I suspect that at best, that's an evasive half-truth, right? There might be thousands of small donors, but all put together, they probably donated less than they got from 4 rich people. That would be my strong guess. I mean, I haven't looked at the books.
The Marcus Foundation gives $1.5 million. $510,000 a year from Darwin Deason. These are big, $750,000 from one family, 610. I mean, it's just chunks of donations from wealthy people who can write it off because it is a nonprofit, and they're using it for their advertising. They're using Charlie Kirk to advertise the ideology that makes them rich.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what he would say is if successful people who have contributed to the economy voluntarily want to contribute to what they see as a worthy cause, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And that would probably be his line.
Okay. Professor Ben Burge, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Although I don't think Charlie Cook is the political guy. I don't think Charlie Kirk realized that you were mopping the floor with him. Great job. You're a professor. I would not debate Charlie Kirk. He would mop the floor with me. I would not know how to respond to his talking points. You were brilliant. It was riveting.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, you really are. You're always in the gutter. I mean this. You go into the gutter with these people. You will fight anybody, and your sword is very sharp from those fights. How do you feel? How did you feel afterwards?
No, I felt good. I mean, I think that went about as well as it possibly could have.
Let me bring in Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld.
Mostly because he didn't say anything that was not like some right-wing talking point that it's like in other words, like, okay, you can sort of tell that he's starting to talk about the Nordics. So like you can sort of see from 5 minutes in advance that there's going to be some sort of gotcha about oil in Norway. And, and it's so I think that if he'd been more unpredictable, maybe it wouldn't have gone as well as it did. But I was very happy with how it went.
Can you spare 5 minutes? Because I want to bring in Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. He's a Freudian psychoanalyst, and I think you need help. And Ethan, if you want to come in, Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian, and he is also, his special Thug Jew is absolutely brilliant. Last week, Ethan was waiting to go on. He was at a comedy club waiting to go on, and there was an energy, and I was kind of baiting him, trying to get inside his head. And it was kind of like the Toreador about to walk in to the fight. And we'll talk about this. But psychologically speaking, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Professor Ben Burgis loves an argument, and he will go into the gutter and debate the worst of the worst. You debate Stefan Molyneux, is it fair to call him a crypto Nazi, at least crypto fascist, a white supremacist?
I mean, let's put it this way. I think that he seems to attract a lot of those people's fans, and I don't think it's a coincidence.
But you've debated the hierarchy of race with, haven't you debated like some form of higher?
Well, he wouldn't say that, like I don't think he would say that he believes in that, right? Like if anything, he'll say disingenuous things like, your support for open immigration is like actually like it's bad for like black people in the United States because their jobs will be taken by Mexican immigrants and things like that, right? So he's not going to come out and say that he believes in racial hierarchy. Again, I mean, I think, as I recall, the chat stream on that included a lot of speculation about whether I look Jewish. So I don't think it's a coincidence that that's the audience that he attracts.
Right. Dr. Hirschenfeld, I think personally it's a fool's errand to debate these people. Professor Burgis gets into the gutter with them. I was just curious what your thought is. Like, what any thoughts on that?
I think professors like to debate. I think Professor Burgess is good at debating, so why shouldn't he? Is he going to change many minds? I would be really surprised if he does. But maybe some of the like-minded people will be reinforced in their thinking when they hear Ben's arguments. So I don't think it's a fool's errand. It depends what he wants to accomplish.
Right.
But
and
go and be healthy.
right. And you have an adrenaline rush. Like we were with Ethan before he was going on stage last week, and you could tell he was about to walk through a wall of fire. Do you get that?
It was adrenaline and Diet Coke. That's what it was. That's my drink before going on.
You could really, adhere to the Freudian tradition and make it a different kind of Coke.
Right.
Yeah.
So
A low blow.
yes.
But anyway, professors like doing that sort of thing.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Did you have an adrenaline rush before? Is it like walking into a fight?
Sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, anytime, honestly, almost any kind of public, I mean, even like teaching, right? Like there's a little bit of that, right? Like, and I think probably much more for something like this, that more people are going to watch. I would just say, I think on this question of changing people's minds, I think it depends a little bit on, that word many, right? Like how many is many. And I also think it depends on what time frame you're thinking about, right? Because I think something that almost never happens is somebody thinks something and they hear somebody making an argument against it, and like halfway through or while they're going home that night, they're like, oh my God, he was right? Like that's not realistic, right? But I don't think that means that people don't change their mind, and I don't think that means that arguments don't play any role in people changing their minds, right? I mean, like how many people, I will say, like, I always find it funny, when I know people well who say, people that change their mind, because usually I can rattle off 10 or 20 big things that they change their mind about over the course of their lives. I just think that it's not like instantaneous. It's a cumulative process. You hear things that plant seeds of doubt or don't, depending on whether you happen to be in a place in your life where you're open to that at that particular time. Maybe like, you hear, certainly in my case, when I hear a really good argument for something I strongly disagree with, my initial reaction is usually just to be irritated by it. But then initially, right? But then like later you might, find yourself thinking back to it at a later point in time when you have a little bit less ego at stake, than you do when you're just sort of confronted with it initially. And, you think back to it, you realize that you feel a little bit differently, and maybe even you feel a little bit differently partially as a result of that, right? Because people are convinced of things that go deeply against their initial beliefs all the time. People who were intensely and devoutly religious become atheists, or vice versa. People who used to be, young Republicans, end up in the DSA, or vice versa. Like these things.
It's not because somebody argued them out of it. There's a whole new school of psychology studying the question, how do you change somebody's mind? And it's not by proving that they are wrong, because that just entrenches them more in what they already believe.
I think the studies that show that all have an extremely short time frame. That and I think within that extremely short time frame, that seems totally plausible to me. That that again, you're irritated, you feel defensive. So yeah, if the question is, what do you think the next hour or even the next day, then I think that's right. But I think that I think there are very few people
He's
who on
arguing
reflection.
with me already. I opened my mouth once. He's arguing.
He is. Well, Dr. Hirschenfeld, I know him very well.
The more he talks, the more sure I am of my position.
I know him very well.
Now, but what about a few weeks from now when when you're you're a little bit more distanced from it?
Back to you on that.
Dr. Hirschenfeld,
I think that you're both wrong.
he likes a fight, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
I noticed.
Yeah, I mean, he will.
Yeah.
And so we're going to talk behind.
By the way, you tipped your hand a few minutes ago. I never understood what this term was that you used, the mop up. And then you said, if I ever argued this with this guy, he would mop the floor with me.
Yes.
So the mop up is some kind of masochistic acting out of yours.
It could also be, it's not necessarily masochistic. It could be that he's spending these few hours mopping the floor with everybody who comes on as a guest.
Well, Leslie came up with the term, and it's me mopping up the news. It's like the news is this gigantic mess, and I'm mopping the floors like I used to do at Show World years ago. Professor Ben Burgess, give them an argument, and Jacobin, and just to make them happy, you won. You beat Dr. Hirschenfeld. You mopped the floor with Dr. You really... we have to make him happy so he comes back.
Yeah, wow. I didn't even know somebody could win like a 5-minute interaction where you barely talk to each other.
But we're going to psychoanalyze you behind your back.
All right.
Before you go, I just want to let you know, you don't want to miss this. I'm going to be announcing this later, but I might as well just do it now. I'm launching right now, as of tonight, I'm launching a war on Hanukkah. Starting right now. It's just, I don't think it's fair that Christmas gets all the...
Well, how about a war on the Maccabees?
Yeah.
Who were the Maccabees?
Okay.
Goodbye. Thank you, Professor Ben Burgess.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Who were the Maccabees?
I knew I was a vegan even as a youngster because when they told that story, apparently the Maccabees, I always remember this story, they're sneaking under an elephant and stabbing it in the stomach to win some battle. And all I could think about was that elephant. Why are they, it's so mean to stab an elephant. Am I conflating different holidays or was that?
I have no idea, but I would say that David was not paying attention in Hebrew school, and now he expects us to be mopping up for him because he doesn't know who the Maccabees were. Well, you know what?
I wasn't paying attention either. You're the one.
They took on the Greeks. The Greeks took over Israel, and the Maccabees kind of had a revolution, and the leader said, "Don't waste, turn the lights off here. I'm not the oil company. Stop wasting the lamp. If you go to bed, blow out the lamp." And they kept the kids kept the lamp going all night, and they were able to stretch it out over a long period of time.
And the Maccabees won, and the Greeks were left with nothing but the tuna melt. They gave us democracy, they gave us theater, they gave us philosophy, and the Maccabees reduced them to the tuna melt. So.
Actually, Ethan, the truth is that the Maccabees heard about Jesus, and they said, "This kid is a winner, and we're going to have something to counteract this kid with gifts. Why don't we invent a holiday for?" Yeah. Going back to arguing.
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like arguing.
Me neither.
I have to tell you.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I just spoke to John Cleese. He says you do.
I don't.
John Cleese says you love an argument.
I absolutely do not. I was once put up to debate in 8th grade in front of the 7th graders to demonstrate how to debate. And I remember my friend Caroline, she said something about the Sandinistas or something. And then they looked at me, and I didn't have an opinion at all. That was the end of the debate.
Right. By the way, he got reelected again, Ortega.
Wow.
So in psychiatry, I'll ask this of your associate, Dr. Hirschenfeld. Are you changing minds when you're a psychiatrist?
You're not changing them. You're turning them upside down. So it's the same mind, but it's in a slightly different orientation. That's the idea, because you can't you can't change your mind.
What do you do? Well,
It's a very good way of putting it.
you can't change a mind.
But you can turn it upside down.
You can turn it upside down. And you turn it upside down and ask the
You shake it, and you shake it all over. You shake it, and then you put it back. You step away very slowly, and see what happens.
Right. And so you say he's correct, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
It's always correct.
Okay.
Listen, he's dressed like a thug, and if I argue with him, he's going to mug me.
This is one of many. This is one of many hats that I've found. By the way, you find them, you launder them twice, and then it's your hat.
We have
This one is acrylic because we're not yet into wool season. This one is acrylic.
we want to plug your big movie Friday night, but
Yes,
first,
tomorrow.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Id, superego, or ego? What do you prefer? Like if you have to go with one, and there is a correct answer, what would you prefer to go with?
I feel like it's a sort of breakfast, lunch, dinner scenario. So for breakfast, you don't want to start off too hot out of the gate with super ego for breakfast. Lunch is it is lunch because that's a full stomach.
Oh my God! Hang on. I gotta go. Wait. Say it again. With lunch, you go with what?
Lunch, you want to go with the id because that's the big meal. That's the red meat. You don't want to go to sleep with all on a full stomach. And then dinner time, ego. You want to. It's reasonable. It's not too much. You want to, and then you want to go to bed feeling like you had enough, but you didn't overdo it. That's how I would recommend it.
Wow. Is he correct, Dr. Hirschenfeld?
Not only is he correct, he's starting a whole new school of psychoanalysis.
And a diner.
And a diet. That's Sigmund's.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, the Freud diet. That's good.
Why not a Freudian themed restaurant?
Yeah.
You're like instead of eggs, mama. I'll have some mama. and you say those eggs were delicious, and you go, how delicious? Go on with that. And the waitresses come, they come with a pad and they take your order.
Yeah,
and
instead of saying how was everything and walking away before you even answer, they actually listen.
Right. Interesting. Let's come up with a Freudian themed diner. I like this. Your movie premieres.
Yeah, well, again, to call it my movie is I don't know. I can't think of a funny analogy, but I have a little role, but it's important because they talk about my character.
It's amazing. Dr. Hirschenfeld, this is the curse. He came up with the most brilliant bit, right?
Right. Yes.
And on to the next. No, you don't get to enjoy it. It's just on to the next. And now he's sulking because, right? You're sulking. You just came up with one of the most brilliant bits in the history of the show, but now you didn't have a bit for this thing, so now you're sulking. So go ahead.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Right. Yeah.
Most successes are followed by a little bit of guilt. Okay?
So I'm guilt-free.
That's right. You can.
I never feel guilty at the end of the show. I sleep like a baby.
I can see why.
So your movie, your big movie, where you co-star with The Rock.
Yeah, it's me. It is The Rock
and Gal Gadot, I believe.
Gal Gadot, and what's interesting about her name is it's actually a Hebrew name, so it's Gadot. There's a T in there, but it looks so French that everyone says Gadot.
How many times on the set? How many times on the set did the schmuck say we're waiting for Gal?
You know what? Didn't hear that once. But,
nobody said waiting for Gal.
I had a lot of security around me because there was a lot of people wanting to get to me, so I didn't see a lot of those three. But and Ryan Reynolds is in it, and it's very funny. We watched it. We went to the Paris theater. It was playing on a big screen. I went with my mom. It was very fun. We had the whole place to ourselves, and then a few people trickled in. But it's a fun action comedy. It's a romp. and we laughed our asses off. It was fun.
Great.
It was funny and scary in that, like, you're on a roller coaster. Like, you think, oh my God, ah!
And we can see it on Netflix this Friday.
Tomorrow on Netflix, yes. Yeah.
Tomorrow on that.
Stream it. Yeah.
Stream it on Netflix. Fantastic.
Yeah. Red Notice.
Someone in the chat room asked, can you debate fascism? Can you debate? Are there? How would you debate? You can't argue. There's certain people, and this is why I think, for me, it's a fool's errand. Because as a kid, I would get into arguments with people who were patently anti-Semitic or racist, and there was nothing you could say that was going to change their mind about this.
Did you have a baseball bat at your disposal?
That's the best way to debate a fascist.
I think so.
That's depressing, though.
There's that.
To have to play them in baseball, Ethan. Your father's saying
there's that moment
you play a fascist, and whoever wins the baseball game, they win. I mean, that's a depressing one.
The Third Reich on third base. There's that scene at MoMA, I guess it's in Manhattan, where Woody Allen is they're talking about this scathing op-ed about the Nazis, and he says something about, I think baseball bats work better than op-eds.
Right. And Bella Abzug is speaking at the time, who was a great woman. Huh?
Yeah.
I stole the line from exactly there.
From Manhattan, yeah.
It was a borrowing. It was you borrowed.
Okay.
Bella Abzug was a great woman, wasn't she?
I remember her hats.
Yeah. She didn't ask to be liked. She demanded respect. It was beyond, it's like, I don't care. I'm taking respect. That is, so changing people's minds, you can't change. I thought what Dr. Hirschenfeld said to Professor Ben was interesting, that you can't abuse people. Like, you can't make somebody feel they're losing in order to convince them. They have to make it as though it's their idea. Right?
Well, yeah,
it's kind of like dealing with a network executive.
You can't, and you can't do this in a phony way, but you have to be actually curious about what do they think, why do they think it, how do they get, please explain to me your views, and you have a much better chance of influencing their views than if you say, I have 9 ways to prove that you're a moron and you don't know what you're talking about. It's not going to get you anywhere.
Right. I've heard interviews with this guy who has successfully turned some Nazis or turned some Klan members. And I think that...
And what does he say?
I think it starts with exactly what the doctor just said. It's a genuine empathy and befriending and spending a lot of time and being actually interested to actually let them talk it out.
Really curious about how did you get there? How did you get to this?
Where do you buy your sheets? What is this?
Well, going back to the baseball bat, I was working for there was a racist I knew, just a racist, and he said, I don't think you can ever change anybody's mind. I don't think you can change people's behavior. And I said, you can legislate behavior. You can change people's behavior and then their mind. For example, with the anti-vaxxers, you can legislate first and say, you know what? You're not vaccinated, you're not coming to work. And that's the baseball bat that brings them to work. And suddenly they go, you know what? Maybe, it's not so bad to be vaccinated. There's this great story that I saw on 60 Minutes about 25 years ago. They revisited a high school in the South that was bused, that was integrated by court order. And when that busing took place, it received national coverage because it was violent. The whites and the blacks the whites were beating up there was bad on both sides. I'm kidding. The white kids were, but there were it was presented as blacks and white. Of course, it was presented as blacks and whites fighting. And they revisited the major players 30 years later, and the white people said, I'm so ashamed, and they cried, and I don't know what I was thinking, and I'm so sorry. Like, they all apologized. And I remember thinking, yeah, it's the baseball bat of Brown v. Board of Education. It was, you're going to stay here, you're not going to a private school, and you're going to learn how to think a certain way, or we're going to crack you over the head with this baseball bat. And it starts at the top. If you have somebody like Trump.
But we're not doing so good on this vax department all over the country now. There are revolts. Public health officials are being hounded out of office. Legislatures are firing public health officials and replacing them with COVID deniers and vaccine deniers. So,
oh boy.
If you were Biden, the military, I think, from what I've read, said you're either with us or against us. You're either going to get vaccinated or you're not going to get vaccinated. And they all got vaccinated.
Yeah.
And the ones who didn't, as I understand it, now we know who the threats to our country are. They left and they're dangerous. If we can't beat the ignoramuses if we can't win on this, we can't win on anything.
Well,
I don't think there's winning. I think we're beyond that, honestly. We can't win on this. It's not an if. We cannot win on this. We're stuck around, I think I saw Wisconsin is somewhere around 63%. Vaccinated 63%. We've had almost a year to get this done. It's just absolutely shameful. 63%. That's nowhere near the numbers you need to actually contain this thing. And we're sunk. We are sunk. Yeah. I'm not optimistic.
Well, I think what we're going to find, I understand now Pfizer has this pill, like you don't need to wear a condom. There's a pill now that you can take if you get the vaccine. Well, let me ask the doctor, in all seriousness, is this pill going to change everything?
Well, it works, apparently. It will cure people if they take it early. So, like many antiviral, like the antivirals for the flu, it will work if you take it early. But will these anti-vaxxers take the pill? I don't think we know that, because the pill might be in the same category as the vaccine.
But
although they're pushing like what's his name, DeSantis is all in on monoclonal antibodies because one of his donors, has stock in Regeneron. So,
but what I wanted to ask is, even if you're taking the pill and controlling the symptoms and getting better, if still 40% of the population is not getting vaccinated, that's giving all this room for more variants to pop up, and then it just keeps going and going and going. You have to just shut it down, and that pill's not going to shut it down.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. The pill doesn't shut it down. The pill just keeps people from dying, from getting sick. But it doesn't, the transmission, the virus just needs more unvaccinated people. And we have plenty of those in this country.
Well, here's the point we're making. If you want to get your medical advice, watch Jimmy Dore and Joe Rogan. That's we on this show, we don't know anything. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, go listen to Joe Rogan, because he's a sports kid. He does mixed martial arts. He knows what's best. Where are you performing next, Ethan? You want to come on the show Monday?
Sure, let's do that.
Okay,
I would love
great.
to. I don't know where I'm performing next, honestly, except I got the Christmas Eve show at the Comic Strip. Before that, I don't know where I'm going to be getting up. Right now, I'm here in the country, jumping in the cold water again. The water is gradually dipping. It was 55, then today was 54. So I'm doing it where every day it gets colder and I get more used to it. So that's what's happening. That's very nice.
So maybe we'll get Renan. Thank you, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Hope to see you. Thank you. Thank you, Ethan. Go watch. If you want to thank Dr. Hirschenfeld, go on YouTube right now and watch Thug Thug Jew. It's a masterpiece.
Yes. Watch Thug Thug Jew, and tomorrow or tonight after midnight, watch Red Notice.
Red Notice.
Netflix.
Yes. And
bye.
Thank you, and fight the good fight against Hanukkah. Let us do this. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, my young friend, Emil Guillermo, is going to join us. I'm going to make some coffee, drink some water, maybe pee. People say, oh, is he peeing? Maybe I'll pee. Maybe. I'll think about it. Maybe I've already peed. You don't know. We'll be back with Emil Guillermo.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right. Buckle
Welcome back. Can you hear me? Emil Guillermo joins us. He is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. We're just loading some snark here. Just going to get my snark up.
Good. Yet I feel really, I got my booster yesterday, and so I can tell you exactly how I feel.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested?
Not interested.
No?
Nope.
I mean, it's
not interested in how you feel. Not interested.
I'm a witness.
Are you a doctor? Are you a doctor?
Well, I have been administered the vaccine, and all right. I just feel like crap right now.
No. Don't.
I do.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in how anybody feels after they did their patriotic duty and got a booster shot. I'm not interested. If somebody says to me, "I love you, Emil," and I'm just I'm being somewhat sarcastic. I love you, but if somebody says to me, "I just paid my taxes," I'm not interested. You paid your taxes. You got your booster. You did what you're supposed to do. Enough said.
I love the fact that I got it.
You got your booster. That's all you should be telling people.
I'm just telling you, look, it's good. I got boosted. I feel like crap, but I got boosted.
I'm not into it. You should feel that's if you feel like crap after you got a booster shot, that's your problem. It's probably and you probably were going to feel like crap anyway. It has nothing to do with the booster shot. And
I just feel like I am here for you, David.
Okay.
That's the important thing.
Right.
I'm here for you.
By the way, and I love you, and I'm excited to talk to you. I want to, but to my listeners, to my viewers, to my friends, if you got a booster shot, thank you for getting your booster shot. And I'm not, and I'm not interested in how you feel after your booster shot. There are people literally dying for a booster shot. So people are dying for these vaccines in third world countries. And for Americans to talk about how they feel after a booster shot, I'm not interested in whether or not your seatbelt is a little too tight. Put your fucking seatbelt. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to America. Put your fucking seatbelt on.
No, but here's my only point is that I'm glad I did it. I'm glad and I felt a little guilty at first because other people do not have the same rights as I to go out there and get a booster. But I waited as long as I could.
You know what I love about these vaccine mandates? It's not the health implications. It's the authoritarianism. I love the fact that people are being forced to do something. It's about time people got forced to do something for others. And to me, this is why we should bring back a draft, 2 years of public service. I love the authoritarianism of the booster shots and the vaccines. It's about time Americans learned to do something for others.
Yeah, this is sort of like the positive authoritarianism that could have happened, should have happened when people were out there having a good time at Astroworld. They should have given in and thought about their fellow concert goers, and they should have, stopped what they were doing and really helped out. But you didn't really see that.
What are you? Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, a little bit because I grew up.
By the way, you're one of my oldest friends, and I take liberties with you because we go back so far. And I wasn't being rude to you. I talk with you the way I would talk with anybody else who gets too close to me.
Yeah,
I'm like Jimmy Dore. You get too close to me, I'm going to bite your effing head off.
Yeah, because your favorite Filipino Jewish pals. I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we could talk about,
Travis Scott is being sued. He is being accused of Satan worship.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Yeah. All the stuff that happens when you're an African American and make a mistake. I don't see Alec Baldwin being accused of worshiping Satan.
Hey, look, my friend Ishmael Reed said, look, let's refrain from going after Travis Scott before we know everything.
I agree.
But we know a lot already. We know about what he's done in the past. We know about how they weren't prepared. We know how there was no way to like pull the emergency brake, on the concert train. And the fire chief threw him under the bus. Where was the fire department? It's where, in other words, we have a businessman named Travis Scott who is trying to present himself one way, right? And he's throwing this. There are also laws on the books. There are fire marshals. There were police there. There's security. There are people who can see what's going on
and he's not supposed to be making decisions while he's on stage. He doesn't have a clear picture of what's going on. That fire marshal couldn't wait to throw him under the bus. Because I met with Travis and said before the show started, I don't like the way this looks. Well, you know what? You're the friggin' fire marshal.
Well, Travis Scott has a record of this sort of thing. And look, I just think that he's
go ahead. What's his record? That somebody got half paralyzed from one of his shows.
He got a situation in Rogers, Arkansas. 2 situations there. He had a situation at Lollapalooza.
And what about Roger Daltrey and Peter Townsend? Nobody blamed them for the Who. And nobody did Mick Jagger go to jail for Altamont?
Nope, I don't believe so.
And Led Zeppelin, people getting knifed at a Led Zeppelin concert.
We have always had these
But Travis Scott is African American, and we're going to come down. He'll go to jail because,
Well, I just, I hope not. But it doesn't look good. But he's not the deepest pocket. The deepest pocket is Live Nation. Live Nation is biggest. They're the biggest entertainment, outfit out there, right? And they were hoping to make money back.
Who's more powerful, Travis Scott or the monopolists, Live Nation?
Well,
who's more powerful, Travis Scott or Live Nation?
I would say Live Nation, but you know what? The Live Nation folks are corporatists, and I'm sure that they're protected to the gills with insurance, and they won't be touched.
Let me tell you a Live Nation story. I used to go to a lot of concerts for free when I was a stand-up in San Francisco, and I had a friend in Live Nation, Bill Grant, and I went to see George Clinton, right?
Funkadelic, baby.
Funkadelic at the Fillmore. George Clinton.
Small
and
venue.
It was getting late. And George Clinton had an act. And part of his act was, we're going to party all night. They want to shut us down. Are we going to let them shut us down? And the entire Fillmore, including me and my friend who worked for the promoter, went, hell no! And go, we're gonna lock the door. Are you gonna let the promoter shut us down? And they go, no way. And then the promoter walks on stage and whispers in his ear, and the crowd wants to go all night. And George Clinton goes, folks, they're making us shut down. And people booed the promoter. It goes, can you believe it? But we gotta go. We gotta go. And I knew the guy who walked up to George Clinton, and I said, what did you whisper into his ear? And he said, there's a fresh pot of coffee we're making. I'll talk to you in a little while. We're going to see you in a little while. It's all an act. It's all an act.
Look, but it's not going to be an act anymore. Look, we have.
It's not Travis Scott's fault.
It's
Live Nation's fault.
I think it's shared.
It's the fire marshals. It's not his fault. It's an act.
I think for the most part, it's going to be shared. It's going to be Live Nation. It's going to be the local officials who weren't responsible, and I think a little blame is going to come down on Travis Scott. But
where's his First Amendment right? Seriously, I'm not arguing. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but where's his First Amendment right to put on a show and say things?
He can say it's not what he said or what he didn't say. It's what he didn't do in terms of protecting people who went to the concert not expecting to lose their life. And so for now, we got 9. It's up to 9 now.
And where's the union? Was that an IATSE show?
I don't know if it was. Look, when I was a DJ in Houston, Houston, Texas, Right to Work. That's where a lot of those concerts were. Pace, Live Nation. I saw a lot of concerts. I saw the Who, 75.
Who'd you see?
The Who.
That's what I'm asking.
I saw.
Who did you see? I want to know. Who did you see?
First base. Third base. No, I know, and I just
no. They were. I know it was the opening. I'm going to do that bit. I don't care. I'm shameless. I apologize. That was just bad.
I'm sorry for the families. There were like two Asian American families. An Indian American died today. A woman who went to Texas A&M, and then there's another guy, who is from the Dallas area. Danish. His name was Danish Baig, 27. He died the first day. It's just sad. I just. I've stopped going. I've stopped going to concerts. I used to go to all the concerts. I begged my mom to send me to Altamont when, Altamont was there. I didn't know where it was. I said, I'll just go hitchhike, Mom. She was, no, you're not go hitchhike. And so, but I wanted to go to Altamont. Thank goodness I didn't.
Because you were a Sonny Barger fan.
Well, I was more a Hunter Thompson fan. I wanted to see how Hunter did his thing. But I think this has the impetus to change how live music will be seen from here on. I mean, in the old days, there was some leeway to say, okay, well, isolated, doesn't count, doesn't matter. But we're talking about 9 people now, 9 people. And people are going to be looking for a scapegoat. I hope it's not Travis Scott.
But don't you think it gets down, in all seriousness, don't you think it gets down to there are supply chain issues that the same way restaurants can't find people to work some what are in many cases shitty jobs. Don't you think
find security? They couldn't find security. They couldn't find someone to man the ambulance.
Don't you know how the security works? You get to see a lot of it is you get to see a free concert if you put on a security jacket.
Yeah.
But let's find out. Let's find out what they were paying security. Who was wearing the security jacket? I suspect they were working for free because oftentimes that's how security is paid. Let's find out if it was a union. Was IATSE?
Yeah, but
was it a union gig?
David. You got to go after festival seating. On Monday, I wrote my column on ALDEF, and I said when I went out to concerts, the thing that was a tip-off for me was, is this festival seating? And festival seating is you cram people into the venue and you make as much money. It's capitalism. It's that's what's at fault here. And if you didn't have festival seating and everyone had a seat, you'd have a more responsible audience, a more responsible artist,
right?
And you wouldn't have the kind of chaos. So
I thought we learned about festival seating from
The Who.
The Who.
Yeah, back in Cincinnati. That's when most people knew. But festival seating was a way to make money, and they need to make money on these outdoor festivals after being shut down for the pandemic. So, to me, they got a little lax. They said, okay, yeah, festival seating, here it is. That is like an invitation to disaster, and here's where we are. I don't know. I don't go to concerts much. The last concert I went to was at Orange County. I saw Muse about 4 years ago, and I was sitting up in the seats, like the mezzanine seats. And I wasn't down there mosh pitting. I think it's interesting to compare what's happening, how people cared or didn't care for each other in the mosh pits, and compare that to democracy's mosh pit, to compare it to what happens on January 6th, where people just went crazy and you have that mob mentality. Unfortunately, that's where we are. And we're seeing some of that in these things that, where it really shouldn't rear its ugly head, but it does. And so to me, it's sad. It's going to change how people go to concerts, but we got to care for each other. If Travis Scott was a meditator and he said to people, look, let's turn off the lights. Let's count to 10. Let's think about loving kindness, meta, self-compassion phrases. May you.
But did he know what was going on? I don't think he knew.
Well, he had an idea. He could see that something was going on, and there was a woman who needed to be carted away, or they were trying to cart her to the front. I think that at some point you're not like deep in thought and so oblivious that you cannot care for the people that you're there to entertain.
Right, but they didn't want. Wasn't the fear that if he acknowledged, there'd be mass hysteria? Wasn't he supposed to? Don't you think he was assured it's bad, keep going. Don't you think he was told that, something's happening, just keep going, we got it under control?
Someone he shouldn't have listened to may have said that, but really, to say keep going, look what happened. I mean, people, it was chaos. People just did their own thing. People wasn't the thinking, you know more about this than I do, but as I understand, the thinking was, if you announce that there's a problem, it's going to create a stampede and a real problem. I think that this is where Travis Scott has to rely on his hold and his control on the audience. If he said, let's turn up the lights and let's think about what's going on here and let's just cool it. Let's turn on the lights and let's take, 3 steps back or some slow steps back. He could have mitigated things if he were, really in charge. But I think after they declared it some kind of mass casualty event, the show went on another 30, 40 minutes. I think he was just trying to do his time. And when he was doing his time, he fulfilled his contract. And I don't think he even knew how bad it was. But boy, it was bad.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If Travis Scott was starring in this piece of shit movie, Rust, in New Mexico, and he was handed a gun and killed the cinematographer, he'd be in prison right now.
Well,
let me tell you how the story would be if Travis Scott did what Alec Baldwin did.
Yeah. It
was a live round, and we're going to look into finding out who put a live bullet in. But Travis Scott, because he's black, has been locked up because since 2003, this has never happened. We haven't had a shooting like this in decades. And since 2003, we have had protocols on the set. You are never, ever supposed to point a prop gun at anybody. No, it's unacceptable. And because it's not Alec Baldwin, who's white, it's Travis Scott, who is black, we are going to lock up Travis Scott and put him on trial for pointing a prop gun. He broke the rules. If Travis Scott did what Alec Baldwin did, Travis Scott would be behind bars tonight.
Look, you make a point. That is the way white privilege works in America.
But do you agree that if Travis Scott did what Alec Baldwin did, pointing a live prop gun at somebody in violation of the rules,
well,
he'd be in jail right now?
Yeah, but we have a woman who looks to be, Latinx. I think they're trying to get her.
Yeah.
I just think it's unfortunate. You don't have to play the substitution game for Travis Scott because he's going to have enough problems fortunately he's not the deepest pocket. The deepest pocket is the Live Nation folks, and if people are going to get paid, Travis Scott, he's small potatoes. $60 million is his net worth apparently. Kylie Jenner's is $700 million. But that Live Nation is protected with insurance from from what's his face, from Warren Buffett. They've got ways to pay whatever needs to be paid, but it may wipe out Travis Scott. I hope not, but it doesn't look good. I think it's going to change how concerts are presented. Because I don't think people are going to let it go. I just don't think people are going to let it go. I've been going to concerts for a long time. When I went on Office Hours, I talked, the story broke, and I reminisced about my my Houston radio DJ days as Emil for Real, going to all the rock concerts. And I saw, this wasn't the Astrodome. This was an outdoor festival, but I did see a concert at the Astrodome. I saw Bob Dylan on the Hurricane tour. Remember, he was trying to he was trying to rep Reuben Hurricane Carter. So I know how crazy these things can be. Let's hope that I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to take a long.
Well, one of the great things about America is we learn. We learn from the Who concert to outlaw festival seating. We forgot accidentally, but we certainly learned from, what was it, the Route 91, Route 95 Harvest Musical Festival 4 years ago in Las Vegas.
Oh yeah.
We learned from that when we got rid of bump stocks, and we have gun control, and we got the AR-15s under control here in the United States. We learned from
David. In the time I have, can I say that California,
yes,
during the time when all the states and when school boards are attacking critical race theory, California has passed legislation to let ethnic history and ethnic history courses be a part of graduation requirements in 2030. And that is great news for people who are ignorant, basically, and need some information about how people came about. So just think, just today, some things that are in the news. I mean, I talked about UC Berkeley and how some of their former presidents were colonizers. David Prescott Barrows, the first president, or not the first, but maybe he's like the ninth president of UC. They took down his name from buildings. The guy who is named for Hastings College, he was he went after Native Americans in Mendocino, and then gave a bag of coins to the UC to start the law school as his penance. So, you're going to see stories like that. In fact, the LA Times came out with an editorial saying, what took so long? You got to change the name of Hastings College. So Hastings College, the UC Law School in San Francisco, that's going to undergo changes. And then today is Veterans Day. And I like to talk about Filipino Americans and why it's important to understand that without Filipinos joining the military, there would be no middle class in America because of no Filipino American middle class. Because what happened, because of the racism in the 20s and 30s that Filipinos faced, they got a chance to go to war, and they were foreign nationals. They originally were they came over as colonized, and then they had their status changed, and they were asked to self-deport. They said, look, let us fight in World War II. And they did. They passed a law that allowed them to fight. And by allowing them to fight, they went back to the Philippines. They fought with MacArthur. They fought the Japanese with MacArthur. They found Filipino women, brought them back to California, and they were able to start families. I heard Barry talk about the Ernesto, the Amazon guy, the Filipino guy who wants to, be a nurse. That's the infamous ad that Filipinos see. But, that's part of how Filipinos got here. But this idea of, the Filipinos going to war, coming here, establishing a middle class. That's a real story of Veterans Day that you don't get. You don't, no one tells on Veterans Day. Like you salute the military, but for the Filipinos, it was a big deal because it meant that they proved their worth as Americans. They got citizenship, and they got the GI Bill, and were able to start or able to gain a foothold in American society. So a little history for your fellow folks.
War. There's some good things that come with total war.
So, some good things. The problem with that is that some of the Filipino women, they were called war brides, and some of them were kind of mixed up with the comfort women who were in the Philippines. So that was kind of a weird thing. And because of that, there's a lot of shame, and Filipino Americans didn't want to talk about that. But I think in time, people saw that it was a good thing. I mean, Filipinos would, some soldiers would go back to the Philippines and they'd marry Filipino women, and it would be African-American soldiers marrying Filipino women. It would be all sorts of people, and they'd come to America. But like I said, it's a story of our great diversity that happens in wartime, little chapters that we don't often get. If they go to ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund site, I talk about it. Okay. And write a column on that.
Well said. Thank you. Emil, I didn't mean to be argumentative today.
You know, you are sometimes.
I am argumentative.
That's right. I'm equanimous to that.
Yeah.
I say, that's David going on his rant, and that's okay.
I do take liberties. I have to be careful. I do, because you're an old friend of mine. I do take liberties and look for arguments.
Yeah.
And so I have to do better.
That's all right. That's all right. I appreciate being on here talking to your folks. And like I said, I was on the office hours the other night, the hours and hours, and I like that first week, the first month where it's a reasonable time you can come on. And
here's what we're thinking of doing is putting the first hour of office hours on YouTube. We're thinking of trying just to, because people should see what goes on at office hours, even if they don't show up for it. It's pretty remarkable, the group of people who participate. Yeah. Emil Guillermo is a great man, a compassionate, caring man. He is a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. He is also host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. We'll talk about Bengal cats next week because Alec Baldwin has done some work for PETA, for elephants and shutting down circuses. He narrates all these great pro-PETA documentaries, but he has a Bengal cat.
That's what I hear. What I hear. I don't know anything about his cat. Although, a lot of people are very upset that PETA has crossed over. They haven't crossed over. It's just that they are against animal testing. And right now, because of the Fauci thing, people on the right are against animal testing, but more against Fauci than animal testing.
Well, I think people on the right are so stupid they're against testing in general because they're humiliated when they get the results. We have to wrap it up. But let's end on what was almost like if we were doing this in front of a live audience, I would make them sweeten that with like an applause. Like the audience would not applaud that, but we could convince some people that the audience applauded that.
Oh, I'm
Wow. I didn't say anything funny, but I said something that you can agree with, and that's the key to comedy.
It was truthful.
It was truthful, and that's how you get a Netflix special, by getting people to applaud. Emil Guillermo, host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. I love you, and I shouldn't have argued with you.
You shouldn't have.
No, you were. You know what? When you said women should get paid, when you said women should get paid 75 cents on the dollar, you're a guest, and
I didn't say. I didn't say
that you're a guest, and I shouldn't argue with you.
I said 45 cents, David.
Oh,
don't like raise.
Thank you. When we come back, we will be joined by the Reverend. Follow Emil on Twitter at Emil Amok, please, and watch his. How do people watch? Yes. Thank you. When we come back,
watch on amok.com.
amok.com. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
When we come back, we are going to be joined finally by the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, I think, is bringing a guest back on the show, and I'm excited about this. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, and we are going to listen to a little Professor Mike Steinel, who I know is listening, with our friend Nadine, and we wish Nadine well, and we miss Professor Mike Steinel. Will be back. Well, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Hang on, I'm lost here. Where am I? I
can hear you, David.
You can? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you this. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn. This is a goat and a monkey, and eating fruit. The monkey. Look at this monkey riding on top of a goat, and I don't know about you, but when I see something like that, it makes me proud to be a human. Right?
Yeah, it does.
How come we can't see you?
Because you have turned off my video.
Oh, okay. Let me turn you on.
All right.
The Reverend Barry W. Lynn has dedicated his life to separation of church and state. He is, for nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for separation of church and state. He is a lawyer as well as an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Your reaction to that video before we bring in our special guest of that monkey and the goat. What were your thoughts on that? You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, I thought it was brilliant. I love monkeys, as you know. Normally I have a monkey background, and I love monkeys. But I thought that what was in the hand that you see in the front here, that, of course, people who aren't watching can't see it, I thought it was a tarantula.
No, it's fruit. It's fruit.
I know you told me it's fruit, but it looked like a tarantula. You know, one of the ways you teach children not to be afraid of bugs and insects and spiders and snakes is when they can actually play with them, touch them. And although I suspect, PETA is probably opposed to insect zoos, but insect zoos, when they occur in the big museums around the country, is a wonderful way for little kids to get over their fear of critters.
Okay. So, I just want to go on record, and then we'll meet your guest. I don't approve of this. I'm showing this as an example of a biblical lesson in why humans should be given the world, that we're better than other animals. But, take from it what you wish. Take from it what you wish. Hey,
but I love the little intro, the woman shooting, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right.
Is this because you've got some inside information that she's going to be the next James Bond? There is some talk. No, there is some talk about a woman being James Bond.
Yeah, 007 is her IQ. License to not wear a mask. So we have a very special guest here.
Yes, we do.
And let's behave. Let's behave. Okay. We really are going to class up the place. Why don't you introduce Dr. Joanne Lynn?
Well, Dr. Joanne Lynn and I have been married for 52 years. And she is, of course, the brightest person I know. And I think one of the things that you found out when she was on here about 18 months ago is that she is a very honest broker when it comes to talking about COVID. I think you were skeptical at the beginning of this, that this was going to turn out to be a big deal.
Well, the thing that impressed me about Dr. Joanne Lynn, she came to office hours right at the beginning of COVID and was right down the middle with it, and everything she said was true, and she didn't say one thing I wanted to hear. She didn't. You didn't say who was to blame. You didn't. You just said this is what is going to happen, and it happened. And it wasn't. This was like in March of 2020, maybe April. And
I think April.
Yeah. And the doctor said, "This is what's going to happen." And I kept going, but so it's Trump's fault. Oh, so it's Pelosi's fault. Oh, so it's, no, this is what is going, it's China's fault. It's, no, this is what's going to, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
No. Well, Joanne, welcome to the show again. Can we hear you?
No, that's the deal was she would just, I would do all the talking and she would just be here. That's how the show worked. We're having mic problems, Dr. Lynn. Can you hear us? Oh, dear. Oh. Okay. This is, by the way, this is one of the
Now you can hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Every once in a while, I happen to lean on this little gizmo and it shuts off my mic.
Right.
Well, let's talk about the numbers. I think both of us probably have some questions to address Joanne with.
By the way, you are a doctor?
Yes.
Is that correct?
A medical doctor.
You're a medical doctor. Is that correct,
yes,
doctor?
Yes.
Full disclosure, but you are not a listener of Joe Rogan or Jimmy Dore. Is that correct?
For sure.
Okay, so
I have much better things to do with my time.
Okay, but to
Needle Point, for example.
For my listeners, she's just a doctor. She's not a listener to Joe Rogan or Jimmy Dore. Okay, but we're going to listen to her nevertheless.
One of the things when she suggested we'd have at least 500,000 deaths, and everyone was shocked and horrified by that, turned out sadly to be true, if anything, undercounted a little bit. As of today, there's 781,000 deaths out of 47.5 million COVID cases in the United States alone. But there's still people who say that's an excessive number. I mean, people are being counted as patients with COVID, people who died with COVID, but they probably died from something else. And on the other hand, people say it's probably much more. It's a higher number because so many people in this ratty healthcare system that we have just disappear. People don't know what happens to them, and they're undercounted. So are they undercounted? Are they overcounted? Or, Joanne, are they about right? 781,000 deaths in the United States alone.
You know, people think that there's a single cause of death, that, lightning hits you and you were alive and well 1 minute and you're dead the next, and you can say it's the lightning. And that obviously does happen, automobile accidents and so forth. But most of us now die of an accumulation of conditions. And if you have COVID or were thought to have COVID or might have had COVID, and you have all these other conditions, you're going to be called a COVID death. So in that sense, it kind of overcounts a little. On the other hand, a lot of people died of COVID without testing, many without medical care, many early in the pandemic when we didn't have testing, and those were undercounted. So, it's probably a pretty decent estimate, but there were a lot of excess deaths during 2020 and the earlier part of 2021 that were not counted as COVID deaths, and probably were both a combination of undercounted COVID deaths and the effect of the disruption of people's lives and of medical care due to COVID. So the fact that somebody was scared to go to the hospital when the hospitals were full of COVID for their chest pain, and they went on to die that night of their heart attack because they didn't go to the hospital, gets counted as a heart attack death. But it kind of was in part because of COVID. So, you can argue it any way you want, but, as a reasonable estimate, something around 850,000 right now is about right for public health purposes.
One of the things that people are talking about on the right all the time is that we need to know exactly how this got started, because there is this fictional belief that this is all from China, that China has weaponized a disease, that they tried to kill us. They killed a lot of us. They killed a lot of their own folks in China. Does it really matter whether this came from a lab accidentally or whether it just occurs in nature? Does it really make a difference?
Not really. I mean, if you had an absolutely solid case that it came from a lab, we'd all buckle down and do much more careful work when we work with dangerous stuff in labs, but we ought to do that anyway. And if you had an absolutely solid case that it came from the meat market with live bats, you certainly wouldn't sell any more bats, but it really doesn't matter much. It's quite clear that COVID has a reservoir in almost every mammal. Pangolins, minks, tigers at the National Zoo. And now it turns out that white-tailed deers have a special affinity for this bug. So it's going to be around because it's going to be in animals. And at this point, it doesn't really matter how it got started. I don't think it was in any way weaponized. It killed way too many Chinese. But, people can have their fanciful thoughts, and I can't prove that that's not the case. It just doesn't matter much.
Tell me about the deer. I had not heard about white-tailed deer having this until we were chatting over dinner. And but what's the?
You were eating venison, I believe. It was a venison meal, wasn't it?
It was a chocolate-covered venison. But but what's the significance? I mean, they did a study, I think, in Iowa of white-tailed deer, and a very, very high percentage of them carry the antibodies for COVID. So right. What? So what?
Well, it just means that there are a lot of them survive, that it is not highly lethal for them, as it hasn't been for the tigers at the zoo and the minks in Norway. And, so it means that there will be an animal reservoir that will continue to infect us from time to time. And it will continue to mutate and modify itself over time as well. So, if it were like smallpox, which basically was only a disease of humans, then once you wipe it out in all the humans, it's really gone. But once it infects most mammals, it's going to be around. It may change a lot. It may be like the influenza of 1918 that was a terrible disease when it arose, and then mutated over time, and we've had some bad years and some good years, but influenza's been around ever since.
Why is it that we can't do to COVID or some other diseases what we managed to do with smallpox?
Well, smallpox was very hard to eradicate, but it's the only one we've truly eradicated. It only occurs in humans. It has no asymptomatic spread, so you can always find it. It is a contact spread, so it's not in the air. It requires direct contact. So, or in a scab or something, you can get it from a scab. But it is much, all those characteristics do not apply to COVID. The SARS-19 virus is often asymptomatic. Even in nursing homes, half of the people who were infected had no symptoms at all. It is obviously present in animal reservoirs, and it is not the vaccines we have for it, while they are very good, are not 100%. So, we came close on measles, but we're backing off on measles now. Measles does not have the same fear level that smallpox had. So people are a little more blasé about it, but it does cause death and encephalitis in children when it's endemic, and really should have been eradicated. It's an only human illness. It is virtually 100% symptomatic and shows up as a rash and a fever, but it's in the air. So you walk past a person who's coming down with measles, and you have a very high chance of having caught it if you're susceptible, if you haven't been immunized. So those are characteristics that make it a little harder than smallpox, but SARS is just way harder.
Way harder. Both of your parents were physicians in West Virginia, and when the polio vaccines first were, I guess the first one was the Salk vaccine, then there was a Sabin vaccine that came on a sugar cube. But your father, as the principal doctor in a little town in West Virginia, they didn't ask people whether they wanted their kids to be inoculated. And in fact, they used you, and perhaps some of your siblings, as a kind of guinea pig to prove the safety of the Salk vaccine. Why don't parents think that way today? Why doesn't the culture just say, we have this horrible disease, we have an imperfect but really good set of vaccines, use them, inoculate people?
Yeah, I think we have had quite some time, probably on the order of almost 50 years, a couple of generations, since infectious diseases were really, really scary. When my parents moved to that small town in West Virginia, where I was born, they came into a polio epidemic in which kids died, and other kids spent months and months and months on iron lungs, and nobody could go swimming, that summer. And when you showed up with something that promised to stop that, parents, fell over themselves getting it. We're old enough to remember mumps and measles, and German measles and so on. And, that you'd miss school, and some of the kids would really get very sick, and every once in a while somebody would die with these. So I think that mindset is escaping people, and it's also just become kind of such a cultural, political thing. What in the world are congressional representatives doing touting ivermectin, for which there's no evidence at all? I mean, you just want to kind of shake them and say, why would you, as a leader, put people at risk this way? So
why? Why would they? Who's benefiting?
Well, they just get votes. I mean, the craziness online, I guess, just has really, really infected us. And people think that they are free of these illnesses. I mean, they're not familiar with it. I mean, my mother in probably 1936 or 7 missed almost a year of school with the after effects of strep throat. It was commonplace. I have a letter of hers where her mother was telling her, I saw so-and-so at the post office last week, and this week she got pneumonia and died. We just don't have very much of that anymore. Most of us who make it through childhood and don't get shot or auto accidents expect to live into our 80s. And we're arrogant that way. And we don't recognize just how dangerous bacteria and viruses are, that we don't have good ways to counter. And we were so lucky to have the science to get the vaccines that fast, that were that good. And why we didn't just bow down and thank our lucky stars, or whoever you want to thank, for that gift, and then take it. But instead we got all this pushback and political stuff that gets beyond the science. People still think that you're injecting them. I mean, some people think they're injecting them with a microchip, and other people think you're injecting them with live virus, neither of which is true, just to be real clear. And, this is an RNA that makes a protein that mimics one that's on the virus. So your body develops the immunity to that. And when you get shown the virus, your body is ready to fight it. It doesn't take 9 or 10 days to build up an immunity because you've already got it. Why are we not just so tickled with that?
Well, is it true or not true that Trump did an extraordinary thing? I mean, he's still talking about Operation Warp Speed as if he was the only person who could possibly have developed these vaccines in this incredibly short period of time. Is there any truth to that?
No. I mean, the Trump administration really fouled up a lot on a lot of the logistics. They were eager to take credit for some things that were highly visible, but just getting personal protective equipment out and getting immunization out and so forth, they really did not do well. But the science that led to the vaccine was actually developed before that over the earlier SARS outbreak in Toronto and Hong Kong that was suppressed very quickly and was not terribly contagious, and over Ebola, which was quite lethal and a real terror. And there were scientists that were working on how can you get at this, and they figured out the science so that they actually had the virus genome characterized before the end of January. And they had the beginnings of the vaccine then. And then you just had to test it because this way of producing a vaccine had never been used on more than, a few score people around Ebola. So you had to test it to make sure it, didn't do something horrible that no one had realized. So then you end up recruiting the people, getting them their shots, monitoring them over 6 months, and then presenting it to the FDA and so forth. So, but the science was there on day one, and it was there because people had invested in those two prior outbreaks.
When you look at the way in which Dr. Fauci, I think by most standards, I mean, just from the number of yard signs around here, you can tell people like Dr. Fauci, but everybody doesn't like Dr. Fauci. And you and I watched a few weeks ago this extraordinary biography of him on, I think on Netflix, called Fauci. And in it, I'm reminded of the early days of the AIDS crisis in America and around the world, when he was viewed as kind of the enemy of the gay community. They didn't like him. They didn't think he was moving quickly enough. And his response to that was to start talking with the real activists at the time, and ACT UP and Larry Kramer and other people. And instead of just telling them what he was doing, he went to their meetings in New York City and elsewhere, and he listened to them, and they became supportive of his efforts, and he supportive of theirs. Now you have a situation where right-wingers detest Fauci for all kinds of goofy reasons, but there doesn't seem to be any willingness on the part of the right, including right-wing politicians, some of whom literally are trying to pass legislation that requires a pharmacist to write an ivermectin, fill it.
To fill
it, if it's been written by a doctor. But they hate him. I mean, most of this film is not about the critics, but Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson. There are little clips of them saying the most outrageous things about it. But isn't he is a symbol of what went right, and which I think would have gone even better if he hadn't been working for a crazy person, Donald Trump, right?
Sure. Remember that the AIDS activists were very allegiant to science. They wanted to be able to take what some of the scientists thought were some shortcuts, and they were willing to take some risks very knowingly, but they wanted there to be a way to treat AIDS that was reliable or to prevent it. And so they were allied at that base. I mean, Fauci and them all agreed that what mattered was, could you keep people alive and get them away from being sick with AIDS? And they disagreed some on methods, but they did not disagree any on aims, yes. and even on what would count as success. And I think that now there's the people who are yelling loudest are not willing to be allegiant to the same metrics of success. It almost seems that the metric of success is in voting and not in saving lives. The arrogance of pushing aside the public health people and saying, no, the governor knows best, or the government, or the congressman or whoever is speaking out. You really do need to be thoughtful about those claims. And if you can't agree on what counts as success, then it's really hard to have a common ground. And Fauci, for all of his having to bite his tongue in the presence of former President Trump, never lied. He sometimes, from my perspective, failed to speak up, but knowing that if he had spoken up, he would have been canned. And, so, he was walking a fine line, trying hard to benefit the public well-being. And for that, you really got to take your hat off. Well, you don't have to take your hat off, but you really have to, acknowledge that he did just about the right things. We were learning a lot in those we still are learning a lot, but especially in those first 3 or 4 months. When they first had that outbreak in the nursing home in Washington State, it was stunning when we realized later how many people had the infection and no symptoms. Right. People assumed that it was like influenza or measles, that if you had it, you'd show it.
Yeah.
So all of those asymptomatic spread did not show up at first. And the array of regulatory advisories from CDC and CMS were a blithering storm. I mean, you could be right up to date on Tuesday on what you were supposed to do in a nursing home and have a different requirement on Wednesday. Yeah. So it's going to look like Fauci, changed his mind and he misled and so forth. It's just that we were learning.
Sure. Did any of the other people, Deborah Birx, Dr. Birx, the woman with the colorful scarves, said a few weeks ago that hundreds of thousands of deaths could have been prevented if the Trump administration had acted differently. And I think, as you know from my rants over dinners, I don't think anything of her. I think she's a terrible human being. But now she's trying, in my judgment, to rehabilitate herself by saying, we could have done better. Maybe I should have said something, but she didn't. And unlike Fauci, who had a huge amount of support within the medical community and just the people who knew of his history in infectious diseases and with AIDS, am I being too hard on her to say she's the kind of person that really should have spoken up and done the right thing? Because I don't think she was contributing that much to the science or the rollout of the vaccines.
I don't think I think she was in the same sort of position as Fauci. She did go all over the country trying to help manage what was a disastrous logistics endeavor, trying to talk with governors and mayors and so forth and get them on board. She did a lot of the legwork. And I don't think she made any big mistakes. I think you're a little too harsh. It must have been a terribly difficult situation to have somebody as untethered to reality as Trump in charge of, everything, including what he was willing to hear.
Sure.
I'd cut them some slack. I think it was calamitous not to have early on recognized the tragedy coming at nursing homes. Nursing homes are always sort of the stepchild of the medical care system. Even now, the new monoclonal antibodies, CMS and CDC are distributing them through the healthcare system, the medical care system. And my colleagues working in nursing homes said, hey, how about us? I mean, we've got the people who are most at risk. And the answer was, talk to your healthcare system. Well, most nursing homes don't have a healthcare system. I mean, it's just such the people in charge have so little on the ground knowledge that they make mistakes like that. So we need to retool, and we need to not become complacent quickly. I mean, if this sort of boils down to a low simmer and, yes, it's still around, but it's not tying up the economy and so forth, we will have a tendency to always have a higher priority. And we really need to put in place some of the arrangements that would make a difference.
When we were having a dinner a few weeks ago with a bunch of people, mostly in the medical profession, there were a lot of ideas about why it is that people do not get vaccinated. And you mentioned that there's an incredible fear of needles in the American public, even among healthcare professionals. Is it that serious? Is that really what's behind a significant amount of the anti-vax sentiment?
There's a good deal of that. I mean, I've had to walk coworkers, over to a place to get, say, a flu shot.
Excuse me for 1 second. Yes. I hate to interrupt, but Eric Clapton doesn't have a fear of needles. I'm sorry. I apologize. He's a noted anti-vaxxer and a heroin addict.
But there is an effort to develop a anti-COVID vaccine that would be insufflated into your nose. And that may get over that part. But an awful lot of it is just all this misinformation. I mean, there are people who still believe that taking a COVID vaccine will make you impotent, will make you infertile, will make your children mutants. I mean, all sorts of bizarre stuff that just isn't true. But, once a person believes that and does not trust the public health officials and has important leadership egging this on, you're up against a lot of resistance, and it isn't just the needle. It's it's a lot of things put together. On the other hand, we will get to the point where we have either had the disease or had the immunization, and it will die down to a low roar, and it will periodically crop up in places that have 30% immunization.
In the mandates do work. I mean, there are stories on the news almost every day about some police department, a fire company somewhere, where a very high percentage of people refuse to be vaccinated. They're filing lawsuits to prohibit their employers from requiring them to get vaccinated. But in general, once you start requiring people to get them, they do get them, right?
Yeah, that's certainly been the experience. There are very sad stories. A colleague of mine was interviewing a nurse's aide who actually volunteered to work in the COVID unit and, saw 20 of their nursing home residents die with this disease, and it's a tough death. Who just couldn't bring herself to take a shot and was riffed because she wouldn't take it. So this is somebody who had every reason to understand, and she had seen that everybody else in the facility, a 400 or 500 bed facility, everyone else had ended up taking their immunization, and she just couldn't bring herself to do it. So, thank goodness humans are unpredictable. But, and sometimes it's rather lovely, but sometimes it's really frustrating.
There's a very clear new study just a few days ago. There's a very good, not perfect, but good correlation between your religious beliefs, if you have a right-wing kind of religious outlook, and your unwillingness to be vaccinated. And this leads a lot of people, in fact, some people literally are giving religious exemption cards or letters claiming that someone is exempt because of their deeply, sincerely held religious belief. And they're just giving them out like they were, at a lemonade stand. But this can't be. This is not the way public health works. Public health back in the days of the smallpox epidemics in the turn of the century, there was a Supreme Court case on this very issue where a minister said, I just don't believe in getting smallpox vaccination. And the courts held against him, including the United States Supreme Court. And I like to think that that's one of the few longstanding precedents that this Supreme Court may not overturn. I can't be sure about that. But talk about religious exemptions.
Yeah, the U.S. has as you know well, a problematic relationship with church and state. And, we want to honor people's claim of a sincerely held religious belief, even if it's bizarre. And even if it is unsupported by any organized religion. But on the other hand, we don't want people infecting us either. And so, you can have a religious belief that you have to kill somebody and you're still going to go to jail or be, manacled so that you can't do it. And you may have a religious belief that you have to cut off your good right arm and you're still going to be restrained and kept from doing it. But exactly where to draw the line is pretty tough. And the present environment's making it very difficult because there's so many political leaders who are being supportive. I think that, in the long run, these will become very much less prominent. They're really problematic when applied to children. So now that children can be immunized, do you really want your kid going to school in a classroom where 30% of the kids' parents have claimed a religious exemption, and therefore it still is a stew of possible COVID, and your kid may do fine, but he may bring it home and give it to your asthmatic granddad. Yeah. So the public health aspects of it are really really very problematic, and I think maybe it's just as well that they stay problematic, although they need to shift a little bit toward not accepting all manner of religious claims.
Yeah. David, do you have any? I would like to ask you, David, this question.
I think, in all fairness, I will defer to Dr. Joanne on the medical questions.
This really isn't, and this is a political question.
That's yours, David.
We all love unions, but I got to tell you, when some of these firefighter unions and police unions start defending the right of their members to refuse to be vaccinated, I think they're really off base.
Well, they're finding in New York City that the unions were defending the crackpots in the police department, but the police pretty much got the vaccines,
It's
Do you mind if I ask a couple of quick questions?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
The natural immunity versus the vaccine. There seems to be this idea that if you had COVID, you don't need to be vaccinated. Which is stronger, the natural immunity that comes from COVID or the vaccine?
I mean, contrary to what one might predict, it's actually the vaccine is stronger. And people who have had the infection but not the vaccine have on the order of around a 20% worse chance of getting a breakthrough infection than people who've had both. And people who have had the infection but not the vaccine compared to people who've had the vaccine only have roughly the same difference.
Right.
So yes, I mean, having the disease gives you substantial protection. I'm not saying that you aren't somewhat protected, but it's becoming pretty clear that the immunization is actually a little better.
Masks.
And if you've already had the disease, about a month later, you should go ahead and get immunized.
Masks. You know. We were told
masks. Masks are a very modest imposition for a moderate protection. And interestingly, we had very little influenza last year with the combination of isolation and masks. So masks probably do better. They're on the order of 40 or 50%. They're not anything close to the immunization at 85 or 90%, but they do make it safer. So does opening windows, so does being outside, so does trying to stay, a meter or two apart.
Right.
This is an airborne virus. You keep seeing ads where the airlines are wiping down their seats and restaurants are wiping things off. I mean, it's always a nice thing to have everything as clean as possible. But there's no evidence that it goes that way. I mean, it's all airborne.
The fomites, the idea that the person preparing your food should wear a mask. If you're getting a sandwich, does it matter if the person is wearing a mask? The people who serve your food?
Not for COVID. It matters for a whole bevy of bacteria. But COVID, it probably doesn't matter much unless they hand it to you over the counter and breathe on you.
So if somebody is asymptomatic, they're preparing your sandwich, and their saliva ends up on your food. How long do we know how long the COVID lives on?
It is exceedingly rare to get COVID from a fomite. It must happen. I mean, we've had, 100 million cases. There must be 3 or 4 that came from a fomite.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, somebody with active COVID breathing on your sandwich is very unlikely to give you the COVID.
What about washing your hands?
That's always a good thing to do.
But we were told
it doesn't do much for COVID.
What about?
We didn't know early on, and everybody got enthused about singing, row, row, row your boat and washing your hands. It gave you something to do. It doesn't make much difference for COVID. It makes a lot of difference for staph, for salmonella, for all kinds of other things, but not COVID.
Now,
COVID is almost entirely airborne.
This is a question coming from the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. When can he go back to touching his face? He said, I'm too ashamed to ask this question, but he said, after a year and a half, if I don't finally get to touch my face, can we touch our face?
Again, I mean, there's lots of good reasons to try to keep your hands off your face, but they aren't COVID.
Right.
I mean, the big thing with COVID is to block getting the virus into the air. And it gets into the air mostly from your breathing and sneezing and coughing. And, it does not, kind of rise off your hands and into the air.
Right.
But there's lots of good reasons to wash your hands, and there's lots of good reasons to avoid picking your nose. And,
right.
But those are other diseases.
Okay. Elevators, when you get into an elevator, if you're wearing a mask in an elevator, does that make a difference?
Sure.
Okay.
It reduces your risks.
Okay.
And it reduces the degree to which you spread your cold, your influenza, all the other things you're carrying.
The new pill that Pfizer has come out with, this is to treat COVID. Is it like monoclonal antibodies or what?
No, it looks to be in roughly the same range of effectiveness. It looks to be most effective to treat symptomatic COVID.
Right.
Now, again, it's very new. It hasn't been used much to try to prevent. Monoclonal antibody is clearly useful in preventing. So if you've been exposed, and especially if you're a high-risk person, if you're a 80-year-old who just found out that you were at dinner with your son and he's got active COVID, the monoclonal antibody will greatly reduce your chance of coming down with COVID.
Is it expensive? Are monoclonal, is that expensive?
The government's bought it all, so it's not expensive to the person receiving it. It's expensive to our tax base. Okay. It is very expensive to the tax base. And it has to be delivered fairly fresh. It's not one of these, it has to be at -40 or something, but it has to be delivered fairly fresh. And initially it had to be infused intravenously. Now it's clear that you can infuse it just sort of under the skin. It still requires a needle.
Right.
And it requires getting it into you soon. Whereas the pill looks to be more effective, once you started to run a fever and have a little cough.
Right.
But again, these are very new. Whatever I say today might be different in a month.
Right. I'm going to ask you a question. You can say no comment. If you got Johnson & Johnson and you went for it because it was one shot, no, you can say no comment. Can you then decide to get a Pfizer or a Moderna, or are you locked in? Can you switch from Moderna to Pfizer? And you don't have to answer that question if you don't want.
Yeah. Now the CDC allows that. And probably if you had a Johnson & Johnson more than, I think it's 2 months ago, although I had to look that up, you probably should go ahead and get a Moderna or a Pfizer.
So it is okay.
They're a different technology. So the Johnson & Johnson one clearly declines in at least some people more quickly, but it's a different setup for your immune system. So, yeah, get them both.
Okay.
Most of my day today was spent trying to figure out what's going on in the Rittenhouse case. A wonderful acting job on the part of Kyle Rittenhouse when he suddenly decided he had done nothing wrong and wanted to cry about it. But in the midst of that, I got some messages. As you know, David, and most of the listeners know, I listen to and watch and read a lot of right-wing propaganda. And this is just an example of something that came over today that I wondered, how does a doctor look at this evidence and just, how do you deal with it? How do you talk about it? Here's what the writer of this email to me said. He said he had to predict now that there would be, write it down, but I can't find it. He said there's another crisis coming within 6 to 12 months. It would be 10 times worse than COVID-19. And that you needed to understand also, because everything's politicized, that the political response will be much worse. That in fact, there will be mandatory curfews. There will be mandatory, you won't be able to go to work. You won't be able to go to school. There will be martial law. And the guy who wrote this to me is the author of a bunch of prepper books, probably a half a dozen or more of these end of the world, what should you do books. But when you look at this and you see a guy saying it will happen, I know it will happen in 6 to 12 months, and the government will shut us all down. It'll be much worse, 10 times worse than this. More people will die. Government will seize more power. How does a doctor who historically has worked with very elderly, very frail people like Joanne has, how do you deal with this? It's not inconceivable that we could have another epidemic, another pandemic that would be worse than this one was. But the guy sounds like a crackpot to me.
I mean, you can make up a scenario, especially in the future. There's that wonderful line, there's nothing more uncertain than predicting the future. As long as you don't, violate something that is well known. I mean, you can't, make up something about a flat earth or that gravity doesn't exist. But as long as, you sort of stay within the bounds of what's conceivably plausible, you can make up anything. And, I can't prove that won't happen. I can say there will be another pandemic. When it will occur, no one knows, but there will be another one. We've never gone more than 100 years without one. Seems likely it'll happen, in something less than that. It might be as bad as the Black Death in the Middle Ages or the pandemic last year. It might be something much milder, but it may have long-term effects. I mean, the 1918 influenza pandemic turns out to correlate with Parkinson's, on the order of 60 years later. So
my grandfather served.
Bad things happen.
my grandfather served in World War I and had Parkinson's disease, but survived the flu. Let me ask you about getting blood tests to check your immunity. It seems to me that if you go...
No, they're worthless.
Yes, because you cannot measure T cells. You can't measure memory cells. You'd have to do a bone... Wouldn't you have to tap into somebody's bones to find out?
No, I mean, you can find how many T cells they have. That's one of the tests we do for HIV. But that doesn't tell you how ready they are to march out and kill off viruses, or what kind of a dose you'll get. It does look like people who get a very minor dose have much more of a chance of mild disease than people who get a big time dose. Mm-hmm. So, and the serology does tell you that you've been in touch with SARS virus, or at least its protein. But it doesn't tell you, sort of how quickly you would marshal a response. And especially to really cut off COVID, you probably have to marshal a response in what's called IgA, which is secreted in your airways, and not the one that's circulating in your bloodstream, which after the first couple of weeks is IgG. Mm-hmm. And so if you have immune globulin A that your nose is secreting, you're probably in better shape. But that's a really tough test. Right. You can imagine the variation in sampling nose secretions. So, at the present time, if somebody thinks that they have never been exposed to COVID and that they are truly naive to COVID, it might still have some relevance, to see if, oh, yes, I have had an asymptomatic case. But beyond that, the serologies are just not very useful.
So is it conceivable that you could test to see whether or not, if you test negative for COVID, that's different than testing to see if you've ever had COVID?
The only way to test truly negative in a serology in a person who has an active immune system, obviously this isn't going to work in somebody who is immunodeficient, but if you have an active immune system, the only way to get a 0 on a serology is to have had neither the immunization nor the infection.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a stupid question, and you should say, along with all the others you've been asking, when I go in for just a regular COVID test, they're not testing to see. They can't tell if I've ever had COVID, right?
No. There are basically two kinds of testing now. One tests for the presence of the antigen. That's the rapid test that you can get a result in 15 minutes. And the other one is the PCR test, which requires on the order of around 10 to 12 hours.
Right. Are you more likely to get a false positive than you are a false negative?
That depends on what your baseline risk is. So if you're looking at somebody who has a known exposure and they're now running a fever and they're coughing and their oxygen level is beginning to fall, so they have, a 70 or 80% chance that they've got it, then your chance of a false positive is really, really small, and your chance of a false negative is a little larger, but still pretty small. You're going to get a true test there. But if you're testing somebody who's only being tested because they're going to take a trip and they've had no exposure and they have no symptoms and they've been, being at home for 10 days, their rate of risk is on the order of 1% or less, even in a community with high spread rates. It's 0.5% or something.
Right.
And then your risk of a false positive is huge.
Right.
If you have a positive, it's at least 50-50 that it's not real.
Right.
And you're almost certain to have a negative.
Right.
So it's not going to be a false negative.
My last question.
There's a wonderful table in the British Medical Journal. If you go to BMJ, I think it's bmj.org, but anyway, British Medical Journal, and just look for I think they call it the COVID positivity table or something of the sort. You'll find it very easily on Google.
Right.
But then you have to estimate what your baseline risk is. And you feed that in, and it tells you what, a positive or a negative, what the risk of those being wrong would be.
Right. I have a question for both you and the Reverend. Polio, the vaccine works.
Yeah.
Okay.
And especially the sugar cube one, because it generates IgA.
Okay. So the Reverend Barry W. Lynn and I are always looking for get-rich-quick schemes. What are the laws? I'm being serious, not about that, but what are the laws if he and I decided to advertise on Facebook? What are the laws that would, are we allowed to say, don't get your kid vaccinated? We have something. The vaccine isn't safe. Take our miracle pill and buy it here. What is Facebook's, if I wanted to advertise on Facebook, are there laws? Has the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, the FDA, if we were to advertise an alternative to the polio vaccine, what is our legal exposure?
Yeah, the Pure Food and Drug Act that established the FDA would get you. What's the name of that quack minister, Barry, that was selling some silver solution or something?
Yeah, that was Jim Baker.
Yeah, he got shut down.
Yes, he did. But he was profiting. He was profiting from those advertisements that he was doing on his.
So just to be clear here, if somebody were saying, instead of getting the polio vaccine for your kid, buy our syrup that you add to milk, it's chocolate flavored, it's better than the polio vaccine, what would our legal liability be?
I don't know which thing would get you first, whether it would be false advertising or Pure Food and Drug Act, but you'd be shut down pretty quick.
By the government.
In order to market something like that, you would have to have evidence to show that it was safe and effective, and that would have to have been vetted by the FDA. The way people get around that is by innuendo. So they say, the Huacamahusi natives of deep Amazon are not getting sick with COVID, and they attribute it to licorice.
Right.
And well,
that's true, but go ahead. They're one of our sponsors, so I have to.
And they and they say, we have this specially concentrated licorice that will, sell you through the mail. And see, licorice is an approved food product. So the FDA has very little ability to control it as long as it really is just licorice.
But if you're telling people in lieu of a vaccine.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say that it is better than an approved vaccine, right? And especially you can't say that to an individual. Then you'd be in trouble for practicing medicine without a license.
Right, which I've stopped doing, by the way.
Yeah, you can certainly say, as undoubtedly you've done on radio or TV, you can say, boy, I think that licorice is going to prove to be what really works. But if you are selling it and you are claiming that it is better than the vaccine, you'll be in trouble quick. And if an individual person comes to you and says, I've been exposed to COVID and I'm really scared, and you say, gee, you're running a low fever and you've got a little low oxygenation, I think you've got COVID, here's a treatment for it. Now you're really in trouble quick. Because you're practicing medicine without a license and outside of the standards of care. So, there are many ways that you could be shut down. It's just a question of sort of who acts first.
Right. And the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, member of the Supreme Court Bar, have we ever in this country ordered people to get vaccinated?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And we've upheld mandatory vaccinations going back to the smallpox that arrived at the turn of the 20th century, even though there were people, even at that time, claiming this religious exemption from being vaccinated. So this track record of doing this is very good. And of course, children have been vaccinated for measles, German measles, mumps, for time immemorial, since there were these vaccinations, and it never created this problem because we never had the political opposition that we have now. Before we leave, though, a lot of people are commenting about licorice, and because I'm only, asking half the questions, I've been reading. And I don't want to. Joanne knows this story, but my father.
Can we end on this? I have one last question, and we'll end on your.
Yeah. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah,
I'll talk about licorice.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And thank you, Reverend, for keeping it clean tonight. I appreciate. There's no.
It was tough, though.
So do I.
Moderna versus the National Institute of Health.
Yes.
If you could, in the larger view, Moderna is claiming they came up with the recipe for their vaccine. The National Institute of Health claims that they came up with it and then gave it over to Moderna. And so right now, the National Institute for Health controls the patent and determines whether or not we're going to share the recipe with third world countries.
No. The dispute is exactly over who controls the patent. It's not at all clear. But Moderna has put in a patent with only their scientists, and NIH is disputing that application.
Right.
So there is no patent at the present time.
I see. Okay, so there's no patent, but Moderna is trying to hog the credit for and not share it with the United States. And they're making more money, like $60 billion. How much original research do the pharmaceutical companies do without the NIH providing the seed money? Shouldn't the government own these patents or have a piece of the patents, since most of the research starts with the NIH? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it's hard to. It's very much disputed. The pharma companies are for-profit companies, and they control their books. So it's not like a nonprofit where you have transparent books. So they can assign, all the pay for their board and their CEO to the development of this vaccine, and we have nothing to say about it. They can say it costs this much money. And, if you ever got to dig deep, you might find that there are all kinds of, oil changes for the CEO's car being charged to it. But you don't know. I hope that the NIH scientists have good enough documentation to prove what they contributed.
But could they?
NIH could have said that whatever comes of this is going to be jointly owned or is going to be owned by us, and that's the terms on which we give you this. But at the time, there was very serious worry about getting this done quickly. And I don't think that they were up for a couple of year battle over intellectual property at the cost of not having a vaccine.
Right.
So, I think that they probably kind of skipped over that because it was going to be tricky.
Right. So, what happens with the PBS, the guy who created Barney the dinosaur gets to be a billionaire. The people, Henson, they get money from the PBS, the government, partly, to go on the public airwaves. They make billions off the Muppets, which then gets sold to Disney. Well, there wouldn't be Sesame Street and the Muppets without the initial funding from the
PBS. Come on, we aren't going to skewer Snuffleupagus and Big Bird. As we come to the close here,
I want my cut.
Big Bird got his shot,
and
he took a whole lot of heat for it.
I'm with Ted Cruz on this.
I think these intellectual property things are very, very contorted. Everything I've published, whenever I could, I've published under a Creative Commons license and basically did the Abby Hoffman thing. Please steal this idea. Please take this book. But that's not obviously the route that pharma can or will take. And, so I think it's well worth debating, but probably not right at this moment.
I want to get to the licorice story. We'll end on that, but it is the professors and Marianne. And I do want to, if you can spare a few more minutes, if you can spare, I will share you with our professors to see if they have any questions. And then we'll end on the licorice story. And I'm just doing that to put a lot of pressure on the Reverend Barry W. Lynn that he has to now. You got to finish.
That's a great story.
You got to finish.
Well, bro, bring the professors on, see if they have some questions.
Yes.
And then I can talk about licorice.
Yes. I hope that licorice story really bombs. I hope it just...
It's really disgusting. Having heard it, I can warn you.
Oh, then it's going to do well. Damn. Okay. Professor Marianne
Cummings, I think, had a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I have a question. So if you believe the official statistics coming out of Florida through the Johns Hopkins website, their mortality rate from COVID is just about down to zero. And they have claimed that that the monoclonal antibody treatment is what has helped bring it down, and that they're getting all this funding through FEMA to have it available at all the hospitals. So 2 questions. Do you think that is true? And do you think there's any serious way that that data could be suppressed, like somebody could be hiding real fatality figures from a state like Florida?
Florida is a comorbidity.
Sure. I mean, there are ways that could be manipulating it some, but it's also the case that we have become very much better at treating COVID. The monoclonal antibody really does greatly reduce the deaths and the needing to be on a ventilator for months and months, even if you survive. So, yeah, I mean, you could get down to a very low death rate and still have a tremendous economic impact on people, because that monoclonal antibody, while the government's paying for it, that's coming out of your hip pocket.
How expensive are they to really produce? I mean, most of the costs of drugs are the enormous markups.
But most drugs are chemicals. And once you have the chemical down, and if it doesn't require something really expensive, you can produce aspirin at less than a penny a pill easily. But monoclonal antibodies are produced by having nucleic acids producing them, and so they're kind of half alive. I mean, and so, I mean, at least initially when it came out, they were $4,000 a shot, plus the cost of getting them.
How old are they? I mean, how long have they been?
6 to 8 weeks.
How long have the monoclonal antibodies been around in terms of a treatment?
More than a year or two.
Trump got it. In
They're
October.
very new.
Yeah.
Who
came up with them?
Well, I mean, initially, remember the enthusiasm for getting the plasma of people who had recovered from COVID, and that turned out not to have very much effect. But it turned out that if you honed in on the specific antibodies, it was really pretty effective. And also, the people who are getting COVID right now are not as fragile and frail as the people who got it a year ago. There are, when you just look at the overall, portrayal, there are lots of relatively young white men, who have pretty good lungs and hearts and kidneys and livers, and so they have a little more resilience. But anyway, I mean, yes, the monoclonal antibodies are changing the game, and the new pills probably will also, and just the medical care system has learned a lot about how to support these people too. So when this first happened, people were just sort of flying blind. I mean, they were using what they knew from other diseases, but now, there are protocols for this disease and we know much better what to do and what to look out for. And, and the medical journals still are at least half filled with COVID reports. Right. So do we or do we not anticoagulate people? What are the indications that you should use anticoagulation in a person who's very sick with COVID? Well, you didn't have that a year ago.
Right.
So it's not inconceivable that we will have a very low death rate compared to what we had in 2020, because among people who got the disease, because we have better treatment.
Right. Full disclosure, we're talking with Dr. Joanne Lynn. Full disclosure, she is only a medical doctor. She is not a subscriber to Joe Rogan or Jimmy Dore's podcast. And I feel, just so we don't get into any trouble, she is only a doctor. She is not familiar with Jimmy Dore or Joe Rogan, so make your decisions accordingly. Professor Ann Lee or Professor Jonathan Bick, before we say goodbye, anything?
I'm just wondering if you're planning, Dr. Lynn, if you're planning on enrolling in the Joe Rogan postdoctoral fellowship program.
No, I'm very busy helping Barry write his book.
Fair enough. Plug.
Professor Lee?
No, I pass. Although I will mention that Florida has a tendency to, lowball its data.
Yes, and Florida, given the age of the men there, lowball. No, I won't do it. Professor Barry Lynn, not doing it. Not doing it. This is your. Sorry. Professor Lynn, do you have any? This is what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, let's wrap this up with an uplifting story about licorice, please.
This, this story is contained within the draft of my book, Paid to Piss People Off, is its current title. My dad was trained as a chemist at Lehigh University. Then came the Depression, and he couldn't get a job as a chemist. So he ended up sweeping the floors in the Just Born Candy Company in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Just Born Candy is best known now for Peeps, those marshmallow things that come out at Easter and Halloween and Christmas. But at the time they were making another product, there were black licorice candies in the shape of human beings. And you can imagine what they were called in candy stores around the country. The first night he was sweeping the floors, they told him to take all of the floor sweepings and throw them in the vat of black licorice because it would bulk it up a little and you couldn't see it. And after that night, he never ate black licorice in his life and warned me against eating them. But some of your listeners here say they love licorice. And I'll admit that occasionally I eat it too, proving that I learned some things from my father, but not the warning on licorice. That's it.
Well said. Well, thank you, Dr. Joanne Lynn. Really, thank you. You've been on before, and it's an honor. And thank you for taking time to put up with me.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
The Reverend.
I'm glad you entertain my husband each week. I mean, have him on your show.
He's a gift. He really is. He is amazing. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, thank you for
absolutely
for coming on the show. And
sure.
Follow the Reverend at Barry W. Lynn on Twitter and go to barrywlynn.com. Is that the?
That's right. It's just been updated. That's my website. You can see my lecture I gave this a few months ago to the Kurt Vonnegut Museum and Library about censorship in public schools and some upcoming events.
Right. Thank you. No money in the curse jar today, Reverend. We didn't have to put
No, there's none. Goodbye.
Thank you. Stay out of trouble, Reverend. I tell you,
only good trouble.
Stay out of trouble. Thank you, Dr. Lynn. Trouble. Thank you, Reverend Lynn. And we are now joined by the professors and Marianne. I am going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will be joined by the professors and Marianne. The professors and Marianne. We don't have Professor Adnan Hussein today. He and I had a big fight. He's siding with Bert Ross and Jim Earl and all. No, I'm kidding. He can't. Just want to create some. We'll be back after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. And some of the most important people in my life are joining us right now. They come to office hours every Friday night. I always see them. Please say hello to political scientist, Professor Jonathan Bick, who will probably be at office hours Friday night, starting at 8, to maybe run an episode of the Twilight Zone and then tell us what we actually saw. Thank you for doing that. Professor Marianne Cummings is a physicist as well as a parks commissioner for Aurora, Illinois. And Professor Ann Lee is a former associate professor at Norwich University, and she is an independent scholar in geospatial information science. I'll give her Twitter handle out. But let's start with something light and fun and non-threatening. Professor Ann Lee, Paul Gosar, he's a dentist who became a congressman. I don't think he certified the election results. His whole family has turned on him. Is he from Arizona?
Oh, well, why, yes, he is.
Right. What did he do this week?
Well, he tweeted a anime, a relatively crude one, but there is this tendency, I think, among GOP sort of staffers. I think they're graphics staffers, and they like putting the heads of people, juxtaposing them on top of certain anime battle sequences. So they had a sequence where a figure with Paul Gosar's head on it beheads AOC, a cartoon AOC, and begins to attack a President Biden character. And needless to say, it all divided along party lines. Some folks in the GOP defended it as simply speech rights, and some very significant members of the Democratic Party actually really denounced it in serious ways. It went all the way up to Nancy Pelosi to comment on it. And it generated a certain amount of buzz, and pretty much the same sort of things. Gosar released a fairly long statement doing a quite bizarre interpretive analysis of why it all existed at a kind of symbolic level, and people should just relax.
Just relax. Yes.
Except that on the Democratic side, people like Ted Lieu said, if somebody did that in my work, in any other workplace, somebody would be down in HR, and they probably likely would have gotten fired. So I think there's some fairly serious stuff going on. On the other hand, this will certainly draw the so-called First Amendment defenses of these sorts of things, and in some ways it could backfire if people really wanted to take him up on an ethics offense of some kind. And in fact, he's not the only person. I mean, it's clear that Marjorie Taylor Greene, et cetera, and all the other of that ilk have said and done pretty equally stupid things without much consequence.
Do we see this? Do we see this at all on the left or from the Democratic Party? Is there any hint of violence on our side?
I don't recall any. Most of them are much have a much gentler satirical bent, and it's obvious that, or it seems obvious that Gosar is just simply prodding the base, and I would say this is another diversion. The GOP loves putting up diversions when other things are happening, and so this week we have 16 people being subpoenaed, and I think this draws attention away from some of that. And as I understand it, we have now a couple-week pause on the files that the National Archives files that that will be made available to the Select Committee. It's unfortunate that there is still delays occurring to try and get that to those files to the committee.
So a federal judge ruled that he had to turn over those papers, but now there's been a new delay?
As I understand it, there's been a pause that's been put in at the appellate level, and the ultimate result, I think, could be that the Trump lawyers will attempt to bring this forward to get some sort of stay in the Supreme Court. So we'll see whether.
Are they setting the stage for 2022 to be a referendum on Trump in terms of the January 6th committee? I doubt we're going to see Build Back Better any better. If it passes, it won't be something they can run on. They're going to have to run on Trump bad, right? The Democrats build up this January 6th commission. I'm going to guess so, but I'm sure there are other opinions on this. I think it is all about timing. I think the current timetable is that sometime in the spring there's supposed to be a preliminary report. And, that'll be exactly the same time when various candidates are going to be sort of revving up their campaigns. If the Trumps get indicted, which they should have been already, if Garland or the guy replacing Cyrus Vance here in New York, or he's working with the Attorney General, if the Trumps get indicted next year, is that good for, I would assume that's good for the Republicans. That would animate the base. Wouldn't that guarantee Pelosi loses the House?
Well, I think it's a matter of timing. I mean, if the financial, the New York financial indictments come forward in whatever way they're going to come forward, if they come first, that might not be the case.
And Georgia, we might see there's a grand jury looking into Trump trying to throw the election there, right?
Right. Well, and the people complaining that it took very long. Well, I think they were just waiting for the election to be over. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for doing stuff, and the delay in Georgia was simply to be able to get a new was a district attorney, or they had to change mayors and all that stuff. I think a lot of other things were in the way, aside from the usual GOP side of the operation. I actually have some confidence that something is going to occur, and I'm going to assume that the Democrats have a plan. If they don't have a plan, we're really in trouble.
Right. Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Marianne Cummings, it is the midterms are less than a year away. In 6 months, no indictment. What happens? There's no indictment of Trump in Georgia, no indictment from Merrick Garland, no indictment from the Manhattan District Attorney, no indictment from the state Attorney General in 6 months. What does that tell you if Trump isn't on trial in 6 months?
it's going to make running against Trump in the 2022 midterms difficult, isn't it? If he is such a menace, you would expect the Democrats who control the Justice Department to do something about it. It's quite clear that he incited a riot, to say the least, if not a attempted takeover of the United States government. Mm-hmm. So, if the Democrats don't follow through on bringing Trump to justice, it's going to be more difficult to make a case that all the Democratic voters have to come out and vote for Democrats who are reluctant to do anything substantial in terms of policy because Trump is waiting to come back.
So when we read, most of us don't follow it this closely. When we hear that there's a January 6th select committee looking into what happened on January 6th, that's not the Justice Department looking to prosecute anybody. It has nothing to do with Merrick Garland at all.
No, I mean, I've been worried about Merrick Garland because he is so quiet. I don't know if he's feeling all right, if he knows that he's the Attorney General of the United States. He's quite a disappointment.
Professor Marianne Cummings, when Sonny Liston went down in Lewiston, Muhammad Ali screamed, get up and fight. We're putting on a show here. They're propping the Democrats. Are they propping up Trump? They need to keep him going because otherwise they have to run on what? You have to unmute yourself, Professor Marianne.
You think I would have learned that after a year and a half? Yeah, they're running. They want to run against.
Well, it took me a year and a half to agree with you, so we're even.
So, okay. But I think what Professor John just said was correct. I mean, yeah, there's nothing coming out of the January 6th committee, but more important, there's nothing being done on Green New Deal. I just saw the marketplace for next year on the Obama exchange, what the insurance companies did with all of the increase in the subsidies they got. They jacked up the plan, the deductible from my plan from $7,600 to $8,700. Now this is a bronze plan, but I mean it's otherwise known as like close to $9,000, which means that since I don't go to doctors, I don't have health care. I just need the insurance card to be able to get into national labs. I mean, I am paying these premiums just so whenever Fermilab comes open, I can go and work there, and that's what it is. It's a shakedown racket of the highest order.
I just had
all of these things.
I had dinner with an old friend of mine, and he's a Republican. I grew up with him, and he's telling me that he's paying $2,500 a month for his family's health insurance. And I said, so why aren't you for Medicare for all? And he said, I am in theory, but how do we get there? And I started laughing. I thought he was imitating the character. I thought, oh, you listened to me on Sam Cedar and he goes, no. He said, how do we do this? I would be for Medicare I just don't see, how do we pay for it? How do we get there? And I went, really? Anyway, it's, go ahead. Sorry.
But that's okay because, Biden seems to be on top of things. I was just reading this morning where he now is saying that, I must confess that it was those $1,400 checks that went out to Americans, to working class Americans earlier this year. That's what's causing the spike in inflation.
How dare he?
not the 4 trillion that went to the big to be the investment class,
right.
Not the billionaires getting all this money. They can just buy up everything in sight. No. It's of course it's people that are barely getting by. You know,
right. How dare you? Because
they're
spend
not spending on food or rent or medical treatment. They're online all day long. You know, buying stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
It is really hard to not turn into Jimmy Dore and start hating the Democratic Party. It is really hard to, at the beginning of the show today, I was going after Pelosi and Biden, and I think, dear Lord, and West Exec, it's like this is a whole level of crime that is so much more dishonest than what the Republicans are doing.
Well, you know, as Malcolm X said, at least, you know, with the right wingers, I know I'm dealing with a racist, and they're upfront about it. You know, the Democrats, you say, pretend that they're not when they really are, and will stab you in the back. By the way, I wasn't kidding. I really thought that picture you posted of Nancy Pelosi officiating at the Getty heiress wedding, I thought that was photoshopped.
No.
I was stunned when that was a real picture.
Nope.
Now, can I be catty? I think she got Botoxed for that very occasion because she's looking kind of good. You know, she's looking good in that photograph.
There she is.
But, so,
do you see that? I have another picture. Hang on.
I saw that.
This is Joe Manchin. He was at the wedding. What he likes to do is he likes to take a dump in the sink at weddings.
That was about as surreal as Danny Davis officiating, and this did really happen. Danny Davis was officiating at some Washington ceremony, D.C. ceremony, crowning the Reverend Sun Myung Moon and his wife. That really did happen. You know, honorary king and queen of the galaxy or whatever. I mean, it was just a bizarre thing.
Now look at this. This is the wedding party. This is embarrassing. All the members of Ivy Getty's wedding party all got the same design from Ross Dress for Less. What are the odds that they would all end up looking? All right, I'm done. I hate these people. My mother's going, why are you making fun of them? She's had a tragic life.
Yeah, I'm sure she has. Poor little rich girl.
Yeah.
But that's the problem when these guys, Nancy and the leadership are rubbing elbows with those people when it comes to setting policy and business. I'm sorry, my cat's not. Hey, don't pull a Joe Manchin here.
I asked Shahid Buttar if he got an invite to the Getty. He didn't get one. Can
you imagine the mindset of somebody who wouldn't stop to think that this is like the world's worst photo op at this point? You know, when so many people are struggling and you want to retain the House and the Senate, maybe. I don't think they care. I think this is maybe a little cynical on my part, but Nancy Pelosi will be just fine as minority leader again. She'll still collect the money. She's just seen to it that the progressives do not have a single victory. And that's her victory. The progressives are now looking pretty ineffectual. They're looking, like they do not look like a force that's going to fight for us at the moment. So, she's happy.
This is what she did before she left for Glasgow for the climate change summit. She flew to San Francisco to officiate a wedding for a billionaire oil heiress.
Why are they having that wedding in their pyramid? I mean, where is this?
It is just, it's one of those things that you keep to yourself. And, if you have that kind of money, nobody should know. I mean, it's like, it's kind of, Pelosi's like Trump, daring us. I mean, for her to officiate with the homelessness in San Francisco, and that, to be around that opulence, those people who are just worthless, and then to head off to the climate summit after sucking up to oil money. It's like Trump just out in the open daring us.
I think she's just as arrogant, and she's just as confident that, she'll never be challenged. Her power and influence, whether or not she is the majority leader or the minority leader, doesn't matter. I mean, she'll go to the same parties. She'll do the same fundraiser. She'll basically please the donor class just as much in the minority as she does in the majority.
Right.
And so, Mitchin, sorry about that phone over there. My phone is talking now. I don't know when that started, but the Internet of Things.
Right.
But anyway, I think that, that's what we're facing. A lot of us have said this for a long time. I mean, the Democrats are helpless on purpose. When you've got the heel and the hero in a wrestling match, they're both paid by the same people. When you've got a fixed boxing match, who gets paid? Who gets paid off? The people taking the dive get paid off.
Mm-hmm.
So, so then we have this president who doesn't even know who's president on most days, saying stuff like, the tone deafness of Biden's statements this morning was just astounding.
He called Satchel Paige a Negro, I believe.
Oh, that was the other thing. We all knew that he was a racist. And
well, I think he was trying to say the Negro Leagues. I think
he was fumbling around because part of his brain knows that, you have to be careful around racial things, but he can't quite get the words out anymore. He used to be quite a motor mouth jackass when he was at his peak, but
I think his handlers are grateful all he said was Negro.
Yeah, he could have used the other N-word, right?
Yeah. But, I think that that's the point is that there's the Democrats just, the image, the visuals are just a hapless group of people who will, of course, not change anything, which is what Joe Biden pledged to his donors. So, and then meanwhile, the earth is burning. They're doing nothing.
Right.
One of the,
Let's go around the circle. Professor Jonathan Bick.
So there's a new wrinkle in the Build Back Better Act drama. It looks like they don't want to rely on the Senate parliamentarian for this one. They've come up with another option, which involves the Congressional Budget Office.
The CBO.
The CBO. So the Build Back Better Act includes increased funding for Internal Revenue Service enforcement, particularly going after very wealthy people and corporations. The White House and the Treasury have taken this extra revenue into account when saying that the legislation will raise enough money to fully offset spending. But the Congressional Budget Office seems likely to not count this revenue source. The House bill of the BBB Act it includes $80 billion funding boost for the IRS, which is expected to raise $400 billion over 10 years. So, this is important to realize and this is consistent with other studies that show when you invest $1 in the IRS to collect more taxes, to adequately fund them, update their computers, et cetera, that they return about $4 for every $1 that you invest there. So it's just, leaving money on the table and allowing people to get away by stealing the tax money from the American people. And this is largely done by wealthy people and corporations who can afford high-priced tax attorneys and so forth.
Right.
The chief tax counsel for the Democratic majority on the House Ways and Means Committee suggested Tuesday that the CBO will instead limit its analysis of the IRS plan to a footnote in its official report. That's because revenue expected from that increased funding of the IRS would not be scorable under rules guiding official government estimates, he said. It's entirely possible that the difference between this bill being paid for and not being paid for is the difference between those two numbers. The number of the increased revenue on the one hand, if they included that in the score, and the other number which would exclude that, which is apparently what they're going to do. So, if we remember last week, there were 5 corporate Democrats in the House, Josh Gottheimer, Stephanie Murphy, Kathleen Rice, and Kurt Schrader, who reneged on a long-standing agreement to pass the bipartisan physical infrastructure bill, along with the social infrastructure bill, or Build Back Better bill, simultaneously, insisting at the last minute that they would not vote for Build Back Better until they received fiscal information from the CBO that is consistent with existing estimates. Now, they didn't have this problem when they were voting for the bipartisan bill, which actually adds $256 billion to the deficit.
Yeah.
Wasn't a problem with that bill, right, but seems to be a big problem with the Build Back Better.
Say that again, please. It's really important.
Yeah, the CBO estimated earlier this year that the $550 billion bipartisan infrastructure bill will add $256 billion to the deficit. So it will add more than half of the cost of the bill to the deficit. And, you know, AOC, Bernie Sanders, the majority staff director for Sanders all pointed out that the conservative Democrats didn't have a problem with that, but they do have a problem with it now when it comes to the Build Back Better plan, because this plan actually does things for ordinary Americans, and that can't be tolerated.
Right.
Conservatives will not sanction such an abuse of power by the American people and their representatives.
Right.
That's not going to happen. What has to happen is we have to subsidize corporations. And if some of that trickles off and helps people, that's okay. But if you do try to help people directly, that becomes a big problem for conservatives, whether they be Republicans or these corporatist Democrats.
It's grotesque, and we have no idea yet, really, what the public-private partnerships are going to look like. They're baked into this infrastructure bill are public-private partnerships. If a certain amount of money is being spent, how does that work? What is a public-private partnership? How does that work? Anybody?
Well, go ahead, John.
No, please, Annalie, I think you're probably do a better job.
One of the issues of public-private partnerships is that you might think that they are 50-50 in terms of, supporting or resource, but the problem is that they are always asymmetric. The state picks up a lot more of the costs. There are, of course, and this is part of the whole business of tax incentives that are built into that, but they are definitely asymmetric. I mean, the point of public-private partnerships is sort of a way of not admitting to a kind of socialism for
Can you give me an example of
private?
Give me an example of a public-private partnership.
there's certain
Sherwood
grants that
Brown,
are,
Senator Sherwood Brown and his wife. No, sorry. My sister hates Sherwood Brown's wife. Sorry.
some of the energy projects can be seen as public-private partnerships, where you get localized investment or corporate buy-in, depending, and then there's essentially a cross-subsidy in terms of whether it's a tax, a tax incentive or some other kind of way in which parallel bonds are being produced, or some other kind of. The advantage, of course, is that certain structural changes will occur, and that's what some people are counting on. The fact that this has a problematic deficit effect now in the fourth quarter is a big deal relative to accounting and stuff like that. But the reality is that it's a much larger issue, and I think we won't. And I think that you want to look at a bigger CBO report on the longer term effects of some of these things, and that hasn't yet been done.
Right.
That's one of the things. The other thing is that we have a kind of countervailing media frenzy at the present moment that is for some reason jacking up the boogeyman of inflation, where the reality may be, in fact, that gas price, and this is a minority view, but it is interesting to see that the inability to get more fossil fuel controls at COP26 are partially because there's trouble with Saudi Arabia constraining fuel production because Biden is actually holding tough, or maybe Blinken is holding tough on acknowledging a meeting with MBS, and that there's still a lot of friction going on there because the Biden administration does not want to take the same position that the Trump administration.
Well, isn't there, I believe that MBS has caused a divide between Biden and Macron in France because they're now going to buy their bone saws from America and not France. Am I
likely. There's just a lot of pressure because of those arms deals. There is some underlying pressure that's going on back and forth, and I think that the Biden people want to soft pedal it, and now you have simultaneously gas prices taking a slight uptick, and unfortunately you have this greatest inflation since in 30 years, blah blah blah. And there's a lot more nuance there. I think that's problematic.
Right.
And also in terms of COP26, it's a real problem that there was a lot of capitulation of the fossil fuel industries, regardless of the country. Whereas I think there was some progress on methane, which I think is going to be going to have a structural implication that 105 countries have agreed to lower methane emissions by 30%.
Right. And I won't do the joke about Biden and the Duchess of Cornwall. That's been done. Not going to do it. Too easy. Hey, we have Mark Savasco. So what I'm going to do is very quickly ask Professor Marianne Cummings to talk for 3 minutes and get the last word, and then you'll finish on Monday. How's that?
Okay. Yeah, because there were 3 things I wanted to bring up,
okay,
but I'll mention the quickest one. And that was Kyle Rittenhouse. My God. I've got 2 comments on that. One, I think the initial narrative of the mainstream media and a lot of the lefty Twittersphere has gotten the story wrong, as much as they got the initial narrative of the that Covington High School kid, the Native American drummer. I think the basic facts of this whole story have been misrepresented.
What is the story you're talking about?
Not that KR isn't problematic, but I am highly doubtful that he gets convicted on any of the homicide counts. Now, the other thing about that is, like downtown Aurora, there's some things not being mentioned. There were rioters. I mean, people just were throwing fire bombs and lighting cars and trying to break into businesses. And there were people out there who were armed, and they mostly stopped it. While, like, tons of police cars are just sitting 3 blocks, letting this all go on. When we had our Black Lives Rally March here in Aurora, and we made kind of semi-national news because it was quite a big march, it turned out. I was taking care of a friend that evening, but the Progressives of Kane County were one of the organizers. They did arrest a lot of people, who was mostly the protesters. I didn't realize that they had tear gassed when they started out from a mall and marched 4 miles downtown Aurora, where they had the mayor and the police chief speak. And that was all fine. But the police, again, started intimidating the crowd of very peaceful, well-behaved protesters. 2 blocks down, there are these people who are calling themselves Antifa, just destroying the southern part of downtown Aurora. Now, the left has always had a problem with this narrative. Some of the left have been justifying all this, property destruction. And I have to tell you that what soured people locally here on Black Lives Matter, some, wasn't the defund the police or anything like that. It was the fact that half the downtown was trashed. Businesses just opening up out of COVID last year. Some of them had to close permanently.
But that wasn't BLM. That was it.
No, and that was it. They are conflating, even lefty journalists are conflating the people calling themselves Antifa, whatever that is, to all the violence and looting and everything else. And I know in Aurora, the people who were trashing the downtown had absolutely nothing to do with the Black Lives Matter rallies. As a matter of fact,
and we don't know if Antifa. We don't know if Antifa is agent provocateurs. We don't.
Absolutely. That's my point. But the police were behaving the same. The police were allowing people to destroy property and things like that.
Because they probably were the police. It was probably plainclothes policemen.
And the ironic thing about the first guy that Rittenhouse killed was that he was caught on camera just before Rittenhouse came across the street to put out a car fire or something. He was trying to push a dumpster lit on fire into this business, and he was stopped by a bunch of armed people. And this guy was like spouting the N-word to one of the people who were armed, who happened to be an African American. So this guy's obviously crazy. So, it was kind of unfortunate that he and Rittenhouse interacted, because that was kind of like the perfect storm of disaster. But, again, it's like the facts of the story, kind of the mainstream media got wrong. I think it's going to be kind of an ugly fallout when he gets acquitted, if he gets acquitted. And I don't see, I don't see him getting convicted of first-degree murder. Not in the slightest.
Yeah, not with that judge. Not with that judge.
Well, even without that judge, I mean, the reason it's all on camera, on about 20 different cameras, is because people were filming the confrontation between the people who called themselves Antifa and the people protecting this one store. And so you've got about 20 different videos of the first killing and at least that many of the second one, where he's trying to get to the police cops who are doing nothing. So I'm like, yeah, this story is really problematic. That's not going to be pretty.
To be continued. Professor Marian Cummings will join us on Monday. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. I want to thank Professor Ann Lee. I want to thank Professor Jonathan Bick. I want to thank Professor Marian Cummings. Professor Adnan Hussein couldn't make it tonight, but I would prefer to say that we didn't have time for him. What I would like to do now is, well, I see that we have Alan Minsky and Professor Harvey J. Kaye, and I am going to invite Mark Savasco And I'm going to go over the ground rules here. Mark Savasco is Chief of Staff for Congressman Ted Lieu, and Harvey J.K., Professor Harvey J.K., is author of Take Hold of Our History and FDR and Democracy, and Alan Minsky is Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. I was going to do one-on-one with Mark and then bring you guys in, but this is even better. So let me state up front that I have Mark on the show to defend all the actions of the Democratic Party and anything that you do not like about the Democratic Party, take it out on Mark Savasco. This is the Pelosi wedding, going to Getty, all that stuff. Mark said to me, I will defend the reason Mark Savasco is here is he is Congressman Ted Lieu's Chief of Staff. Congressman Ted Lieu is Howie Klein's favorite congressperson, and we have Mark on for a civics class. He is not going to defend the indefensible. No, I don't want to. I want to find out what is going on.
Wait, I have a reputation to maintain.
I'm sorry,
and to be here with somebody who works with a Democratic member of Congress cannot enhance my reputation.
By the way, Professor Harvey J.K., great. Was it Luke Savage who interviewed you over at Jacobin?
Yes, right.
Okay. Do you want to give us a landscape instead of?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me explain. I'm for the first time ever, I'm doing this show with you from St. Louis.
You're in Upside Down World. You're in St. Louis.
Yeah.
Am I upside? Right.
There you go.
I grew up there. It had to be Upside Down World.
Yeah.
What's the defense contractor from St. Louis?
The mess you left behind is still evident, Alan. I can tell you that. Okay. No, seriously. So I'm on an iPad, not on my computer.
Just keep that shot.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And Mark, please don't misunderstand. I actually do. I realized this morning that I actually do belong to the Democratic Party.
Right.
All right. There you go.
Okay. Professor Harvey J.K. Mark was interviewed over at Jacobin a couple days ago and talking about, he was asked to compare the infrastructure bill to FDR and what FDR did in the New Deal. And we'll get to that in a second. What I would like to do is ask you questions.
And for the record also, Ted and I follow each other on Twitter for what that's worth.
Great.
Very good.
And the progressive.
I think we follow Ted, and I think Ted follows us too. So we're all.
And I believe the Progressive Democrats of America support Ted Lieu. Is that correct?
Well, we have, I think, endorsed him every time he's run for Congress. We haven't announced our endorsements because who knows the size of these districts these days, right? Where they're cut and where they're drawn. So we haven't endorsed anybody for the U.S. House of Representatives. I wholly anticipate that we will be endorsing Ted Lieu again.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about what's going on, because you are very generous with your time.
Sure.
And this show.
To me, are you talking to me or are you talking to Mark?
I'm talking to Mark, and I figured we would all ask him questions.
And everybody's generous with their time. We appreciate.
David's my straight man.
Yeah. So we have, my listeners are leftists, primarily left of center. And just for the record, I'm not leaving the Democratic Party. I'm going to stay and start kicking people out. I'm a Democrat. But there's some people in there who have to go. Where do we stand with Build Back Better? No judgment, just where are we with Build Back Better? How do you see this happening?
Well, I think we have a pretty strong commitment from all sides of the Democratic caucus in the House to support a bill next week, and I fully expect that we will do that, and I think it will be a strong bill.
Will we get a CBO report by then?
That's the expectation. Yes.
Right.
and then it's in the Senate, and then we have to, then we sort of start this negotiation, all over again with the two United States senators that I'm sure we're all aware of, who have their own points of view and their own concerns. And I think we're going to pass a bill that gives us a strong position going into those discussions. But the political realities are the political realities, right? The most well-meaning progressives in the House can't control who got elected to the United States Senate in 2020. That's just the reality, and that's where we're at.
Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, who is head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, has about 90 members, about 100 members who, big. Did she see the Congressional Black Caucus coming? It seems like a week ago at this time, she was holding out. You can't vote on the bipartisan bill until you give us what we want, or even vote on the Build Back Better. And then she was outflanked by the Congressional Black Caucus. Was that a shock?
Well, let me, and I'll start here. I have to be a little bit careful.
I get it.
How I describe all of this. Right. Because I'm privy to some information that I'm not going to share publicly. But
by the way, have another drink. By the way, I sent you some smooth malt liquor. Have another sip.
Loosen up a little. I will say this: not everything that's been reported on how all of this went down is I'm sure you'll all find this shocking, is 100% accurate. Given my understandings of sort of some of the dynamics at play here. But let me say it this way: you mentioned the 90-member, Progressive Caucus. That in and of itself is a pretty diverse caucus with a wide, what you mean by progressive, that varies quite a bit, as you can imagine. You poll any random 90 people and you're going to get quite a bit of different views, never mind from all over the country. So what it means to be progressive is different. And even among people for whom they have a lot of agreement on what it means to be progressive, they may disagree on tactics and on how to on the process and and how we should move forward here. Look, I think it became increasingly clear that the leverage that we had or supposedly had, that progressives supposedly had, maybe wasn't as strong a hand as people thought that it was. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth or sort of whatever, cast aspersions or give provide motives for people. But this idea that we could have forever just held out and refused to do the bipartisan bill, which, by the way, is supported by a majority of the Progressive Caucus. I mean, we should all be very clear about that. The vast majority, I would say, support the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's not, I know that there's some, disappointment with how things have unfolded here, but I think it's a mistake to somehow make it seem like this bill and the accomplishment of getting this passed is a bad thing.
Okay, so your expertise, and this is why I love having you on the show, your expertise is appropriations bills, budget.
Yes, I worked for an appropriator for almost a decade and lived and breathed those bills for a while.
Yes. So it's $550 billion in extra spending, right? The other half was already earmarked. And do we know exactly where that money is going? Do we know which contractors are getting it? Does Congress have any say in how that money is spent? Or is that left to Pete Buttigieg over at the Department of Transportation?
Well, there's a number of ways that the money will be spent. Most of it will go to states to determine their.
Each individual state gets to determine who gets the contract, right?
To a certain extent, yeah.
And is that going to be
and local transportation authorities and transit authorities, et cetera.
And will there be inspector generals looking into who's getting these contracts?
Yeah, I would assume so. Sure. The inspector general for the Department of Transportation.
So there's strings attached. We're not. The federal government isn't saying to West Virginia, "Here's $1 billion to build that big road you needed. Spend it any way you want."
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're. Some example I'm missing here?
My understanding, and I'm not trying to be contentious here. My understanding is that this infrastructure bill was a transfer of wealth to the cronies and buddies of the contractors. It's not really going to. It's going to be padded. Everything's going to be 25% extra, and it's because it's corporate spending. It's not government spending. It's corporate spending. Padded payrolls, false expense accounts, right?
So I'm just trying to understand the concern. So what would the alternative be? What would?
Well, again, I'm not trying to be contentious with you. I'm
just trying to understand the concern here.
The concern is that the money is going to be wasted the same way it got wasted in Afghanistan, the same way it got wasted in Iraq, and Big Dig Boston. They always see the thing that, again, I'm not trying to be contentious. We're always told government is inefficient, but it's the corporations that make it so, because the government pays these corporations to do the work of the government, and then the corporations take advantage of the government by overcharging. So I'm just curious how we make sure that these corporations are not bilking us.
Well, look, I appreciate it. I think I understand the concern. I'm just not really sure what else was on the table. Should we have created an army of government construction workers to build all of the projects? Okay, I mean that's so fine. That's that's certainly a position. You can have it. I'm not sure we would have been able to pass that. As you saw, we're fighting over.
Right, I know that
we could barely get the stuff we're getting through. So I get it. We could talk all day about what if we were king for a day, what we would create.
Right.
I don't have that luxury.
I understand that
reality, we have to make.
Okay, I'm going to add. So just for this is not this is not easy because you're. So I want to be respectful of you. Professor Harvey J.K., I know, is chomping at the bit to talk about the CCC. Am I no or CCC? Do you want to talk about the CCC? No, CCC?
I fully appreciate the constraints that have been on Congress, okay? But I actually would say that it is a tragic fact that the infrastructure bill, and even for that matter, from whatever extent more infrastructure is included in the Build Back Better, it's a really tragic fact that what David's referring to as corporate spending is the fact that government will hand over money to private contractors. And the private contractor, we don't know what kinds of regulations are imposed upon those contractors. For example, and now I'd like to ask three simple questions. First of all, is a set minimum wage? Is there a set minimum wage for what anyone involved in the work on this infrastructure plan would be? In other words, does it indicate it must be $15 at least as a minimum wage? That's my first question.
Yeah, I think that's right. I have to go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure federal contractors. So that would include this kind of work on Build Back Better. So that would be minimum wage. Sure. By the way, the vast majority of the workers who are going to be working on these projects are going to make far greater than the minimum wage. But just to be clear, these are high paying.
Which is great.
Yeah,
great. Which is great.
Great question.
And
great answer.
The second question
doesn't even matter if it's true, Mark. Great. Great.
We'll hold you to it. We'll definitely hold you to it. Okay. The second thing is,
we'll look forward to reading the IG report.
The second thing is it in the bill that workers who are involved in such labors will be covered by some kind of healthcare plan?
No, I don't believe so. I don't.
Yeah, and that to me is a terrible failing. This even the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and I'll come to my third question in a moment, should have included certain kinds of guarantees if this was meant to be the first step towards dramatically improving working people's lives. And the third question, and I'm quite serious about this, is there a stipulation that any company receiving such grants must recognize the right of workers to organize and bargain collectively? No questions asked.
That's a good question. Generally, we do have the Davis-Bacon provisions in any of these. In any kind of federal.
What is that? I don't know what that. I don't know what that means.
Essentially, what?
Yeah, Mark, I'm not asking this question to put you on the spot.
Sure. No, that is a good question.
And because I have been making this argument ever since Biden took office, and I'm not going to make an editorial remark about Biden right now, but I do think that yes, I am. Let me make it clear. I think the administration has utterly wasted a year. And in fact, I know you agree with me, but I don't expect you to agree with me publicly. The fact is that when they saw the opposition coming from the likes of Biden, listen to me, from Manchin and Sinema, and the fact that they couldn't even get $15 minimum wage into the American Rescue Plan, those kinds of things, I feared this coming year. But even more importantly, that they really did fail to promote this and engage Americans in demanding it. Now, so I've always said that if Biden is half serious about the kinds of things he's said moderately along the way, he would immediately sign 3 executive orders after these bills are passed. The first one is to guarantee at least a $15, maybe an $18 or $20 minimum wage to anyone receiving any kind of payment from these bills. 2, that all workers involved in Build Back Better will be covered by Medicare. Okay, again, that's a sort of opening. And 3rd, that these workers must receive the same rights of that were accorded once upon a time to public employees in my own state of Wisconsin. That is collective bargaining rights. I mean, if that stuff doesn't happen, then then the next point is this will not be the political initiative that it should be. Out of these bills, this should turn the Democrats into victors in 2022. And if they don't have those kinds of things in it, it ain't going to happen. Okay, so please convey that to Ted Lieu, to try to convey it to Biden somehow or other. Biden, they just don't seem to get it inside of the White House. I know that I don't know everything going on, but they just don't seem to get it. They have missed numerous opportunities to make history, and they're not doing it.
Right. Davis-Bacon, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? I have no idea what that is.
They pay it means that on public works projects, the projects pay the wage that prevailed locally, was how it was originally written, I think. And now I think that it's been tightened up to be along the lines of what Mark said around wages. And then as far as the right, Davis-Bacon protecting labor law and the right to organize, I think just the general, albeit now federally rather weak, right to organize statutes apply for federal contract work. I think that's correct, Mark.
I'm going to have Alan ask you a question in a second. But Mark, you've done 10 years of appropriations. It is not uncommon for the federal government to give money with strings attached. Correct?
I think the federal government only gives money with strings attached.
Right.
I'm not aware of the...
Right, and those strings can be on social issues where you have to hire a certain number of protected classes. I mean, give me an example of strings that have been attached. Speed limit, right? You can't get, unless you lower the speed limit to 55 during the oil crisis, you don't get your road money, right? What are some examples?
Highway money. Yeah, I think actually the drinking age is one that's like that too, isn't it? Where you don't get your federal highway money, I think, unless the drinking age is 21, which is why all the states have it at 21.
So there are ways to. We don't need a revolution in this country. We just need to rewrite the tax code and rewrite these appropriations bills to, right? I mean, you could affect, for example, on voting rights. Could you attach certain riders to an appropriations bill to withhold money if certain states do make it harder for people of color to vote? In other words, you wouldn't have to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. You could tack something onto a spending bill that would deny Georgia money if it doesn't do such and such when it comes to voting, right?
Hypothetically, there are some issues with that. I mean, number one being just the internal committee structure. Generally speaking, the authorizing committees don't appreciate it when we do what's called authorizing and appropriations bills, although it is sort of done all the time. It's generally sort of around the edges. So something on, like voting rights would be a pretty big step. The other thing is it's only linked to that year's funding, right? So then you'd have to get it through. This is the Hyde Amendment type stuff, right? This is the thing they talk about with the Hyde Amendment every
Tell us what the Hyde Amendment
prevents federal funding for any abortions, even overseas. And actually, we've gotten rid of it in the last.
And that's an appropriations bill. That's
It's appropriations provision every year. And so that's the downside of doing it, right? If you don't have it in sort of the federal statute, if it's just appropriations language, then it sort of runs out with the fiscal year. So I don't know that we'd want to link voting rights to an annual appropriations bill. But to take a step back, we can't pass appropriations bills without 60 votes in the United States Senate right now. That's the reality. So we could be creative, and believe me, I'm happy to do sort of whatever congressional role playing and come up and creative, be creative and think about this stuff. But that doesn't change the political reality.
Does the House have a parliamentarian?
Sure.
And obviously the Senate does. And is the Senate parliamentarian going to take the lead on the reconciliation bill? Professor Jonathan Bick earlier was saying it's going to be just pretty much left to the CBO on this reconciliation bill.
What will be left to the CBO?
Whether or not this Build Back Better is doable.
Well, that's not a that's not a question that a parliamentarian would address. She might well address the question of whether or not things that are included in there should be allowed to be included in there.
Right. Okay. Alan, you have a question? Alan is the executive director.
I've been doing research because that's what I like to do. Just come here, kick back and do research. But actually, believe it or not, the Davis-Bacon is still local prevailing wages. So if they're unionized workers in the region, then that can really make the wages much higher. The Department of Labor compiles the statistics locally, and that determines the wages. So the prevailing wage is roughly the average wage for, I'm not sure, the kind of work that is done. This is sort of way it's categorized is how the people will be paid on the federal contract, at least that much. And they can't go lower than that. However, Davis-Bacon doesn't protect the right to organize. There was an executive order in 2010 under the Obama administration, obligation of federal contractors to notify employees of their rights under federal labor laws. And I haven't found that that's been rescinded. So in the Obama years, so it's obviously until January 2017 at least, there was the obligation of all workers under federal contracts to notify employees of their rights under federal labor laws. However, you'd have to go and see if.
But aren't these temp jobs primarily?
Well, they're people who do work until the project's done.
So how can you're unionizing a 6-month job? How can
that's a difficult lift? But that's what the statute is as of 2010 in the Obama years.
How does the money? This is a basic civics question. I work in television. I never know, after the show is taped, how does it get into your TV? I have no idea. And nobody can explain it to me. How does the money get, like you pass an appropriations bill, you pass a budget, like what are the steps to getting that money to West Virginia? And how do we slow it down to make sure it doesn't get to West Virginia? No, how does the money get to West Virginia?
I have gone sorry, I know you're not asking me, but I have this image that they sort of put it into buckets. And Manchin, sorry,
in his yacht, he takes it over in his yacht. Is that what he does? He finds
can we pay West Virginia in pennies?
Takes it to Harper's Ferry.
Can we just give it to them in pennies and make them?
I got a few things to say, but you guys go ahead. Go ahead,
Mark. How does it get there? Like what are the steps? Like Biden signs it into law, and then the money. Where does the money come from?
Well, it sort of depends what it is we're talking about, right? So, for example, is it a federal grant that's going directly to, whatever?
The money in the bill,
Wisconsin, then they would have
this money, the 1.2 trillion,
right? But it's going to hundreds of entities.
So who finds out? Like, does somebody at the Department of Treasury say, in accounts receivable? Does Marge in accounts receivable say, we have to send?
Right. So there's a Treasury Department. That's right. And now they have authorization to spend tax revenue on, on projects. So some of that money will go to local transit authorities, directly to state governments, sometimes to local government. I mean, for example, a lot of the Rescue Act, which is something, talk about messaging that we don't talk about enough because it did a lot of good. But a lot of that money went directly to state local governments that needed it. Governments that were, decimated from the pandemic and the lack of economic activity going on. So some of it went directly to school boards. Some of it went to, all kinds of other things. So, but it sort of depends. There's also local, or there's also, small entities that might qualify for a federal grant, right? And so that would come directly from the Treasury Department to, a small town museum or a local, business that's getting, whatever, solar panels or what have you. So,
do we have like a comptroller? Do we have like an Alan Weisselberg who's just sitting there, seeing who keeps an eye on all of it?
I don't know. I would imagine that there are, there's a small army of folks over at Treasury that are kind of.
So all the money goes through the Treasury Department. In other words, you can't.
Correct.
Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't know this. So, in other words, any money that the federal government spends goes through the Treasury Department.
Yeah, I can't think of an example. I mean, I've never thought about it that way, but I can't think of an example where that's not the case. Even the legislative branch, we get, and the judicial branch would get the money from Treasury. So yeah.
I see. So they see where all the money goes.
And where would David? And where does David get in line to get all this money?
I'd like that.
We're going to set him up. We're going to set him up with a nice bipartisan infrastructure deal contract. And
thank you.
Hey, speaking. This is what I want to say too. Per Howie Klein in the Praise for Ted Lieu's office, Harvey and I talk all the time. And Harvey, I of course mentioned many times, one of your favorite bills of the past year was introduced by Ted Lieu, which is something Progressive Democrats of America supports, which was for the Federal Writers Project. This is your champion here, Harvey. Probably the most explicitly New Deal-esque piece of legislation that was introduced in the 117th Congress,
taken right out of the New Deal. We just stole it from right out of FDR's playbook. So
yeah, and Harvey's a historian of the New Deal, and and then also I got to say, Mark, I'm going to have to loop back in with you via Dorothy and everybody. But that proposal that Brahim brought forward, I know it wasn't going to make it in this bill. That is, looking at what's happening at COP and the progress that has to be made, and even since Peter was on, the sort of way methane and a greater understanding of what methane is doing to global climate rise. So that project is something PDA, a little bit offbeat for PDA, but we would love to lift that as well. So we'll be back in touch with the office about that one.
No, absolutely. We were just at our staff meeting on Monday, and I was telling people I'm pretty dissatisfied with how slowly, and it's understandable. There's, obviously people have been busy with Build Back Better and everything else, but I was not happy with how slowly some of our friends at Ways and Means are moving. So I think we may just do this bill on our own. And introduce it just to get the conversation started and see if we can get somebody else to take it off. But it's a great idea, and
we
happy to come back and talk about it.
Brilliant, and we are so connected with climate scientists who do backflips over that. So they're excited. Hey, I do want to ask one question though about things going slow, and I know this is about the Senate, but obviously this is something everybody's paying attention to, which is voting rights. And there are only 3 more weeks that the Senate is scheduled to meet in 2021. If we get to 2022 and there are no voting rights, I think the catastrophe the Democratic Party is going to face in the 2022 midterms is so significant. And I do, you can comment on all this how you like, but I suppose the question is, obviously, this is the Senate. We know the people who are going to be reluctant to go for a filibuster carve-out, but are you confident that will be achieved? And then if there's a broader question, which is, the Democratic Party has to understand, given the primary results of the last 2 cycles, that they need progressives to come out and vote, or they're going to get slaughtered in 2022. They're not going to do very well in 2024. So what's your sense of that generally about the party embracing the progressive wing of the party more than previously? But first to the question about the filibuster, given your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, second part first, you're speaking my language. There's not and frankly, Congressman Lieu's language. There's not a leadership meeting or a conversation at the DCCC or elsewhere where one or the other of us is not stressing the fact that you don't win elections without exciting your base and without giving people something to be for. Now, look, it's also true that fear and voting against something is also a very strong motivator. We probably were the beneficiaries of that in 2018, and maybe, the recipients of it, just recently, or even in 2010, and most recently. Sometimes you can scare your opponent. But the truth is, you got to give people something to be excited about. And, we feel that intimately, obviously, in our district, which is pretty progressive. And so, we need their support. We need to keep people excited. And so Ted's always talking about that. So, and it's also true that we've got to, we've got to win, independents too, and moderates and people who are kind of, just the progressive base alone is not enough to carry a national election. That's also a reality. And so, we've got to do things that are common sense and that actually help people. But to your first point on voting rights, I couldn't agree more. It's absolutely something that that's been a major focus of leadership. I mean, I don't know if I've ever if there's one single topic that I've heard the speaker or others talk about more, and their dissatisfaction with the Senate's action on it. Look, I think some of the hope is that when Manchin worked on this bill, that ultimately failed, couldn't get the votes, even though he had some Republicans who had shown some interest. I think the hope there was that this would be kind of a, whatever, wake up call or just a proving the theory of the case that these guys are not going to negotiate in good faith and give him the cover that he sort of would maybe feel that he needs back home to, in this narrow case. We're not asking him to kill the entire, although I mean, I would ask him to do that. I would be happy to kill a filibuster. It's not in the Constitution, and frankly, it's pretty stupid. But take that aside, if you are an adherent to the inherent value of the filibuster, which apparently Senator Manchin is, the hope would be that you could maybe be convinced that in the narrow case of voting rights, to be able to to bucket and to just go with a simple majority in the United States Senate. But again, we find ourselves, I mean, I'd be interested to hear Professor J.K. I don't know the exact answer to this, but I would imagine that FDR, when he was president and passing New Deal era legislation, had fairly large majorities of Democrats in both the House and the Senate. I'm not sure that he ever had a 3-vote margin in the House and a 0-vote margin in the United States Senate. So again, we find ourselves back to the same predicament of it's up to 1 or 2 people in the U.S. Senate, we've only got so many arrows in the quiver to deal with them. But I actually don't know the answer to that question. But I'd be interested to know what the majorities were for Democrats.
In the 30s, the majorities of Democrats were great. However, people often fail to consider the fact that a sizable portion of the Southern Democrats were white supremacists and reactionary anti-labor union. They were as reactionary as they come. Okay, it was a vile political order in the South. So every bill that the Democrats proposed, the chairs of the committees, who were lifelong Democratic congressmen and senators, basically, National Labor Relations Act, Social Security Act, both of them excluded occupations, household workers and agricultural workers. And that was because, of course, the 14th Amendment would have prevented them from legislating specifically by race. So FDR didn't have a hard time getting things through. The question was, could he get them through as he originally envisioned them? And the compromises were terrible. Okay, and it took a good generation before agricultural workers and household workers would have become eligible. When it required Truman and then even Eisenhower played a major role in expanding them to include them. The thing is that people always use the FDR example as proof that Biden can't redo FDR. Okay, because he doesn't have those kind of numbers. But it's also the case, and you're young enough to learn this and make a difference ultimately, and that is that this is 45 years of Democrats turning their backs on working people. 45 years, goes back to Carter. And as a consequence, after 45 years, a lot of working people, and a large part of the white working class in particular, just don't trust Democrats. Period. And the way to come back is not necessarily, I'm sure you realize this, is not to be timid. Okay? It's imperative that the Democratic Party, if they have any intention of winning in the future, actually act like FDR Democrats, even if they can't legislate. Now, what does that mean? It means they have to win back the support of working people by showing, number one, not only that they're willing to fight for them, they have to encourage working people to fight with them for these kinds of things. And I'm just going to make this observation, and you're the only person I can tell right now because you're here representing a congressman. the Democrats don't seem to trust their fellow citizens. The Republicans seem to at least pretend to trust their fellow citizens because they're willing to rouse them and rile them up. Democrats just don't do that. And I think that is one of the only ways in which we can start coming back. And it's just a shame that it's been so quiet these past 9 months. I think I say it seriously, really seriously.
Yeah, let me just interrupt. Professor K, your microphone is scraping against your turtleneck. So if you could hold it. Yeah, the microphone is...
You want me to go bare-chested?
Not again. You cannot in front of Mark Savasco. Do you see the microphone? It's dripping. Yeah, if you could hold it out a little. Professor K, what did Roosevelt accomplish in his first 2 years? Because we always talk about his midterms being so monumental.
Well, the first 100 days were unprecedented and have never been matched. Okay, so you've got the National Industrial Recovery Act, which included collective bargaining as a right.
I don't know. I heard the last president say many, many times that he was the greatest president.
Oh, you're right.
First 100 days were phenomenal. I think he said, best ever. So
let's give both sides. That Mark.
I want to give both sides.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? That's delicious.
So there are two sides to that story. Let's hear Professor Harvey J. Kay's.
Okay. So the National Industrial Recovery Act, the Agricultural Adjustment Act, the creation of the CCC.
When did Social Security come in?
Those things alone.
What year was Social Security?
No, that's the second New Deal. That's
really?
in 1935. Yeah. So the Social Security came up in 35. But keep in mind, they were so successful in the first 2 years in encouraging Americans to believe in them, okay, that what they did is they then pursued the second New Deal, okay? And that was crucial. And they already had the House. They then literally, it was hard to find Republicans after 1934.
Right.
Period, okay?
So were they half measures? You say that, well, like not, with African Americans, with Social Security.
Okay. Well, hold on. Here's another interesting thing. People further to the left, even than I, say, oh, well, FDR ignored African Americans. He didn't do anything about getting them the right to vote, blah, blah, blah. But what people don't realize is that both the NIRA and the AAA provided for systems in which workers, and especially interesting in agriculture, small farms enabled blacks who owned those farms to vote on agricultural economic questions as part of the Agricultural Adjustment Act. And in fact, it's interesting that there are lots of letters that were written, to the White House and other places saying, this is the first time I got to vote. Okay. So when people say blacks, were left out, they weren't left out. But given the constraints, they could vote on economic questions locally. They couldn't vote on political questions.
How many? I mean,
ironic.
Yeah, African Americans were not voting in large numbers in the South during.
Absolutely not.
And was voting rights ever an issue? Were they introducing voting rights acts?
And not okay. So in the course of the 30s, there were blacks who were organizing to try to secure them. Remember, the right was already there. It was the refusal to recognize the right. I mean, look, even now, African American people of a certain age have the right to vote. The fact is that there are obstructions to enabling them to vote. The Republicans are now reproducing, in their own fashion, the Jim Crow era, basically, when they're doing everything in their power to keep working people from voting, to keep students from voting. Voter suppression is just taken on a new form. There was something else I was going to say. During World War II, a big question arose about whether or not GIs were going to get to vote. And bills were introduced in Congress to guarantee overseas, especially overseas GIs, the right to vote. And needless to say, there was opposition from two sources. From Republicans who knew damn well that those GIs who had come through the Great Depression and the New Deal were going to vote for Roosevelt. And they didn't want it to happen. But it was also Southern whites did not want soldiers to vote because they knew it would be the first time that there were 1 million African Americans in uniform during World War II, and a lot of them were overseas. And this would have enabled them to vote when they couldn't have voted at home. So I think it took 2 soldier vote bills to finally get it through. And FDR pushed hard. And I think it's in 44, the one made it through. I'd have to go back. But the point is, yes, there were those kinds of bills. And in 1944, FDR, October 44, stood out and called for guaranteeing the right to vote to all Americans who are eligible by age and citizenship.
Mark, how are you doing on time? I know
I'm fine.
You have small kids, but
they're asleep.
Right. I just wanted to remind you. So, you've been so
good. Yeah.
Why does everyone in Washington, D.C. live in places with lots of good white bookshelves behind them? That's what I want to know.
So
this is my one. Yeah.
Yeah. The debt ceiling, is it December 3rd? It comes up for a vote?
Yeah, the dates are somewhat fungible, but yeah.
So we're going to be saying
early December.
So we're going to, this is the narrative I'm to expect. Debate on Build Back Better, this massive spending bill that Manchin is against, and the debt ceiling, raising the debt ceiling. So this is all going to be about fiscal responsibility, getting our financial house in order, inflation. What is going to inform Build Back Better? Is the debt ceiling going to be used as a cudgel to? Is the debt ceiling going to be used as a cudgel to bring the price tag on Build Back Better down even further?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's always a risk in prognosticating because there'll be a clip of this you can play later to show how horribly wrong I was. But my guess is inflation will be more. Even though I think it's a wrong way of looking at it, I think it will be more of an impact on. You've already seen sort of Manchin out there saying, concerns about inflation and the cost of this bill, which is of course ridiculous because obviously the Build Back Better Act, which hasn't been passed yet, isn't impacting inflation, which is happening now. But 2, it's also a bill that's fully paid for, and may actually even reduce the deficit. So. It shouldn't really, and at least in a sort of traditional sense of looking at the way inflation works, shouldn't really be having too much of a stress on it. It's mostly a supply chain issue, as I understand it. But the debt ceiling, interestingly enough, it could actually be an impetus to get something done. Now, I don't know what that package would look like, but if Republicans really do fulfill their threat of not ever voting for, to increase the debt limit, then the only way we'll be able to do it is through reconciliation without having the 60 votes in the Senate. So, so it could be part of a reconciliation package. I say that though, I think, you probably, going back to what I was saying before about narrow exceptions to getting rid of the filibuster, you might see an exception for something like that. I could see Manchin and Sinema being convinced that, in order to preserve the full faith and credit of the United States. I mean, it's absolutely absurd that we even have to have this discussion, right? They've raised it several times under Trump. They've had no problem raising it in the past. They are just using this as a political ploy to have the discussion.
Could they get rid of the debt ceiling? Is that a rule?
Yes. No, it's not a rule. We could pass it. We could tie it. We could tie the debt limit to spending, or others have suggested, just tying it to inflation or tying it to other things that.
How do you just get rid of the debt ceiling? Is that a Senate rule, a House rule? Is it legislated? Is it?
It's right now. I believe it's the way the statute is written, and we could change that. And there are bills to change that.
But you would need 60 votes.
Again, you get to the same problem where everything you want to do needs 60 votes in the Senate. So.
Well, you get rid of the filibuster, then you can do it.
Correct, but you need 60 votes to get, or you need 50 votes to get rid of the filibuster.
You need you need 2 votes to get rid of
unanimous Democratic agreement. Yes, I mean, I absolutely appreciate the frustration, and I share it.
Yeah, you're not. I don't want to put you on the receiving end.
No. I'm just saying, for everybody that shouts about, believe me, especially as a House guy, who believes the House is. The better chamber.
I have a question
it's ridiculous.
I have a question for Professor K, but I first want to ask you a question that's linked to this question. So my question for you, Mark, is what would happen? See, I happen to think we all have roles to play to keep this democracy going. Unfortunately, some of these roles are not being cast, like the angry left inside the House of Representatives. I think there should be angry leftists with lots of power in the Senate and the House. We don't have any angry leftists, but we do have the Freedom Caucus, remnants of the Tea Party.
They're all in your chat room, dude.
They're all in my chat room. They should be running for office. So there is a role for brinksmanship that we see from the left. We see brinksmanship on the right. We see, Mark Meadows, and we don't have scary leftists, and we need them. So what would happen if there were 7 scary leftists? In the not too distant future, we will have some scary leftists, I hope, who might say, you know what? No debt. We're not going to raise the debt ceiling because this money is going to defense contractors. Would it suit the left to be obstructionists? Would that help? Because we don't really see any leftists as obstructionists. Wouldn't it benefit the left if we said, you know what, Manchin, you want this bill? I'm not talking about this last bill, but in the future, you want this bill? You're not getting it. We're blocking it. We're not raising the debt ceiling. And if we shut the government down, if the left, does the military still get paid? Does Social Security still go out? When you shut the government down, who really suffers when the government gets shut down? Does Social Security get paid? Do VA benefits get paid? Is there a way to shut the government down so the 99% isn't screwed, just the defense contractors?
I happen to have a view that I think government should work, and I don't think I don't have any interest in being part of the left's version of the Tea Party and holding the country hostage.
I know that, but if they did, if they did, could you shut the government? You've been on appropriations committees. Is it possible to shut the government down from the left and say the Social Security checks will go out, the VA benefits will go out, the contractors aren't going to get paid? We're going to is there a way to shut the government down so the right people get paid and the wrong people don't?
No.
What happens when you shut the government? Does Social Security go out if you shut down the government?
Yes.
It does. Do VA benefits go out? Did we shut down any VA hospitals?
We actually fund the Department of Veterans Affairs 1 fiscal year in advance. So they tend to get, at least the hospitals and those things would be open.
Does the post office work if we shut the government down?
The post office is different. They don't get a lot of direct appropriations. There's fees, stamps cost money, right? So it's not considered discretionary spending, and so it's not. it's not necessarily.
I know you're
against. It would be heard
this.
Eventually because we do subsidize some of that work with discretionary money.
I know you're against this.
The point is, look, I maybe this isn't the most popular view for the audience, but I happen to think that we should make the government work. I think we prove our case by being effective and by doing things right. I don't think people care all that much about the size of government, if I'm being honest. I think
okay, but you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
Okay.
I'm grateful that you're here, and it's a rude question. I know you're against this.
It's not rude.
You're against this, but everybody has a role to play, and it seems to me that if the right can be obstructionist, we should have some obstructionists on the left, and we don't have them.
Different things. We're trying to do different things, right? Democrats, by our nature, we're trying to we're trying to make the government work better for people. So it's anathema. It's not in our DNA to shut that stuff down.
But it's in the DNA. I'm not trying to be.
Don't care.
I'm not arguing
to have the government shut down.
But there are people on the left. There are people on the left who want to take 20% off Pentagon spending. So we're not. So there are people on the left who don't want money going to health insurance companies. So we have interests, like we're interested in the appropriation bills, and we want to cut government spending. We don't want to subsidize.
I guess we just ought to elect more progressives, David.
Right, but could we then obstruct? Could we engage in brinksmanship and scare the other side?
No, because they don't care.
Right.
They don't care. Shut the government down. Go ahead. That's the Tea Party's mantra. They don't like government. They don't think government should work.
I just came up with they're the Teat Party. They suck off the teat.
Sucking off the teat.
They suck off the teat. They do. Dick Armey created the Tea Party, and for people who suck off the teat of government, it's corporations who suck off the teat of government. That should be called the Teat Party. Go ahead, Professor. I know I'm asking you a tough question, but go ahead, and then we'll wrap it up.
You didn't ask me a question.
Oh, my question is, was the left 2 years into the Roosevelt administration saying he's just like Biden?
You know the answer to that.
Was the left saying that Roosevelt was a disappointment 2 years in? Was the left saying that Johnson was a disappointment 2 years in?
In the course of the first 2 years, there were elements of the left. Okay, I believe in those first 2 years, it was interesting. The communists, in fact, in the first 2 years, this is before the creation of the Popular Front, remained somewhat critical. But most communists, that is, the sort of regular everyday communists, whose numbers were never very great anyhow, were very pro-Roosevelt. The socialists were angry that Roosevelt was stealing their platform, but socialists were aligning themselves with Roosevelt. So,
So he wasn't getting it from the left, the way Biden is.
No, he was getting it from capital. Capitalists came after him. Right. And in fact, I said last spring, the best thing that Biden could do would be to piss off the capitalists. Okay, if he did that, that would have been a tremendous advantage as we went forward.
Okay. Mark, before you go, Alan Minsky is our resident economist.
Actually, I'm a Latin scholar. I'm sorry I had to step away in my mind and I missed about the last 15 minutes. I had to write a quote for a press release for COP26. And I used the phrase, and we get to ask Mark and Harvey and David because you're on the mic, to translate the palindrome Ingerum imus nocte et consumimur igni. Ingerum imus nocte et consumimur igni.
A palindrome is a word that is pronounced exactly the same backwards and front.
The first clue, of course, is that it is a palindrome, the meaning of which is in a sense palindromatic.
It's Latin?
It's Latin.
Say it again, please.
It's sort of church Latin. So it's a little bit later Latin. So it's using, okay.
You're not going to speak the Vulgate on our show. Mark Savasco is going to walk off if he hears the Vulgate.
It's going to be like the scene in Life of Brian, where we pinch each other's ears and force each other to do our, what's it called, conjugations correctly on the wall in Jerusalem. So in Jerem,
be careful. My Latin is a little rusticato.
There we go. In Jerem imus nocte et consumimur igni. Okay, ignite for igni is fire. In Jerem,
is this going to be that song? Come on, baby, light my fire. Is that what you're looking for?
It's very close to it. Okay, so it means round and round we go in the night and are consumed by fire. So that is my summary of what I feel is the inadequacy of the conference.
Okay.
Is a Latin palindrome. In Jerem nocte imus.
And it is Latin palindromes, Alan, that are killing the left.
Yes, they are.
This is why we lose elections.
That's why we lost in Virginia. Clearly.
Inflation.
I'm surprised somebody didn't do that in the chat. Maybe they did. I lost track of it. Anyway.
Inflation, Alan.
Asking me about inflation?
Yes.
It's partly supply chains, and so that will come down. It's also the Saudis are sort of doing like the Saudis do and sort of messing with the world. And then it is somewhat upward pressure on not just wages, but a slight lessening in the need for the working class to accept low wage jobs.
Right.
Because there was a sort of deleveraging that occurred during the pandemic.
Right. Mark, thank you for
some pent up demand here too.
Right.
Yeah.
From the pandemic, right? People are buying now.
But it's important that you mention the Saudis. The inflation in the price of fuel oil is much higher than the inflation in the things that would seem to be caught up in the supply chain.
Yep.
Yeah. But we're going to raise the price on bone saws.
On the supply chain, I know it's not Ted Lieu's district, but one of the most phenomenal sites in the world right now is the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach.
Yeah.
It is just a sight to behold for the 21st century so far. Yeah.
Hey, Mark, thank you for coming by. I would imagine the town halls that the congressman goes to are reminiscent of 2010. And my audience is very frustrated with what's going on. I know you're frustrated, and it's hard to have you're very patient and you listen, and when you come on the show, you're going to get complaints about everything. But I hope you keep coming back.
No, I'm happy to do it and happy to have the discussion. And my normal disclaimer stands, which is if I said anything that annoyed you tonight, that was all me and has nothing to do with the congressman's views on anything.
Right. But if we loved it,
keep coming back. So
yeah, if we
don't take it out on him if you disagree with me. Just my 2 cents.
Right. You're amazing, and I'm very appreciative. And thank you. And how do we follow you on Twitter? Mark Savasco, right? M Savasco or Mark?
At M Savasco. Yep.
And you have a very funny Twitter feed, by the way.
I'm just trying to emulate the boss.
Thank you, Professor Harvey J.K.
I did send Mark a note on direct message. I hope he takes a look.
Oh, good. I will take a look at that before I sign off. Thank you, Professor.
Thank
good
you.
To see you, Alan. Good to see you.
Nice
we'll be in touch.
Good to see you,
Thank you.
Okay.
And Professor Harvey J.K., follow him on Twitter at Harvey J.K. Alan Minsky, Executive Director of the Progressive Democrats of America. It's PDA America. Wrapping it up, Savasco's great. And, he can't tell us, what he feels, and he does a great job. And so thank you. Any final thoughts before we wrap it up for tonight?
Just on Mark and Ted's office and everything, I think both of them are allies, serious allies. They're really going to look at some creative public policy approaches to the issues that are facing the world. Ted's a really measured guy with a real, just a hard guy to face. I'll tell you that.
Right.
And also both guys are really bright. But per the what you were saying, David. And, it wouldn't be Mark or Ted's what they see as their roles, but, we certainly need people screaming and shouting about things.
Right.
Do you know there are more homeless people in my city council district than there are in any city in the United States except for New York, Chicago, and, of course, the totality of Los Angeles.
Right.
More than any other city. 40,000 people because I live in the city council district that includes, which is a ways from here, includes Skid Row. Quite a ways, and it's just an off the charts. What's a barbarian society like? And boy, Rosa Luxemburg maybe got that right. Right,
and people like Jeffrey Katzenberg wring their hands, and nobody will say out loud that this is the fault of realtors. This is the fault. It is in the best interests of the realtors to keep the prices of homes and apartments as unaffordable as possible. They want higher rents. Why are we consulting realtors, people who own real estate, to solve homelessness? They are the cause of homelessness. We need to build not affordable housing, free housing, the way even the evil Robert Moses did. There are people, even Robert Moses built free housing, not affordable health care, free health care, not affordable housing, free housing.
Yeah, some people quip, and I know this is not the proper term for 2020, but that people come here from poor countries and they'll see Skid Row, and people will say, this is like a third world country, and it's like, no, it's much worse. Shanty towns are shanty towns. This is way more horrible than shanty towns, is what's going on in the streets of Los Angeles in the city council district. But it's also, David, it's not just realtors. They're also doing the bidding for private homeowners in Los Angeles, and we have to be honest about that. And
I hear my daughter told me they cleaned out the homeless encampment in front of the Department of Veterans Affairs out in Los Angeles.
Out near Wilshire? That's probably true. Sure.
Yeah. This is like MacArthur and Eisenhower being told to clear out the Hoovervilles.
It's something else.
Professor K, I know we have to wrap this up. What is missing is clarity. They put layer upon layer of argument and complication on a very simple problem, which is homelessness. And there's a very simple solution. There are people who don't have a place to live. Now, we're told it's complicated because these people are mentally ill. Well, you put me on the streets. I'm not going to take my meds, and I'm mentally ill. I'm going to get really mentally ill. You put kids and parents on the street. They're going to be they need a safe, clean place to live. It's what we used to do, right, Professor K? We had public housing for.
Right. That's right.
Right.
That's right. You had public housing. You had rent control. You're right.
So to me, it's, do you own property? You own property. Okay, then you're not going to solve homelessness. You can offer up your opinion about homelessness, but you own property. So you're the cause of homelessness because you want your property values to rise. It's in your best interest for rent to be unaffordable. You want half of a person's salary to go towards rent. So you want to weigh in on homelessness? That's fine, but you are the cause of homelessness. And nobody is saying that. Somehow the realtors are being brought in to help solve a problem they created. It is like asking the tobacco industry to cure cancer. It is identical. Asking Jeffrey Katzenberg in Los Angeles, who owns $100 million estates, who owns DreamWorks, which is a studio. They own property. Asking Jeffrey Katzenberg to come up with a solution for homelessness is like asking tobacco executives to come up with a cure for cancer. Or it's like asking ExxonMobil to attend the climate summit and offer up some solutions. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, it's just...
Okay. No, absolutely. Now, look, David, the contradictions are so glaring. And then the so-called news media has the audacity in the wake of Virginia to immediately fall into line with the argument that it's all the progressives' fault.
Yeah. That damn progressive Terry McAuliffe.
Here's Joe Manchin. This is Joe Manchin at Ivy Getty's wedding. And all people are focusing on is the dress that he wore, not the fact that Joe Manchin was at Ivy Getty's wedding. I mean, the hypocrisy.
It was Gavin Newsom who was at his wedding.
Gavin Newsom was at Ivy Getty's wedding. Speaking of Latin, her first name is Forgetty, right? Ivy Getty. It's Forget. But did you see Pelosi, Professor K?
Mm-hmm. That's a real picture.
That is a real picture.
Mm-hmm. What is this event?
The Getty airs wedding.
I don't pay attention to this shit. Sorry.
Well, you know what?
The Gettys were huge sponsors of Gavin Newsom's political career all the way through.
No, this is interesting. That's why I tune into this show to learn things.
Yeah, no, in Harvey, actually, we should talk about that tomorrow because that's not when we're recording our spot for another piece, but we should talk independently.
Ivy Getty is the heir to the Getty oil fortune. The Gettys own San Francisco. They own Nancy Pelosi. They own Gavin Newsom. They own Kamala Harris. You don't get anywhere in San Francisco politics without kissing the ring of the Gettys. They are oil. They are big oil.
I guess I don't know. Is Kamala Harris still in Washington? Is she still vice president?
Yeah, she's oil and art, David. Art.
Oil and art. And Nancy Pelosi officiated the wedding. She's now at Glasgow. Gavin Newsom wouldn't go to Glasgow, but he went to the Getty wedding. And
he disappeared for 10 days and blamed it all on Halloween, which oddly only takes up one day on the calendar, not 10.
But Nancy Pelosi has time to officiate the wedding, the Getty wedding, and then go to Glasgow.
Is that Harvey Epstein? Wait a minute. Was that
Jeffrey Epstein?
Was that guy Jeffrey Epstein up the stairs? I'm trying to.
No. Ivy's.
That's the real person. Yeah.
The other thing is, and then I'm going to wrap it up. Ivy, everybody feels sorry for Ivy Getty because her father purportedly died from a fentanyl overdose. Drug addict. Why did he die from a drug overdose? Because the estate tax is not 100% in this country. Somehow we watch, we talk about the Getty curse. They're cursed because They're inheriting all this money. And Paul Pelosi, go ahead.
Liberate the billionaires. Liberate the billionaires, right?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Liberate the billionaires.
It's no way to live. Nancy Pelosi and Paul Pelosi, her criminal husband who should be put in prison for insider trading, they have 2 daughters who stand to inherit $250,000, much of it in real estate. They don't have to work. Alexandria Pelosi making those stupid documentaries for HBO, trading off her parents' name. Where's their self-respect? Where's the self-respect? All right.
I gotta go. I have to go because the house has gone to sleep here. I gotta go.
Wake them up.
Before you go, I'm very proud of myself, and I think the David Feldman Show and Harvey, and you guys in the chat room all deserve. This is my favorite press release quote I've ever written. At least tonight, I feel that.
Okay, go ahead.
While another global climate conference comes and goes, scientists set the table with real hard information about our catastrophic reality. What follows then are bromides, photo ops, and inadequate, incremental, mostly non-binding agreements. The meeting adjourns, and we remain stranded inside the classic palindrome in Jeremy Miss Nocte at Consumere Igni. Round and round we go in the night and are consumed by fire. And that's you guys are my muse. See?
Let me hear it. Let me hear it in Latin.
Now that I would have to call my mom. As well.
I think the Teat Party, as opposed to the Tea Party, I think we're onto something here. All right. Thank you, Professor K and Professor Alan Minsky. Go by FDR and Democracy. And Alan Minsky, thank you as always. We'll see you next week. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. We're going to wrap it up. This was a great show. This was a great show.
Bring Mark back.
I will.
Bring Mark back.
I will bring Mark back. I'll see you Monday, maybe, right? If you're in town. If you're not wasting time with the grandkids, I'm telling you.
I'm in St. Louis, not New York.
What are you doing wasting time with your grandkids?
One grandson.
What are you doing there?
To the zoo tomorrow.
Oh, wrong audience.
I know.
Are you going to liberate the animals? Oh my God. Now you're in trouble with my audience. Zoos, taking kids to the zoo.
You know what? I'd rather be with my grandson in the zoo than worry about your audience.
All 2 of us. Once you say goodnight, it's just me now. That's it. I'm the audience. Want to thank everybody in the Zoom room for a great show. And I really enjoyed taking your questions with Dan Frankenberger. We talked about doing that yesterday. It's a little nerve-wracking to go. We went to YouTube and we went into the Zoom room and just answered questions, and it was a lot of fun. So thank you. And if you would like to attend a live taping of our show, go to my website. Office hours, Friday night, that would be tonight at 8 p.m. And Rodrigo, I promised you would get the last word.
Hi, David.
For those of you who are for those of you who are unfamiliar, Rodrigo, because he's not an American, I hate to make fun of you, but you've had to learn 4 languages. We as Americans find that so funny that somebody would have to learn 4 languages. We just speak English because we're Americans. We don't speak any other languages. It's so great to be an American. Anyway, what does the person who speaks, what silliness is coming out of the mind of somebody who has to learn 4 languages?
I mean, I didn't have to learn 4 languages.
Then why do it? In America, we go, why would you learn a language? What's the point of English? Is the lingua franca. English is the creme de la creme of all languages. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. What's on your mind?
I wanted to ask Alan Minsky about the census. I don't know if he left.
He's gone.
I guess he left.
He's gone.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about Mexico. I told you on Monday about the 1988 election of
where the Secretary of State fixed the election, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And he didn't just fix the election against the winner. There was also the center-right Catholic candidate Manuel Cloutier, and 2 weeks ago Manuel Bartlett said that the election was stolen, but the people who stole it were Carlos Salinas de Gortari, his future boss, and the center-right Catholic Party, the PAN, and the daughter of Manuel Cloutier, Tatiana, has decided that she is still with the Mexican president, which I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm a little bit surprised. Her brother was on the news talking about how it was a disgrace that this man was allowed to say these things, but Tatiana is still loyal to the Mexican president, which reminded me a lot of Ted Cruz saying that Donald Trump is a disgrace, saying that his father was the Zodiac killer, that his wife was a dog, and later he was
he went after Heidi. Yep, he called Heidi a dog. Yes, he did.
And people on the YouTube chat are saying that if I can speak faster, but I mean, it's literally mind-blowing that someone would say that your dad stole the election that I stole, and someone would still be loyal to that president. But anyway, do you know what happened with the 10-year redistricting that happens in the U.S. every 10 years after the U.S. Census?
Well, they're doing the redistricting now, and then it goes into the courts, I'm sure, right?
That's what I wanted to ask Aaron about, because 10 years ago, the Republicans discovered that they could, if they ran for everything locally, they could control the redistricting, and the Democrats learned nothing from that. They did not tell people to run locally. I think Bernie was telling people to run locally, but they're going to do the redistricting, and you won't be able to change the gerrymandered districts for another 10 years, which there will probably be a few hundred million, if not a couple of billion climate refugees by then, but if you can draw locally. And I don't want to say anything about Warren's question, but I agree with him. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, Rodrigo. Am I going to see you at office hours?
Yes, actually, I was going to play the new episode of Your Friend Jon Stewart, but I just couldn't. I was going to last week, and I just keep disagreeing with him too much.
Well, he's a very brave man, Jon Stewart, because he uses the F word. So that makes him a great man. All right. Thank you, Rodrigo. I think that's, we have more people. Find something else to show. Dan? All right. Dan Heggerts, okay. Bernie Ho. Bernie Ho baby cat, yes.
Faldo, you just keep flapping your lips and don't get your priorities straight.
Right.
Why aren't we having Harvey J? We just had 3 people on that could explain how we could circumvent the current filibuster rules and don't have to rely on Manchin and Sinema. And then we can call our senators, and instead of asking them to please convince them to vote, say, fuck you, we're filibustering. That's the only way things are going to get done. Any of these bills that are really going to matter to pass,
you're saying that
get rid of the filibuster first.
But
there are ways to get rid of it, and there are people willing to do it.
Are you saying the left should use the filibuster?
The old filibuster that makes the minority have to come in and rotate. I believe that's why I was trying to get on to ask Harvey, Alan, and Mark exactly what the options are that are realistic and viable. And then we, the people, and the skunks, can call our senators.
Right. Okay. Well said. Next time.
You better. Hey, did Paula Poundstone ever get in touch with you?
No.
Would you have her on the show?
Sure.
Because I offered her a $400 to Elaine Boozler's charity, pet charity. And there's a couple $100 in it for St. Jude's. Or should I say St. Dude's?
Okay.
Get cracking. Get cracking, huh?
All right. I'm going to have Liam on to reignite the passion.
Fuck Liam.
That's what I'm trying to get you to do.
Oh, God.
All right. Thank you, Bernie Ho Baby Cat. That's our show.
Tell Hannah Fofana Banana I said hello.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right, fuck off.
Thank you. That's good. I was worried. I thought, ooh, boy, I hope Bernie Ho is okay. Thank you for that. The fuck off part. Thank you. I was worried for a second. That's our show. I want to thank our guests. Let me make sure everybody's muted here, especially Bernie Ho. Sometimes she interrupts me. I want to thank the Invisible Ninja and Andy Brown moderating the conversation in the chat room. Thank you. I want to thank everybody who showed up today. Who were the guests on the show? Dan Frankenberger, Professor Ben Burgess, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Ethan Hirschenfeld. Go watch Thug Thug Jew on YouTube. It's hysterical. Ethan's special. It's free on YouTube, Thug Thug Jew. And watch Give Them an Argument as well. It's a great podcast. And then I want to thank Emil Guillermo. Follow him over at Emil Amok on Twitter, and read him at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Thank you to Barry W. Lynn, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and Dr. Joanne Lynn. Thank you to Mark Savasco over at Congressman Ted Lieu's office. Thank you to Professor Mary Ann Cummings, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick. Thank you to Professor Harvey J. Kay. Thank you to Alan Minsky. I think that covers everybody. Thank you to everyone who listens to this show. Please subscribe wherever you get these kind of nonsensical shows. I think we're on, you can get us everywhere. Pandora, iHeartRadio, Google Play, Spotify, iTunes. Please subscribe and give us a good review and share us with people. We're a little show for even littler minds. No, that's not the motto. What is our, it's a little show for big minds. We're not for everybody. So if you enjoyed any part of this show, please share it with some like-minded people. And we're on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, please. YouTube is a great way to share this show. We have timestamps. So if there's a specific interview that you want to see and you don't want to listen to all 14 hours of an episode, go to YouTube, and with the timestamp and the time code, you can just click on the timestamp. It'll take you right to the conversation that you want to hear. Spotify also has that capability. Not on iTunes yet, but there are time codes in the description of every episode on every platform. Sometimes you have to scrub to the part of the show you want to listen to. But on YouTube and Spotify, you can just click on the time code, and it'll take you to the chapter of your interest. Follow me on Twitter. We post highlights. Friend me on Facebook. Go to my website. Sign up for the newsletter. I am slowly plowing through my emails, but I don't know. I may just end up trashing the entire email box for the show and starting anew. I apologize to people who've been emailing me. What we're trying to do, we had a meeting yesterday, and we're going to try to have some support staff here so I can, get outside and take care of that vitamin D deficiency. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong, protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right.